Jackson Hawk, an introverted shut-in, had just finished his morning jog. It was the habit he started 3 months ago, deciding that he would improve his life. He was 24 now, still living at home with his mother and sisters, while most of his friends were out in the world working, building careers, and chasing their dreams. He grabbed his phone and started scrolling through social media. One of his friends had just posted wedding photos. Jackson stared at the screen for a few seconds before typing a short message. "Congrats on getting married." He sent it, but inside he felt a little stab of being left behind. Everywhere he looked, it seemed like everyone his age was moving forward while he was stuck in the same place. Why did I waste all my youth playing games, reading novels, and watching anime? I should have at least tried to get a girlfriend. He sighed, his eyes getting a little watery, and forced a smile. Still, hanging out with my online buddies wasn't all bad. He gave his cheeks a little slap with both hands. Come on, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Just focus on getting in shape and building some muscle. It was part of his New Year's thing, something he decided on after ending up in the hospital a few months ago. Turns out, sitting around all day and never moving wasn't so great for his health. This time, he promised himself he'd stick with it no matter what. After a quick shower, Jackson fired up his PC and plopped down in his beat-up gaming chair, ready for a few rounds of League. It was his little treat for finishing a 10-kilometer run. As soon as his PC was up, Discord popped open. Right away, he saw their server was going nuts. Messages were flying by faster than he could read. "Guys, this is for real. This isn't AI or anything. I got this from a reliable source, and I'm just letting you know. There's gonna be a zombie apocalypse. LOL, LOL, LOL. Who's gonna fall for that? I saw the video too. It looks legit. I think the government doesn't want to freak people out, so they're keeping it quiet. Man, nice try, Diddy. I think I might actually believe you guys this time. Yeah, go on and believe them. Just don't cry when you get pranked again." The chat just kept going, and Jackson scrolled through it with a frown. Their server had like 1,200 people, and like always, everyone was split. Some people were laughing and saying it was a joke, but others were swearing the video was real. Only a few seemed to really believe it, and the rest were just watching the drama. Curious, Jackson clicked the link and checked out the video himself. It showed this dude covered in blood, like, totally freaking out while a bunch of people tried to hold him down. But this infected guy was fighting back like crazy, biting and clawing at anyone who got near him. The camera was shaking all over the place as the person filming ran and screamed. Nothing about it looked fake or anything, it felt way too real. What the heck is that? Is that for real? Jackson mumbled to himself. He wanted to just laugh it off, but he felt a little knot of worry in his stomach. He opened a DM to his best gaming buddy, Harlem Laver. "Dude, that zombie video, is it real?" "It's real, bro. You gotta hurry and stock up on food and get some weapons before the virus gets to your country." "How can you be sure?" "It's so easy to make fake videos with AI these days. This one came from the dark web. It's the real deal, so don't waste time. Get ready now." Jackson frowned at the message. He and Harlem Laver had been friends for ages, and this guy wasn't the type to mess around like that. "Ugh, what should I do?" "Screw it," Jackson muttered. He typed one last message to his friend. "If this isn't real, I swear I'm gonna find you and kill you. This is a real zombie apocalypse. Source, trust me, bro." Jackson groaned and shut down his PC. His heart was beating a little faster now. He stood up, grabbed his phone, and made a call. A soft voice answered after the second ring. "Jackson, what's up?" "Sorry, I'm still at work. It's a bit busy right now." "Mom, hold on. It's an emergency. Something happened at home, you need to come back right now." "What? What's going on? What happened?" "Just come home first. I'll explain later. It's really important, so please come home now." He ended the call with a sigh and just stared at his phone. "Okay, I've done it now. No point in regretting it. I'll just apologize and beg if this turns out to be a big joke," Jackson said to himself. He couldn't take the chance. Not with his family. He called his 2 older sisters next and told them the same thing he told their mom. "All right, I'll be there," his oldest sister said before he hung up. "Time to get ready." Since he'd read and watched so many books and shows about zombie apocalypses, a shut-in like him had actually learned a few useful things. He'd always made fun of those main characters who made dumb choices. First things first, gotta get food. He crawled under his bed and pulled out all the cash he had hidden there. Every single coin and bill. He grabbed his wallet, cards, and whatever savings he had lying around. All my savings. If this is a joke, I'm gonna find that jerk, Jackson hissed, then stuffed all the money into his jacket. He hopped on his motorcycle and sped off to the closest convenience store. Rice, canned food, water, gas. Is all this even gonna fit on my bike? Jackson mumbled as he quickly threw everything he could into his basket and bag. Everything around him still seemed normal. People were just walking around, chatting, laughing, and doing their thing like nothing was happening. The world looked the same, but Jackson couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. His heart was pounding faster and faster. The more he thought about that video, the bloody guy freaking out, biting, and screaming, the more real it seemed. He got in the checkout line but started getting impatient as the minutes ticked by. Excuse me, he said to the guy in front of him. Can I cut in line? I have an emergency right now. The guy scoffed, crossing his arms, looking at the pile of food in Jackson's arms. Seriously? Some of us have places to be, buddy. Get in line. Jackson then pulled some cash out of his pocket. I'll pay you. Just let me go ahead. The guy stared at the money, thought about it for a second, then grabbed the cash from Jackson's hand. All right, fine. No take-backs. Jackson immediately rushed to the counter. Faster, faster, faster. That's all he could think as he watched the cashier scan his stuff one by one. He glanced at his watch. 11 a.m. As soon as he paid, he grabbed the bags and rushed outside. It was hard to balance everything. 1 sack of rice, 2 boxes of canned goods, a box of bottled water, and a small gas tank. He tied everything onto his motorcycle as best he could. The bike could barely handle it, but he went for it anyway. By the time he got home, he was sweating like crazy. He unloaded the stuff and looked at what he had. This isn't going to be enough to feed us for long. I need more, he mumbled to himself. He went back to his motorcycle, getting ready to go out again, when a car pulled up to their gate. He was about to hop back on his bike when 2 young women got out of the car. They both looked worried as they hurried toward the house. Natasha, you're here, he said, looking at the tall, beautiful woman with blue hair and blue eyes. She was 25 this year, his oldest sister. And Cindy. You're here too, he said, turning to the younger woman beside her. She was only a few months older than him, with black hair and matching blue eyes. Both of them were his sisters. What's going on? Why did you suddenly call us home? Natasha asked, both she and Cindy looking at him with worried eyes. Sis, you need to stay calm and listen to what I'm about to say, Jackson said, trying to look serious. Seeing him like that, both women nodded, looking a little anxious. Jackson stepped closer and put a hand on each of their shoulders. Sis, it's a zombie apocalypse. Twack. Ouch. That hurt, Jackson mumbled, rubbing his cheek. You could still see the red handprint where Natasha had slapped him. You deserved that, idiot. You called us home for an emergency just to say something stupid like a zombie apocalypse? Seriously, what's wrong with you? Natasha scolded as she drove the car toward a convenience store. What's really going on, brother? Did you have a nightmare or something? Cindy asked softly. She was startled at first, but now she looked relieved that nothing serious had happened. I'm telling the truth, Jackson said, looking both of them in the eyes. I know I haven't done much with my life and I've caused you guys and Mom a lot of trouble, but please, just believe me this time. I want to protect you both. His words made them both quiet for a second. Natasha, Cindy finally said, her voice a little unsure, like she wanted to believe her brother. All right, you two are making me look like the bad guy again. Natasha sighed, gripping the steering wheel. Thanks, sis, Jackson said with a small smile. Humph. Natasha turned her head away, pretending to be annoyed. After a few minutes, they arrived at the convenience store. The 3 of them jumped out of the car and went inside to buy the stuff Jackson had asked for earlier. They grabbed 5 sacks of rice, 10 boxes of canned food, 5 boxes of bottled water, and 3 gas canisters. They also got some medicine and first aid kits. After that, they loaded everything into the car. Are you really spending all your money on this? Natasha asked, frowning. Don't worry, sis. Even if the apocalypse doesn't happen, we can still use this stuff. At least we won't have to worry about running out of food at home, Jackson said, trying to sound like it was no big deal. You want us to keep eating canned food? You know what? Never mind, Natasha grumbled, shaking her head. All right, let's grab the last 2 boxes and the gas tank before we head home, Jackson said. Inside the store, Natasha and Cindy each carried a box, while Jackson picked up the gas tank. Suddenly, they heard loud thuds and slams coming from the glass window of the store. Brother, what's that? Cindy asked, her voice shaking as she pointed toward the glass. Outside, a guy was slamming his head against the window over and over, leaving little streaks of blood. The guy quickly got everyone's attention. People stopped what they were doing, some even pulling out their phones to record him. What's wrong with this dude? Did someone escape from the mental hospital? Whispers went around the little crowd watching near the entrance. Hey, what are you doing? One of the store workers called out, stepping outside to check on the guy. He grabbed the stranger's shoulder, and the guy stopped banging his head and slowly turned toward him. What's your problem? You're breaking the glass. You gotta pay for that, the worker yelled. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth wide, showing off some sharp, wolf-like teeth, and bit down on the worker's neck. Help! Blood went everywhere as the worker screamed and tried to get away, but no matter how hard he fought, the guy was too strong. Somebody, go out and help him, someone from the crowd shouted. But nobody moved. They just stood there, filming it with their phones like it was a show. The worker struggled for a few seconds until he stopped moving. Then his body twitched and slowly stood back up. What are you two doing? Run! Jackson's voice yelled, snapping his 2 sisters out of their shock. Move it! He shouted again as the 3 of them ran toward their car. What was that? Natasha gasped as they ran. Didn't you see it? They're zombies, Jackson said, breathing hard. What? You seriously believe that? Natasha shot back. Just move. Damn it, I messed up. We should have just gone straight home, Jackson thought, cursing under his breath. He'd miscalculated the time. But there was no time to think about it. They ran through the back of the store as Jackson led his sisters, avoiding the crowd that was still frozen, watching what was happening outside. We can still make it, Jackson thought. Just then, a figure stumbled out from the narrow hallway and lunged at Natasha. Both of them crashed to the floor as the zombie tried to bite her neck. Get off me, she screamed, trying to push it away. Jackson reacted without thinking. Leave her alone, he shouted, swinging the gas tank with all his strength. Clang! The heavy tank slammed into the zombie's head, twisting its neck at a crazy angle before it fell to the floor. Natasha, you okay? Jackson crouched beside her and helped her up. Natasha's face was white as a sheet. Her hands were shaking, and she looked like she was about to cry. Brother, more are coming. Cindy trembled as she pointed. For more were running toward them. The zombies were super fast, like rabid animals gone wild. Run to the car. Forget the boxes, Jackson shouted as he grabbed both his sisters by the arms and pulled them along. They ran as fast as they could. Jackson kicked over store shelves and displays behind them, hoping to slow the things down. Their footsteps echoed through the narrow back hall until they burst through the exit door and reached Natasha's car. I'll drive. Get in, quick, Jackson yelled, seeing that Natasha was still frozen in shock. As soon as they got inside, the 4 crazy zombies slammed into the windows, cracking the mirrors and pounding on the doors. Brother, Cindy shouted, freaking out. Hold on. Jackson hit the ignition and stepped on the gas. The tires screeched as the car sped off, leaving the zombies chasing behind them. A few minutes later, they finally lost the ones chasing them. Jackson checked the rearview mirror and saw Natasha sitting in the back seat, shaking, while Cindy hugged her tightly. You okay, Natasha? Jackson asked softly. I think so. Those were monsters, right? Jackson nodded. We'll talk when we get home. Everything's fine for now, just try to relax. The road ahead was still clear. Cars passed by like normal, but every now and then, they could hear screams for help coming from nearby streets. Jackson didn't stop. He pressed harder on the gas, wanting nothing more than to get home safe. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at their gate. Cindy jumped out to open it while Jackson drove the car inside. Close it, quick, he said. The metal gate clanged shut behind them. Get Natasha inside. I'll carry the stuff, Jackson said, and Cindy nodded, helping her sister toward the house while he started unloading the car. After carrying everything inside, Jackson locked the door and turned around to see his sisters sitting on the sofa, still shaken up. Where's Mom? Did you see her? He asked. They both froze for a second before realizing what he meant. Mom! They shouted together and rushed off in different directions, calling her name as they searched the house. Their voices echoed through the rooms until Natasha called from upstairs, sounding relieved. She's up here. She's okay. Just sleeping. Jackson and Cindy hurried to her room. When they saw their mother sleeping peacefully, they both let out a big sigh of relief. Especially Jackson. He was the most relieved of all. This family was something he wanted to protect no matter what. He wasn't their blood relative. He had been an orphan before Isabel took him in when he was just 10. He still remembered those days, sitting alone, feeling lost, until a kind woman sat beside him, talked to him, and gave him a home. That woman was now the person he called Mom. Isabel woke up to the sound of their voices. She sat up and stretched, her long black hair falling over her shoulders. Even though she was in her early 40s, she was still a beautiful woman with kind blue eyes. Jackson, you called earlier. Is everything okay? She asked in her gentle voice. Mom! Cindy ran to her and hugged her tight. What happened? Are you all right? Isabel asked, holding her daughter's shoulder. Jackson took a breath. I'm glad you came home early, Mom. Actually, there are zombies outside. Zombies? Isabel blinked before laughing a little. That's a funny joke, son. No, Mom, he's telling the truth, Natasha said seriously. We were attacked too. If it wasn't for Jackson, She stopped talking, her voice shaking a little. Seeing her daughter's pale face, Isabel's expression changed. You've been through a lot, she said softly, opening her arms. Come here, honey. She pulled her into a hug. Why didn't you believe me before? Jackson thought with a sigh. Brother, how did you even know the zombies were coming? Cindy suddenly asked, making both Isabel and Natasha turn their eyes toward him. Yeah, Natasha added, raising a brow. You've been staying at home all day, yet somehow you knew? All three of them looked at him curiously, waiting for an answer. It was quiet for a moment until Cindy spoke again. Brother, are you like a reincarnated person? She asked, her eyes shining with excitement. Jackson burst out laughing. Cindy, I didn't know you were into those stories too. Guess you're more of a fantasy fan than I thought. Cindy's face turned red as she looked away, pouting. Sorry for laughing, Cindy, Jackson said, smiling a little. It's nothing that crazy. My friend on Discord told me about it. I didn't really believe it either, but I took the chance, and thank God I did. You're lucky to have friends like that, Jackson. Make sure to thank them, Isabel said, smiling. Yes, Mom, Jackson replied before turning to his sisters. You two should rest now. You've had a tough day. Don't treat us like kids. I'm older than you, remember? Natasha said, crossing her arms. You should rest too. Then her voice got softer. She looked away, a little blush on her cheeks. Thanks for saving me earlier. What was that? Jackson asked, even though he'd heard her clearly. Just go to your room and rest, Natasha said quickly, not looking at him. All right, he replied, still smiling as he walked off. I'm glad you kids are still close, Isabel said, smiling warmly as Jackson disappeared into his room. It's not like that, Mom, Natasha mumbled, her face still red as she hurried to her own room. Isabel chuckled to herself. Back in his room, Jackson turned on his PC and opened Discord to thank his friend. As soon as the app loaded, the server was going crazy. Everyone was talking about the zombie outbreak spreading all over the world. Told you guys it was real. You should be thanking me for saving your lives. It's a zombie apocalypse, guys. It's finally here. Yes. Why are you celebrating, you idiot? This is it. It's finally time for us nerds to take over. Guys, help. I just heard a growl outside. Jackson scrolled through the messages and couldn't help but smile. Most of his Discord friends seemed to be okay. They were shut-ins like him, and in times like this, people who stayed inside were the safest. He tried messaging Harlem Laver, the guy who had warned him earlier, but he was already offline. I managed to get ready thanks to them, Jackson said to himself with a small smile. Guess being friends with them for years wasn't a waste after all. He was about to lie down when he suddenly heard a loud scream outside. Jackson immediately went to check through his window. Their house was a 3-story and was located in a higher elevation, allowing him to watch the neighborhood clearly. Down below, a mother and her daughter were running across the street, screaming for help. A zombie was chasing them, getting closer every second, his hands clenching into fists. He didn't know them, but their fear felt like his own. The girl tripped, and her mother stopped to help her up. Run, get away, Jackson thought, clenching his fist. Suddenly, something popped into his head. Sniper system loading, host chosen. Congratulations, you have been chosen to possess the sniper system. Receiving newbie gift. DMR received precision variant. 5-round magazine. Semi-single shot operation equipped with suppressor. And a box containing 100 rounds. 20x5 received. System? What the heck? I got a cheat? Jackson gasped. So Cindy wasn't totally wrong. I actually got a cheat. He pushed the thought aside. Right now, he had to save those two. In his mind, he instantly knew how to summon the rewards, like the knowledge had been downloaded right into his brain. DMR equip. A long rifle appeared in his hands. It looked just like the marksman rifles from his games. A big, magazine-fed gun with a medium power scope and a thick suppressor on the end. Wow, this thing is heavy. He rested the rifle on a table. Without any real training, he just did what he'd seen in games and movies. He slid a 5-round magazine into the rifle with a click and adjusted the scope. At the distance of about 200 meters, Jackson saw the zombie running. When his target crossed the crosshair, he fired his first shot but missed. The rifle fired 1 round each time he pulled the trigger. For someone who'd never done this before, hitting a moving target was almost impossible without luck. Damn it! This is harder than I imagined, he thought, gritting his teeth. Jackson fired again and again, already running out of bullets. He aimed for the zombie's torso, hoping it would be easier to hit, but still missed every time. 20 meters. 15 meters. The zombie was getting closer and closer to the mother and daughter. Jackson quickly reloaded another round. Come on! Hit it already! He thought, his heart pounding. 10 meters. 5 meters. Adrenaline rushed through him as he fired like crazy. One lucky shot finally hit the zombie's leg, making it stumble. The mother and daughter immediately ran toward a safer spot while the zombie struggled to stand. It started crawling, trying to chase them, but it was moving slow and clumsy. Jackson peered through his window, sighing in relief. I wasted a lot of bullets, but at least they got away. Now then, Jackson loaded another round, his hands still shaking a little from the adrenaline. The zombie was slowing down, crawling all weird, giving him a chance. He took a deep breath, rested the rifle on the table, and aimed for the head. He squeezed the trigger, and the shot went wide, just clipping the side of its head. The zombie jerked, but didn't fall. Crap, Jackson muttered, his heart pounding. He realized he hadn't thought about the kickback. The rifle kicked back harder than he expected, messing up his aim. He adjusted his grip, sliding his hand a little lower on the stock, and focused on the crosshair. Another shot. This time it hit its shoulder. Not perfect, but the zombie stumbled, slowing down even more. He nodded to himself, quickly learning how much to make up for the kick, how to hold his breath, how to steady the scope. Finally, he breathed out slowly, lined up the crosshair at the zombie's head, and squeezed the trigger. The bullet hit perfectly. The zombie crumpled, Dead. Jackson leaned back in his chair, wiping sweat from his forehead. Phew. Finally. Took some practice, but I got there. Just then, a notification popped up in front of him. 1 EXP, 1 coin, and 0.01 speed obtained from the zombie. A reward? I actually get something from killing zombies? Jackson muttered, surprised. Wait, let me check this. Status window. A window suddenly appeared in front of him, glowing softly. Name Jackson. Level 0, 1/100. Age 24. Strength 8. Speed 7 plus 0.01. Agility 6. Intelligence 8. Stamina 8. Vitality 5. Stat points 0. Passive skill. Marksmanship. F gains instinctive knowledge on how to hold, aim, and fire a gun with minimal recoil and better control. Coins. 1. Used to purchase rifles, bullets, items, and upgrade weapons in the weapon shop. This is amazing. So I actually get stats from killing zombies? His eyes wide with excitement. Even though it was just a little bit, it felt real. He clicked through the menu. Let's see the shop. 3 tabs appeared on the screen, neatly organized and glowing faintly, waiting for him to explore. Gun store. DMR 2000 coins. Unlock more options by leveling up. Items and gear. Military provision 10 coins. Military knife 15 coins. Fire axe 20 coins. DMR bullet 100 rounds 20 coins. Binoculars 25 coins. Military bag 30 coins. Unlock more options by leveling up. Weapon upgrades. DMR. Ammo LVL. 0.27 coins. Magazine LVL. 0.21 coins. Body LVL. 0.29 coins. Muzzle LVL. 0.23 coins. Grip LVL. 0.24 coins. Scope LVL. 0.22 coins. Suppressor LVL. 0.11 coins. To get a cheat like this out of nowhere, where did it even come from? Jackson wondered. But the system didn't answer. It was just silent. Man, this could be a pain. Hope there isn't some big mission or saving the world thing later on, he said, shaking his head. Then he grinned. But honestly, this is perfect. I can just snipe and take out zombies from far away. This is the best. Suddenly, his phone started ringing and vibrating on the table. The screen flashed bright red with a loud alarm. Emergency alert. Caution, public health threat. Authorities have detected an unknown viral outbreak. Exposure may cause severe symptoms and rapid transmission. Stay indoors if possible. Report any symptoms immediately. This is a public safety emergency. Jackson stared at the message for a few seconds, stunned. His grin slowly disappeared. What the heck? He grabbed his phone and hurried downstairs. The sound of news reports was coming from the living room. His mom and 2 sisters were already there, their faces pale as they watched the same emergency broadcast on their phones. The TV turned on, showing scenes of crowded streets, people running, and soldiers blocking off highways. The news anchor's voice was shaking as she spoke, trying to sound calm. Then the screen changed. The president appeared behind a podium, surrounded by officers. He looked tired. To all citizens, this is an emergency announcement. An unknown viral infection has been confirmed in cities all around the country. The virus is spreading faster than we thought and is very dangerous. All infected people will be quarantined right away. Don't try to leave your homes. Lock your doors and stay inside until further notice. He paused, looking at the paper in front of him before continuing. We're working with the military and doctors to stop the spread. Hospitals are full and we're setting up new isolation zones. I'm asking everyone to stay calm and listen to what the authorities say. Stay away from crowded places, don't touch anyone, and report any signs of aggression, fever, or weird behavior. His voice got deeper as he spoke the next words. This isn't the time to panic. This is the time to stick together and be disciplined. We're working hard to protect our people and get things back to normal. Starting now, martial law is in effect. There will be curfews, and you can't travel unless you have to. To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to new episodes and updates. To everyone watching, your help will save lives. Stay inside, protect your families, and may God help us all. The screen went dark, showing the government seal. For a few seconds, nobody said anything. The only sound was the faint wail of sirens from somewhere outside. His mother's hands were shaking. His sisters sat still, holding their phones tight. It had only been a few hours, but news from all over the world was spreading like crazy. Videos showing people turning violent filled every social media feed and news broadcast. Across the cities, chaos broke out. Streets that used to have rallies and parades were now full of tens of thousands of infected people. Police, SWAT, Coast Guards, the Navy, Army, Special Forces, even the Air Force, every part of the military was being used. On live TV, the world watched in shock as soldiers formed lines, shields up, only to be torn apart seconds later. The infected didn't just run, they jumped high. They crashed into vehicles, climbed walls, and threw themselves into gunfire like wild animals. Jackson watched in disbelief, holding his phone tighter. Even the military can't stop them. He whispered. Outside, the sounds of ambulances and patrol cars wailed, echoing down the streets. The whole world felt like it was falling apart. It really is the zombie apocalypse. Is this the end of the world? Cindy whispered, her voice shaking as she hugged her knees. This is awful. So many people are dying. Isabel blurted out, her face pale, frowning as she stared at the screen. Good thing we stocked up on food. This should last us a few months, Natasha said quietly. Compared to her mom and sister, she seemed calmer, still worried, but already thinking about what to do next. Put your phones down, everyone, Jackson said softly. Let's turn this off. It's just making things worse. We'll get through this, okay? His mother looked at him and smiled a little. I'm happy to see my son stepping up. You don't seem scared at all, Isabel said. Her voice warmed despite the fear in her eyes. It's not like that. I am still scared, Jackson admitted. Natasha turned to him, her voice quieter than usual. I know I've been hard on you sometimes, but I gotta say, you were right about telling us to come home early. If you hadn't, we wouldn't be together right now. She looked away, whispering, good job. Yeah, brother, Cindy added. I was really surprised when you said there was an emergency. But I'm glad you did. We're alive and safe because of you, Jackson, Isabel said gently. Thank you. Jackson scratched his head, feeling awkward. Come on, stop it, guys. You're making it sound like I did something big. Then, a sudden scream echoed from outside, followed by low growls that sent chills down their spines. Jackson's face turned serious. Get to your rooms, stay put and rest. Don't worry, I'll check it out. Mom, can I sleep with you? Cindy asked, her voice shaking. Of course, sweetie, Isabel replied gently, putting her arm around her. She looked at her other daughter. What about you, Natasha? I'm fine, Natasha replied quietly. I'll stay here for a bit. All right, Jackson said. I'll start reinforcing the windows and doors. Lend me a hand if you've got time. Jackson and Natasha started reinforcing the windows with wooden planks and stacking furniture against the doors. The air outside felt heavy and tense, filled with distant sirens and the sounds of chaos spreading. Hours went by as they worked without stopping. The sound of helicopters and planes roared overhead every now and then, shaking the windows. Every so often, they'd hear people shouting for help outside. Neighbors, maybe even strangers running down the street. But their cries just drew the infected closer. One by one, the screams turned into horrifying growls. Jackson and Natasha saw it from the window. A man trying to fight off a zombie before getting dragged down. They froze, unable to look away. Then they silently went back to work, both trying to pretend they hadn't seen it. While Natasha held a wooden plank in place, Jackson hammered it tightly against the frame. Each bang echoed through the house, and every time a scream followed outside, she flinched. Natasha, Jackson called out. She looked up, her hands shaking a little. "You're not okay," he said. "Go upstairs with Mom and Cindy. I'll finish the rest." Natasha hesitated, biting her lip. She wanted to argue but couldn't think of anything to say. After a moment, she nodded quietly and went upstairs. Hour after hour, the number of zombies kept growing. Jackson worked as fast as he could, tightening the last planks and stacking the last of the furniture against the doors. When he was done, he leaned closer to a small gap between the wooden boards and peeked outside. Through that little hole, he could see the street and the houses across from them. One of the neighbors, a family that had stayed home, wasn't so lucky. As soon as the zombies heard noises from their house, they rushed toward it. Even with the doors and windows shut, it didn't matter. The infected slammed themselves against the barriers, breaking through everything until they finally forced their way inside. Jackson gripped the wooden frame tighter. "So they're drawn to sound. I need to tell Mom and my sisters. They have to be extra careful," he thought. "Good thing I reinforced everything earlier, before more of them showed up. If I'd waited any longer, the hammering might have brought them here." He stepped away and went back to his room, checking the street again through his window. "I used 12 rounds just to kill one zombie last time," he muttered to himself. "If it keeps going like this, I'll run out of ammo before I even earn enough coins to buy more." Jackson sat by the window, resting the rifle on a stack of books to steady his aim. He took a deep breath and scanned the streets again, looking for a good target. He decided to start with the closest ones, around 100 meters away. That way, even if he missed, the sound wouldn't attract anyone. His eyes caught sight of a zombie trapped in a crushed car. The creature struggled wildly, its seatbelt wrapping around its chest, keeping it stuck. "Perfect," Jackson murmured, adjusting his aim. He took his time, practicing what he'd seen in movies and games: steady breathing, firm grip, and positioning his shoulder to reduce the recoil. When the crosshair lined up with the zombie's head, he pulled the trigger. Thump! The bullet whizzed past and hit the car's roof instead. "Ugh, I missed," Jackson grunted, gritting his teeth. He steadied his breathing and aimed again. His hands were shaking a little, but he tried to calm down. Another shot, missed. Then another, still off. He breathed out slowly, trying to find his rhythm. "Come on, focus. Don't rush it," he murmured under his breath. He adjusted the scope, breathed out, and squeezed the trigger one last time. Thump! This time, the bullet went clean through the zombie's forehead. His body went limp, slumping against the seat. A small notification appeared in front of him. 1 EXP, 1 coin, and 0.01 agility obtained from the zombie. Jackson smiled a little. "Nice. Let's keep going like this," he thought, reloading another magazine. Jackson stayed by the window, sniping one zombie after another until it got dark. The streets got quiet except for distant groans echoing through the night. He finally felt it, the calm focus of a sniper, waiting, breathing, knowing the right moment to pull the trigger. He missed a lot, but every time he landed a shot, he felt a rush of satisfaction. By the time he stopped, 6 zombies lay dead on the streets. A faint glow flickered in front of him. 6 EXP, 6 coins, 0.02 speed and 0.04 strength obtained. "Not bad," Jackson muttered, rubbing his shoulder. "Feels like I'm actually getting stronger." Just as he was about to reload, thin smoke started rising from the rifle's barrel. "Huh? Why is it smoking?" He frowned, touching the warm metal. "Don't tell me it's overheating already." He looked closer and noticed the suppressor glowing a little. "Oh, it's this thing," he sighed. "Guess using it nonstop wasn't a good idea. I hope it doesn't break." Letting out a tired breath, Jackson willed the weapon away. The rifle disappeared from his hands like mist, vanishing into thin air. It was the only thing he could summon and unsummon whenever he wanted, like it had its own storage, unlike normal items that didn't have any storage in the system. He leaned back in his chair, stretching his sore arms. That's enough for today. The next morning, Jackson woke up to the sound of gunfire and distant zombie growls outside. Cindy burst into his room, her face pale with worry. "Brother, there are military trucks and soldiers outside. What should we do?" Still half asleep, Jackson quickly got up and looked out the window. 2 armored vehicles were rolling down the street, with about 15 soldiers riding on them. "They don't look like they're here to rescue anyone," he said quietly. "They're probably clearing the area of zombies." He turned to Cindy. "Tell Natasha and Mom to stay in their rooms. These zombies react to noise, so make sure everyone stays quiet and no one goes outside." "Okay, brother," Cindy said before hurrying out to warn the others. Jackson took a deep breath and summoned his DMR. Peering through the scope, he began watching the soldiers closely from the window. They were less than 2 blocks away, close enough for him to see their faces through the scope. "Soldiers! Help! I'm here!" A woman screamed as she rushed out of her house, waving her hands in panic. She ran straight toward the armored vehicles, her voice echoing down the empty street. "Ma'am, stay inside your home," one of the soldiers shouted. "It's not safe outside. Go back." But she didn't listen. Her cries just drew more unwanted attention. From the corners of nearby alleys, zombies started to stagger out, their heads snapping toward the sound of her voice. "Help me, please," she cried again, her voice shaking with fear. The soldiers aimed their rifles in her direction, trying to get a clear shot. "Move to the side. Ma'am, get out of the way," one of them yelled, but she kept running toward them, blinded by panic. "Run," a soldier shouted again, but his warning came too late. A zombie lunged from behind, tackling her to the ground. She screamed as its teeth sank deep into her shoulder, blood spraying across the pavement. The soldiers rushed forward, firing at the creature, but the damage was already done. From his window, Jackson lowered his rifle a little, his eyes narrowing as he clicked his tongue. "Why didn't you listen?" he thought. "That was just stupid." Jackson adjusted his rifle, his eyes focused through the scope. "This will be another chance to kill zombies," he thought. "They'll draw the horde and fight them head-on while I support from a distance. A win-win situation." Moments later, gunfire erupted outside. "To your positions, soldiers," a commanding voice shouted. "Fire." The soldiers unleashed a storm of bullets. Muzzles flashed, echoing through the street as they gunned down the woman, now turned, and the swarm of zombies closing in from all sides. Watching from his window, Jackson steadied his breathing and joined in. Each suppressed shot from his rifle dropped another target before it got too close to the soldiers. "Hope they don't clear all of them," he thought, tracking another target through his scope. "If they wipe them out, I'll be left with no prey." Down below, 2 soldiers took cover behind a vehicle. One of them glanced toward the fallen bodies nearby. "Hey, did you take those out?" he asked, confused. "I didn't see anyone aiming over there." "No, not me," the other replied, reloading his rifle. "Stay focused," their officer barked. "More are coming, front side." Jackson smirked a little as he reloaded another round. "Perfect. Keep them busy just like that." But the sound of gunfire had drawn even more of them. From every street and alley, zombies started sprinting toward the noise. They were too fast. Their twisted bodies moved like wild athletes, charging in from every direction. Within minutes, hundreds had already gathered. "Damn," Jackson muttered under his breath as he watched through the scope. "Isn't this a bit too much? How did they get here so fast?" He reloaded quickly and started firing again, each suppressed shot hitting its mark. "Start the car," the officer shouted. "We're pulling back. Move, move." The soldiers began retreating toward their vehicles, firing as they went. One by one, they climbed inside while covering each other, but the horde was already closing in. "Go. Step on it." The engine roared as the vehicle tried to push through, ramming into the crowd. Bodies slammed against the armored sides, blood smearing across the metal. Then, crack, crack. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed through the street. Jackson's eyes widened as he saw it. From every nearby house, infected burst through windows and doors, some leaping from second floors straight onto the vehicles and soldiers below. Infected from above. "Shoot them," one of the soldiers yelled. But the vehicle jerked violently as it sped down the cracked road, making it almost impossible for them to aim. Bullets flew wildly, missing their marks. Then one soldier screamed. An infected had landed on top of him, biting deep into his neck. That was only the beginning. More infected dropped from above, crashing onto the vehicles like predators. Soldiers fought back desperately, but they were outnumbered, their formation broken in seconds. Inside one of the cars, a zombie lunged at the driver. The man struggled, punching and pushing, but the fight caused him to lose control of the wheel. The vehicle swerved left and right before flipping over completely. Bang! It slammed against a nearby house, crushing part of the wall. The soldiers inside groaned, some crawling out, others didn't move. The horde was already upon them. No! Jackson gritted his teeth as he saw it happen. He adjusted his aim and started firing rapidly, trying to keep the swarm away from the few survivors still fighting. Thup! 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 Each suppressed shot dropped another infected, their heads bursting open one after another. But there were too many. For every zombie he killed, more came crawling from every corner. Before long, the swarm engulfed the overturned vehicle completely, dragging down the last of the soldiers as their screams filled the air. The other military vehicle kept moving, swerving left and right as it tried to escape. The soldiers inside fired out the windows, mowing down anything that came close. But there were too many. The streets were packed with infected, and no matter how fast the driver went, more kept flooding in from every corner. Zombies slammed against the sides of the vehicle, some even clinging onto it. The weight threw the car off balance until it skidded sideways. One of the tires burst, and the whole vehicle flipped onto its side with a loud crash. Moments later, the swarm caught up. The soldiers inside barely had time to scream before the infected tore through the metal doors, dragging them out one by one. Soon, nothing was left but silence and blood. "You've got to be kidding me," Jackson thought, his hands tightening around the rifle. They lost? Even with guns and vehicles? Now they've just brought more of those things here. He stayed still, watching from the window as the swarm spread through the neighborhood. He'd taken down dozens, but it hadn't been enough. Jackson hurried out of his room and went straight to his mom's. When he opened the door, he found all three of them huddled by the window, their faces pale. They had seen everything. "Brother, the soldiers. They died," Cindy said, her voice trembling, eyes filled with tears. "They just died like that," Isabel whispered, still in shock. "It's okay," Jackson said softly, moving closer. "We're going to be okay. Just stay quiet, and they won't find us." He reached out and gently patted their shoulders, trying to calm them down. After a moment, he looked at Isabel. "Mom, can you prepare something to eat? Just something light." "All right," Isabel said, nodding slowly. She stood up and headed toward the kitchen, still shaken but trying to keep herself busy. While Isabel was in the kitchen, Natasha remained by the window, her eyes fixed on the wrecked military vehicle down the street. Smoke still rose from it, and the faint sound of growls echoed in the distance. "We need to get those guns they left behind," she suddenly said. Her words caught both Jackson and Cindy off guard. "What are you saying, sis? That's dangerous," Cindy exclaimed. "Didn't you see what happened to those soldiers out there?" "I know that," Natasha replied sharply, frustration slipping through her tone. "Hey, calm down," Jackson said quietly. "Keep your voice down. They might hear us." Natasha took a deep breath, then lowered her head. "Sorry. Don't go out, sis." "Please," Cindy said, gripping her sister's hand tightly. "I don't want you to end up like them." Natasha gave a faint smile. "I'm sorry. Don't worry, I won't." Cindy frowned. "Then why do we even need those guns?" Natasha looked at both of them. "Because we can't rely on food and shelter alone. The world's falling apart, and soon it won't just be zombies we need to worry about. When things get desperate, people can be worse than monsters. We need weapons to protect ourselves." Jackson blinked, then smiled a little to himself. "You really are a strong-willed woman, sis," he thought. She had been shaken and scared yesterday, but now she looked calmer, already thinking about their next steps. Ever since they were kids, Natasha had always been like that. She could adjust to anything, no matter how bad things got. She always managed to stay composed and figure things out. Maybe if I hadn't received the system yesterday, I'd be relying on her too, Jackson thought. He looked at her and said softly, "We don't have to act now, sis. It's too dangerous to go outside. We'll wait until things calm down first." Natasha nodded. "Yeah, you're right." At the dining table, the four of them ate in uneasy silence. Every scrape of a spoon or rustle of clothing felt too loud. They tried to keep quiet, afraid that even the smallest sound might draw something's attention. From outside, faint growls and dragging footsteps echoed. The sounds were distant, but close enough to remind them of the danger lurking beyond their walls. Jackson glanced at his family. Among his sisters and mom, Cindy was the one struggling the most. Her hands shook as she ate, and every time a growl came from outside, her shoulders flinched. Natasha sat beside her, staying calm and composed, while their mother kept a brave face, though her tight grip on the spoon gave her fear away. Then, as Cindy reached for the water, her trembling hand slipped. The glass fell. Clack. The sharp sound echoed across the room. Everyone froze, hearts pounding, eyes darting toward the window. No one moved, and no one breathed. I'm sorry, Cindy whispered, her voice shaking. Jackson reached out and placed a hand on her arm. Calm down, Cindy. It's all right, he said quietly, though his eyes stayed fixed on the door. Then suddenly, thump, thump, a heavy banging sound echoed from the front gate. Everyone became still, their eyes turning toward the noise. Cindy's face turned pale, her hands shaking again. Natasha and Isabel exchanged worried looks, while Jackson slowly pushed his chair back, his eyes narrowing toward the sound. His hand hovered at his side, ready to summon his rifle if needed. Another thump followed, louder this time, as if something or someone was trying to break through. Then, a loud scream tore through the quiet morning. It came from the neighborhood, sharp and desperate. The banging at their gate stopped. Then they heard it. Multiple growls shifting direction, the sound of shuffling feet rushing toward the scream. Jackson breathed out, feeling his heartbeat slowly ease. That was close, he thought. Even if I managed to kill the zombie outside, the noise would only bring more of them, just like what happened to the soldiers. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Cindy whispered, tears welling in her eyes. It's fine, Jackson said softly. Just be careful next time. Isabel reached over and gently patted Cindy's hand. Come on, sweetie. Eat your food. It's all right now. They went back to their meal, each bite small and quiet. No one spoke again. After finishing, they silently returned to their rooms. As Jackson entered his room, he quietly closed the door behind him and sat on the edge of his bed. He summoned his system window, and a faint blue glow reflected across his face. Lines of text appeared in front of him, showing his current stats and available upgrades. He had collected 34 coins, enough to either upgrade his gear or buy another 100 rounds of ammo. His strength, speed, and stamina had also improved slightly. Plus 0.21 strength, plus 0.08 speed, and plus 0.05 stamina. There's still a bit of noise when I shoot, even with the suppressor, he muttered, tapping his chin. That could be dangerous, especially now that more of them are outside. All right, upgrade suppressor. A faint chime echoed in his mind. 11 coins spent. Suppressor LV.0 LV.1. He nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the glowing text. I still have 23 coins left, he said softly. I should save them, but better to be safe. Upgrade suppressor again. 13 coins spent. Suppressor LV.1 LV.2. Nice, Jackson whispered, a small smile forming on his lips. Let's see how it changed. He stood up, walked toward the window, and carefully peeked through the curtains. The streets were littered with broken cars and scattered bodies. Jackson summoned his rifle, its form materializing quietly in his hands. He adjusted the scope, his eyes scanning the street below for a target. Through the scope, Jackson looked toward the neighbor's house, the same one where the scream had come from earlier. The sight made his stomach tighten. The doors and windows were hanging loosely, Blood smeared across the walls and floor. Furniture was scattered everywhere, and what was left of the house looked as if it had been torn apart by wild beasts. He swallowed hard. Even reinforced doors and windows wouldn't hold forever. So even staying home might not be safe, he thought. If I really want to protect Mom and my sisters, I need to get stronger fast. He adjusted his aim and spotted a zombie crawling along the street. Its legs were twisted and broken, dragging itself forward with its hands. The rifle hissed softly as the bullet pierced its head. The sound was faint, much quieter than before, but still noticeable in the silence. Not bad, Jackson whispered, watching the body go still. It's a lot quieter now, though there's still a bit of sound. As long as they're not too close, they shouldn't hear it. He looked around and noticed several more crawling zombies scattered near the wrecked vehicles. Some were the ones that had survived the soldiers' attack, shot in the legs, left to writhe on the ground. Others looked crushed, likely run over when the military tried to escape. Taking a slow breath, Jackson adjusted his grip and began putting them down one by one, each quiet shot echoing softly through the air. Jackson finally finished off the last of the crawling infected, the faint sound of his shots fading. A small notification flickered before his eyes, plus 17 coins earned. He was about to check his stats when a distant cry broke through the stillness. Help! Jackson froze, then quickly turned his rifle toward the sound. Through his scope, about 400 meters away, he spotted a chubby young man running in panic down the street. Wait, isn't that Burggers? Jackson muttered, narrowing his eyes. Man, what the hell are you doing outside? He knew him, one of the few people he'd actually talked to in the neighborhood, someone he used to play with when they were younger. Jackson steadied his rifle and began taking aim. He took the shot, knowing it was beyond his comfortable range, hoping for luck. Damn it, you're too far, Burggers, he muttered after missing his first shot. The infected were closing in fast from behind, and even with his scope, the distance was too much. The farthest distance he could shoot accurately was 200 meters, but Burggers was over 300 away. Come on, don't go that way, Jackson whispered, tracking him through the scope. There are infected down that street. Huff! Huff! Anyone! Help! Help me! Burggers gasped as he ran down, his voice cracking from panic. Behind him, a swarm of infected chased relentlessly, their footsteps and growls echoing through the empty neighborhood. Up ahead was a wide intersection. He didn't stop to think, just ran and turned sharply at the corner, barely avoiding an infected that lunged at him from the opposite side. Left, right, he muttered breathlessly, zigzagging through the maze of streets. Every corner he turned, he tried the doors of nearby houses. Please open up. Somebody. He slammed his fist against a door, but there was no answer. Only the guttural moans of the infected closing in. Eyes wide with fear, Burggers pushed off the wall and sprinted again. Luck seemed to be on his side as he dodged through narrow alleys and turned just in time to avoid groups of zombies ahead. His breathing grew ragged, sweat dripping down his face, but he kept on running. Then he stopped. The road ahead was blocked by a tall wall. A dead end. Heart pounding, he turned back and dashed into the next corner, only to find another dead end. No, 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 he stammered, backing away as the sounds of growls grew louder. The swarm had caught up, filling the street behind him, their hollow eyes locking on him like predators finding prey. He was trapped. No, no, I don't want to die. Burggers gasped, his eyes darting around frantically for a way out. Then he spotted an electric post nearby. Without thinking twice, he ran toward it and leapt, wrapping his arms around the rough metal surface. It wasn't easy to climb. There were no proper grips, and his chubby frame made every move a struggle, but fear gave him strength. Bit by bit, he pulled himself higher, ignoring the pain in his arms and legs as the infected swarmed below, clawing and growling up at him. He looked down and breathed in relief. I did it. Actually. But before he could finish, one of the infected suddenly jumped and latched onto the post. Its filthy hands dug into the metal as it began climbing up after him, its eyes locked on his leg. Across his window, Jackson froze. What the hell? he muttered, his eyes widening as he saw it through the scope. You're joking, right? They can climb now. Burggers, meanwhile, was losing his mind. No, stay away, he screamed, tears streaming down his face as the infected drew closer and closer. His mouth opened wide, ready to bite. Mama, save me. Then, thup, the creature's head burst open, spraying blood and flesh across the post before its body dropped back to the ground. Burggers froze, staring wide-eyed at the corpse below. The dull thud of the body hitting the ground echoed in his ears. It took him a second to realize what just happened. Someone had shot the infected. Help! I'm here! Help me! He shouted, looking around wildly, but he couldn't tell where the shot had come from. Idiot! Don't shout, Jackson thought, tightening his grip on the rifle. You'll just attract more of them. Sure enough, another infected began crawling toward the post. It reached up, grabbing hold of the metal and pulling itself up. Thup, thup. 2 clean shots rang out, and both infected dropped instantly, their heads bursting open before they could even touch Burggers. From his window, Jackson stayed calm and focused. Ha! This actually got easier, he thought. The distance is perfect, and since they're climbing one by one, it slows them down a lot. A small grin tugged at his lips. Just hang in there, Burggers. We'll start farming some zombies. I'm going to save you. And with that, another round of quiet killing began. Thup, thup. Jackson fired again, then paused to reload. He glanced at the magazine and realized it was his last set of bullets. From the start until now, he'd already taken down dozens of infected, earning a total of 26 coins. Without wasting time, he opened the system store and focused his thoughts. DMR bullets, 100 rounds purchased. 20 coins spent. A small box appeared out of thin air beside him. He placed it on the table and turned back to check on Burggers. Below, the bodies of the infected were accumulating beneath the post, forming a gruesome pile that reached nearly halfway up. Jackson realized it was making it easier for the remaining zombies to climb. Despite his efforts, more than a dozen still lingered, drawn by the sound of the gunfire. Burggers saw it too. His arms trembled as he clung to the post, sweat beading on his forehead. He struggled to hold on, the strain becoming unbearable. Hey, I can't hold on much longer, he called out, his voice strained. Desperate, Burggers scanned his surroundings for an escape. His eyes landed on an open window a short distance away. He glanced down at the infected below. Their jaws snapped hungrily, as if anticipating the taste of his flesh. Burggers trembled, anxiety coursing through him. His arms felt weak, his grip slipping, but he forced himself to take a deep breath. 3, 2, 1. He pushed off the post, throwing himself at the window with everything he had left. He didn't quite make it. His body slammed hard against the wall, but his hands caught the edge of the window. He clung there, muscles screaming, holding on for dear life. I am not going to die a virgin, he yelled through clenched teeth. With a final surge of strength, he hauled himself up and tumbled awkwardly through the window, landing in a heap inside. Up above, Jackson let out a sigh of relief. Burggers had helped him take down more zombies than he could even count. If the guy had died out there, it would have weighed on his conscience. Stay safe in there, Burggers, Jackson murmured, letting out a long, tired breath. His shoulder was throbbing from the constant recoil, and now that the adrenaline was wearing off, he could finally feel the ache in his hands and arms. Jackson slowly closed the window, pulling the curtains shut. He opened Discord to check in on the others. Only a few were online. How's it going in your areas? Jackson typed. Almost immediately, replies started popping up. Bad. I take it back, man. I don't want a zombie apocalypse anymore. Seriously, what's with these zombies? Why are they so strong? This is nothing like I imagined. I thought this was going to be my moment to shine, but I'm shit scared to even peek out the window. Jackson scrolled down, reading more complaints. Everyone was in shock. These weren't the slow, shambling zombies they'd seen in movies. These things moved like athletes. They could jump crazy high, climb walls, react to the smallest sound, and they were way stronger than any normal person. At this point, no average person stood a chance unless they had a weapon or some serious training. That was the reality of it. The world wouldn't be falling apart if the zombies were the slow, grandma type that just looked scary. Regular people would have a decent shot at running and hiding. And soldiers? They wouldn't have any trouble at all. That's why Jackson always thought those grandma zombie scenes in movies were ridiculous. Okay, maybe a few people would get caught off guard, but there was no way the world would actually end, and no way the military would be taken down by those things. He took a deep breath and pulled up his status window. Strength plus 0.17, stamina plus 0.11, vitality plus 0.11. Seriously? This is all I'm getting? He muttered to himself. There's got to be a better way to get stronger than just killing zombies. What if I actually trained? Like, did push-ups or something? After resting for a bit, he started unbuttoning his shirt. Well, let's see if this works. Hours later, there was a soft knock on Jackson's door, and Isabel peeked inside. Jackson, where are you? Her voice was soft as she called out. She walked towards the bed, then stopped short, surprised to see Jackson on the floor, shirtless, doing push-ups. Mom? Jackson pushed himself up slowly, sweat sliding down on his chest. He wasn't ripped or anything, but he was in decent shape, with just a little bit of softness around the edges. What are you doing, Jackson? Isabel asked, a little flustered, her eyes flicking from his chest down to his stomach almost without her meaning to. Nothing, just figured I should probably do something instead of just lying around all day, Jackson said, scratching the back of his head. The movement made the muscles in his arms flex. Did you need something, Mom? He asked. It's lunchtime. Come down and eat with us. Okay, Mom. I'll be down in a few minutes. Isabel watched him walk into the bathroom, her eyes lingering on his back. Her cheeks felt a little warm. What's wrong with me? He's my son. Why am I even thinking like that? She whispered to herself, shaking her head before heading downstairs. Meanwhile, Jackson stepped out of the shower, a small smile playing on his lips. He checked his status window. Strength plus 0.10. That was the result of 2 solid hours of push-ups, pushing himself until he couldn't do another one. Not bad at all, he muttered, feeling a little proud of himself. I could do this whenever I need to clear my head after all that sniping. At the dining table, the 4 of them ate in silence, each with a bowl of chicken soup in front of them. Did you guys see the news? Natasha whispered suddenly. What did it say? Isabel asked, looking up. They're saying the government's starting mandatory recruitment for all men, Natasha replied. The table went quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to Jackson. They're not taking my son, Isabel said immediately, pulling him into a tight hug. Yeah, we'll hide you when they come, brother, Cindy added, nodding seriously. Calm down, Mom, Jackson mumbled, feeling Isabel's softness against his face. They can't just do that. Remember, we're stuck here. Oh, Isabel said, realizing her mistake and loosening her grip. She glanced at Jackson, noticing his slightly flushed face. That was dumb of me. I forgot, she said awkwardly. Jackson's right, they can't really enforce that on people they can't get to. They're only reinforcing these in safe zones, Natasha whispered. Safe zones? There are actual safe zones? Isabel asked, her eyes widening. Yeah. From what I saw, the government's set them up all over the country. I'm guessing. No, I'm pretty sure. Those soldiers who came this morning were part of that. They were trying to clear the area, Natasha said, sounding confident. They didn't make it here, but some probably succeeded somewhere else. Safe zones. That sounds nice, actually. Maybe we can still count on the government, Jackson muttered. I wouldn't get your hopes up, Natasha warned. Now that it's all over the news, everyone's going to be rushing there. More people means more problems and a bigger chance of getting infected. So what do you think we should do, sis? Cindy asked. It's just a guess, but I think we should stay put for now and see what happens. If those safe zones actually hold up and stay safe, then we can think about going, Natasha said. And I don't think they've completely given up on this area either. I saw some zombies getting taken out outside a while ago. Didn't see anyone, so it must have been a sniper. But it's weird. I thought all the soldiers here were dead," she added, looking thoughtful. "Really? Maybe there's someone still out there," Jackson said, chuckling a little. While the others started clearing the table, Cindy kept peeking through the cracks in the reinforced window. Everything seemed quiet until she spotted something moving. "Brother, there are people out there," she whispered. "Not soldiers, are they?" "Let me see," Jackson said, getting up. They all crowded around the window, peering through the gaps. They saw 4 guys and 1 woman, each carrying some kind of weapon: baseball bats, crowbars, and axe. They were creeping along the street, moving quietly and carefully. Jackson followed their path with his eyes. "They're heading toward the military vehicles," he said, analyzing the situation. "You're right," Cindy whispered. "There are fewer zombies out there now, probably because of that sniper Sis mentioned. These guys must be taking advantage of it." "TCH, they're after the guns too," Natasha said, frowning. "We need to get out there before they do." "No, we're not going anywhere," Jackson said firmly, stopping her. "I saw zombies around the corners. It's still too risky." "Didn't you say you'd help me?" "We have to take the chance now," Natasha insisted. "Sis, listen to me," Jackson said, his voice serious. "Nobody's going out there." Even though it looked like there were fewer infected, Jackson knew from his sniping earlier that many were still lurking around the corners. "Don't let her go out there. If she tries, stop her, Mom," Jackson said, his voice firm. "What's that supposed to mean?" Natasha asked, frowning at him. "I'm serious. I'll drag you back myself if I have to," Jackson said, staring into her eyes, refusing to take no for an answer. "Hey, stop it, you two. No fighting, we're family. Let's just talk about it," Isabel said, trying to defuse the tension. "I'm not trying to fight you, sis," Jackson said softly, reaching for Natasha's hand. "Believe me, I'm not trying to boss you around. I just don't want anything to happen to you." "Humph," Natasha muttered, pulling her hand away, but a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Jackson leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Don't do anything reckless, Natasha." She didn't look at him, but the blush was still there. "I'll keep watch from upstairs. Don't worry about the weapons, I've got a plan," Jackson said, heading back to his room. "Brother seems different than usual," Cindy whispered. "I kinda like him this way," Isabel murmured, almost without thinking. "What was that?" Cindy asked, turning to her. "Huh? Did I say something?" Isabel asked, looking surprised. As Jackson reached his room, he summoned his rifle and started upgrading his suppressor right away. He still wasn't satisfied with the sound it made when firing. His goal was to make it completely silent. 17 coins spent. Suppressor LV.2 LV.3. 22 coins spent. Suppressor LV.3 LV.4. He used up all 39 of his remaining coins, but it felt worth it. Not only did it make the gun even quieter, but he also noticed that it wasn't overheating like it used to. Turning his eyes back to the street, Jackson spotted the group below. 3 of them looked like college kids, and the other 2 were an older man and woman, crouching quietly against a wall. Just past the wall, there was an open street where 3 infected were wandering around. That was one thing Jackson had learned about them: they didn't just stay still until they heard something. They were always moving, pacing back and forth like restless people who couldn't calm down, even without any prey nearby. As the group started to move again, the middle-aged guy in front stopped and peeked around the corner. He saw 3 zombies wandering around in the street. He turned back to the others and signaled for them to be quiet. If they wanted to make it to the next wall, they'd have to sneak past without being spotted. He waited for the right moment when the zombies had their backs turned, then dashed across quickly, reaching the other side without being seen. Once there, he motioned for his companions to follow. "This isn't gonna go well," Jackson thought, clicking his tongue. The first guy was quick, but the others didn't look nearly as coordinated. After a brief pause, he sighed. "Guess I should probably help them out." He adjusted his aim, whispering to himself. "Distance about 100 meters. Focus. Even if they move, gotta anticipate it. Headshots only." He slowed his breathing, steady and calm. Then, just as the woman started to run, one of the infected turned around. It was about to growl when a small hole suddenly appeared in its head, blood spraying in the air before it collapsed to the ground. 1 EXP, 1 coin, and 0.01 stamina obtained from the zombie. Jackson ignored the notification that popped up and focused on the next infected. Thup, thup. 2 more zombies dropped in quick succession. 3 headshots in a row, clean and precise. He rarely landed that many hits on moving targets. It showed how much his aim had improved compared to before. Down below, the middle-aged guy noticed the zombies suddenly dropping dead. He looked around, confused, trying to figure out where the shots were coming from. When he couldn't see anyone, he gave a quick bow in a random direction, figuring someone had just saved their butts. Then he quietly signaled for his group to keep moving. They reached another corner and were almost clear when an infected wandered close to their path. The man quickly signaled for everyone to get down, and they crouched behind a van, holding their breath. Damn, the van's blocking my view. Can't help them with this one, Jackson thought, narrowing his eyes. The group tried to crawl around the van, careful not to make a sound. The infected circled the vehicle, letting out a low growl. Its nose twitched again and again, like it was sniffing something. Then suddenly it dropped to the ground. Its roar echoed through the empty streets, and the distant moans of other infected began to rise as they turned toward the sound. Run! The middle-aged guy yelled, taking off. The others followed right behind him, their target the military vehicle that was a little over 100 meters away. Oh, come on! How did that thing find them? Jackson thought, still confused about how the zombie had suddenly spotted the group. From every corner, infected started to appear, drawn by the noise. Their twisted figures rushed out of the shadows, hungry and fast. Thup, thup. Jackson fired a few shots, but this time he missed. The infected were moving too fast, darting around like crazy. Suddenly, one of the creatures lunged out of a side street and tackled a young guy to the ground. Help! He yelped. The guy screamed as the infected started tearing into him. The other 2 swung their bats like crazy, trying to help him, but before they could even react, another infected came crashing in from the other side, dragging one of them down too. No! The woman screamed, horrified. The middle-aged guy grabbed her arm and pulled her away. The last young guy, shaking like a leaf, turned and ran with them, leaving the screams of their friends behind. While the 2 victims were being devoured, the feeding frenzy distracted the other infected for a few seconds, giving the survivors a chance to get away. They ran as fast as they could, dodging the infected that were coming from everywhere. Fighting wasn't even an option. 1 slip up and they were dead. 50 meters. 20. 10. They finally made it to the military vehicle. The woman got there first and scrambled to open the door, but before she could even touch it, a zombie soldier inside lunged out and bit her in the neck. She screamed as she was dragged down. The middle-aged guy roared and swung his axe, hitting the zombie in the head with everything he had. The axe sank deep, splitting its skull. The infected went limp, but it was too late. The woman was on the ground, twitching as blood poured from her neck. Gritting his teeth, the guy yanked the gun out of the dead soldier's hands and started blasting at the infected that were closing in. His last friend finally made it to the vehicle too and grabbed another rifle. Together, they started shooting at the horde while Jackson covered them from a distance. Gunfire echoed through the street, loud bursts mixed with Jackson's quieter shots. Then click, click. The young guy's weapon was empty. He pressed the trigger again and again, but no bullets came. Shit, he yelled. Before he could reload, one of the infected tackled him to the ground. His screams filled the air, followed by the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart. The middle-aged guy tried to pull his friend away, but before he could, a huge zombie, at least 6 feet tall, came out of nowhere and slammed into him, sending him flying. This one was different. It didn't just bite like the others. It actually shoved away the other infected that were trying to get to the guy, like it wanted him all to itself. The guy groaned, slowly lifting his head. His eyes went wide when he saw the huge zombie standing over him. Its mouth twisted into a sick grin. Then, instead of biting, it threw a punch right at his face. Crack. It didn't stop there. Like a crazed beast, the zombie kept punching and kicking him over and over, each hit breaking bones and sending blood flying. The guy screamed, but the sounds faded into gurgles as his body was being destroyed. And it didn't just punch, it watched between each blow, like it was studying the pain it was causing. "Stop it, you goddamn freaks," Jackson hissed, fury building up inside him as he fired shot after shot. Thup, thup, thup. He tried to aim for the big one, but the other infected kept getting in the way. Minutes passed before the cries finally stopped. The street went quiet except for the groans of feeding zombies. Jackson pulled back from the scope, his stomach twisting. He leaned to the side and threw up. What in the rotten hell was that? He thought, wiping his mouth with a trembling hand. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and looked through the scope again. Most of the group had already turned into infected, their bodies twitching on the ground. Only the middle-aged man's corpse remained, half-eaten, surrounded by the feeding horde. He didn't turn? What's going on? Jackson thought, his eyes narrowing. Confusion quickly turned into anger as he started firing at the infected gnawing on the man's body. Thup, thup. The zombies dropped one by one, but then Jackson saw it, the big one. It slowly lifted its head, its mouth covered in blood and bits of flesh. For a second, it just stared right at him through the scope. Then, its lips curled into a sick grin, showing rows of teeth stained with blood. Jackson's breath caught in his throat. The thing was smiling at him. Then, it stood up and started running straight towards him. That bastard saw me. Jackson cursed under his breath and steadied his aim. It was about 200 meters away, but the thing was moving crazy fast, weaving back and forth. His first few shots missed. Thup, thup. All right then, come on, Jackson thought, forcing himself to stay calm. He slowed his breathing and waited for the right moment instead of just rushing his shots. 100 meters. 80. 50. Thup. Missed again. 30 meters. 20. Thup. The bullet tore through the zombie's shoulder, making it stumble and roll across the street. It got back on its feet, hissing. Then thup. Clean hit. The bullet went right through its forehead, leaving a huge hole as the body fell to the ground. 10 EXP, 15 coins, and 0.10 stamina obtained from the zombie. You have leveled up to 1. Jackson let out a sharp breath, finally exhaling. He'd been holding it in the whole time he was sniping, like someone diving deep underwater. His hands were still shaking a little, a mix of anxiety, tension, and fear running through him. He'd felt for the first time what it was like to be hunted by those things. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. That was a weird one, he muttered to himself. In novels and games, zombies always mutate. Are they actually starting to mutate for real? Even though that zombie didn't seem physically different, the way it tortured that guy before killing him was something else. He adjusted his scope and looked back at the middle-aged guy. The remaining zombies tore at his body, leaving almost nothing but bones. That was about 200 meters away, and that thing spotted me when the others didn't. It wasn't just strong and fast, it had crazy good eyesight too, he thought, making a mental note to remember it for the future. He glanced down at his clothes and looked around his room. I need to blend in better. Snipers are always camouflaged in the movies. Maybe there's something I can use from the system shop. I should check that out later. He turned his attention back to the zombies in the distance. It's not just that big one that was weird. Before that, that one infected that spotted the group earlier, leading to all this. It acted strange too, like its sense of smell was way better than normal. He thought back to it, but Jackson shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Doesn't matter what they are now, I just need to get stronger fast. He went back to sniping, taking out the rest of the infected that were still eating the guy's body. 8 more dropped under his shots, their heads exploding quietly in the distance. A few minutes later, the street was empty. Any infected he hadn't killed had wandered off, moving around restlessly like they always did. Jackson finally let himself breathe. He relaxed his shoulders, which were starting to ache, and opened his status window to check his progress. Name Jackson Hawk. Level 1. 28/110. Age 24. Strength, 8.61. Speed, 7.18. Agility, 6.10. Intelligence, 8.01. Stamina, 8.27. Vitality, 5.11. Stat points 1. Passive skill. Marksmanship, F+ gains instinctive knowledge on how to hold, aim, and fire a gun with minimal recoil and better control. Coins, 43. He was a little surprised that leveling up didn't automatically boost any of his stats. The only gains he'd gotten were from actually killing zombies. So it's not like the games after all, he muttered, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Still, to make himself feel a little better, he had gotten 1 stat point. Guess the system's not that generous. Huh? I've still got a long way to go. But at least my marksmanship skill went up to F+. Can't complain too much about that. For now, he decided to ignore the new items in the system shop. His body was aching all over, and he needed sleep more than anything else. He went over to his bed and flopped down. As soon as he closed his eyes, darkness took over, falling into a deep, heavy sleep. Day 3 after the outbreak. Jackson slowly opened his eyes, squinting at the sunlight streaming through the window. He'd only meant to rest for a few hours, but he'd somehow slept all night. He must have been more exhausted than he thought after everything that happened yesterday. His stomach growled, reminding him that he'd skipped dinner. He stretched, took a quick shower, and headed downstairs. In the kitchen, he saw his mom already making breakfast. The smell of warm soup and eggs filled the air. "Jackson, you're awake," Isabel said quietly when she saw him. "You didn't eat with us yesterday. Everything okay?" "Sorry, I was just too tired and fell asleep," he said. They were both talking in hushed tones, like they'd gotten used to whispering to avoid attracting zombies. "Don't push yourself too hard with all that training," Isabel said, her voice gentle but concerned. "Yeah, I know, Mom," he replied, scratching the back of his head and giving her a small smile. A few minutes later, Natasha and Cindy came down from their rooms. "Everyone's here," Isabel said, her voice still low. "Food's ready. Come on, let's eat." While they were eating quietly, Natasha kept glancing at Jackson. She was barely touching her soup, her eyes fixed on him. "What's up, sis? You look like you want to say something," Jackson asked, noticing her staring. "You were right yesterday," Natasha said softly. "That group that went after the guns. I saw what happened. They didn't make it." The table went silent. Even Cindy stopped eating. "That's how dangerous it is out there," Jackson said, his voice firm. "We need to be careful and not go out unless we absolutely have to." The 3 women nodded. But Natasha hesitated, frowning. "Something's weird." "What is it?" he asked. "When you went upstairs, that sniper showed up right after. Are you—" Thud. The sound of something heavy hitting metal cut her off. Thud, 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 came again, louder this time. Everyone froze, their eyes darting towards the direction of the noise. "What's that sound?" "It's coming from the gate," Cindy whispered, her voice shaky. Jackson immediately stood up and went to the reinforced window. He leaned in close, peering through the small gap. He saw it, one infected slamming its body against their gate, trying to break through. "A zombie," Jackson muttered, frowning. As soon as he said it, the whole atmosphere changed. Fear and tension filled the room. "Why's it here? We didn't make any noise, did we?" Cindy asked, her voice anxious. "The sound's gonna attract more of them. We need to take care of it fast," Natasha said. She tightened her grip on the small knife she was holding. Fear was clear in her eyes, but she tried her best to hide it. Jackson was confused too. He was certain they hadn't done anything to draw an infected near. He was about to head upstairs and take a shot from the 2nd floor when suddenly, they all froze. The zombie's pale hand reached through the bars, its fingers wrapping around the gate's latch. A faint click echoed, and slowly, the gate started to creak open. "What the hell?" Jackson muttered, his eyes wide. "It opened the gate?" He stood there, frozen, his mind racing. The image of that weird, huge zombie from yesterday flashed in his head. Another mutation? No, this isn't just mutation. It's like they're remembering how to do things. He looked back at the others. Their faces were pale, their mouths slightly open, all staring at the same horrifying sight. Teach that zombie, how could it just... Natasha whispered, unable to finish the sentence. Mom. Cindy. Natasha, Jackson said sharply, snapping them out of their daze. Go upstairs and lock yourselves in your rooms. What are you going to do? Natasha asked, her voice trembling. Before Jackson could answer, bam! A loud crash echoed through the house. This time it wasn't the gate. The sound was coming from the front door. The furniture they'd piled against it rattled and shifted with every hit. It's already here, Isabel whispered, her hands shaking. Upstairs. Now, Jackson said firmly, pushing them towards Isabel's room. Wait for me here. Mom, lock the door, he added quickly before turning away. Brother, wait, where are you going? Cindy called out, but Jackson was already heading downstairs. He pulled up his system window as he moved. Without even thinking, he opened the store and picked a weapon. 20 coins spent. Fire axe successfully purchased. A moment later, the red-handled axe appeared in his hand. Felt solid and heavy, way better than a kitchen knife. From the way the door was positioned, sniping wasn't an option. The thing was too close, and the rifle wouldn't work. He had no choice but to face it head-on. Good thing I took out a bunch of those things yesterday, he thought, tightening his grip on the axe. But I need to end this quick, before more of them show up. He took a deep breath, walked towards the door, and started moving the furniture that was blocking it. Can I really do this? Jackson thought, staring at the doorknob, which was shaking from the force of the hits. His heart was pounding in his chest. I can't hesitate now. If I screw this up, Mom and my sisters. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the axe handle. The wood felt slick against his sweaty hands. He swallowed hard, stepped closer, and slowly unlatched the lock. He took a step back, raised the axe, and got ready. Just like in the movies, he told himself. Swing when it comes. The next second, the door burst open with a loud bang. The infected lunged in, its jaw hanging open, drool dripping from its mouth. Its cloudy eyes were locked right on him. Jackson didn't wait. He swung the axe with everything he had, aiming for its head. But the blade just sliced through empty air. The zombie had ducked at the last second like a normal person would, instead of just mindlessly charging forward. Shit, Jackson hissed, his eyes wide. The creature twisted upward, letting out a guttural snarl as it launched itself toward him. Its jaw snapped shut just inches from his face. Like hell you will, he thought. He willed his system to activate. Agility +1. A rush of heat spread through his body, and suddenly he felt lighter and quicker. His instincts took over. He dropped low, twisting to the side as the zombie flew past him. The air stank of rot as it brushed by. Without even thinking, Jackson let go of the axe and rammed his shoulder forward, hitting the infected with everything he had. The impact sent both of them crashing backward. The zombie stumbled, its arms flailing, and fell hard to the floor with a wet thud. Jackson stepped back, breathing hard, and grabbed his axe from the floor. The thing twitched and snarled, its cloudy eyes fixed on him again. He gripped the handle with both hands, raised the axe high, and swung down hard. But the infected twisted its head to the side in a way that didn't seem natural, bones cracking as it moved. The blade smashed into the floor, sparks flying from the metal. Jackson's eyes widened. This bastard. It knew how to avoid fatal blows. Before he could even pull the axe back, the zombie lunged again, letting out a roar that rattled his chest. Jackson stumbled to the side, barely dodging its grasp. Up close, the thing was terrifying. Its face was half torn apart, flesh hanging off its jaw, and it smelled thick and rotten, making him want to throw up. Came at him again, faster this time. Jackson didn't have time to think. He jammed the axe handle between them just as the zombie's mouth snapped shut. The force knocked him backward, and they both crashed to the ground, the infected on top, its teeth gnashing just inches from his throat. Jackson struggled to keep the handle steady, his arms shaking from its unnatural strength. The creature's breath stank as it pressed closer, inch by inch. Shit, no. He thought, his strength fading. Then, thwack. A loud crack echoed through the room. A chair smashed into the zombie's side, sending it rolling off him. Jackson blinked, gasping for air, then looked up. Natasha. He breathed. Without hesitating, he jumped to his feet, grabbed his axe again, and swung with everything he had. The blade finally connected this time. It sank deep into the zombie's skull with a sickening crunch, ending the fight for good. 10 EXP, 15 coins, and 0.10 intelligence obtained from the zombie. Jackson breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling fast. Sweat was dripping down his face as he turned to Natasha. I told you to stay in the room, he said, still trying to catch his breath. You idiot! Natasha suddenly ran to him and threw her arms around him, hugging him tight. Her hands were shaking as she held on. Don't ever do that again. Jackson froze for a second, then sighed softly and patted her head. I'm sorry, sis. She pulled back a little and looked up at him, her eyes filled with worry. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Thanks to you, Jackson said, managing a small smile. You saved my ass back there. Then something clicked in his mind. Wait, the door. He turned quickly and peeked outside. The street was still empty. No groans, no movement. He finally let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Natasha, help me carry this one, Jackson said, pointing toward the corpse. Got it, Natasha replied, wiping the tears from her eyes. Together, they dragged the limp, bloody body outside the gate and dropped it on the street. Jackson locked the gate tight, his eyes lingering on the latch. An infected. Opening a gate now, Natasha whispered, her voice barely audible. Yeah, Jackson muttered, frowning. Help me block it, sis. The two of them struggled to move a heavy cabinet from inside the house. Little by little, they carried it to the gate and pushed it hard against the latch. Now, even if another zombie tried to open it, the cabinet would hold. It wouldn't be easy to move. When they were finally sure it was secure, they went back inside, locked the door, and piled more furniture against it for extra protection. Jackson leaned back and took a deep breath, his body still tense but slowly starting to relax. Natasha sat next to him, her face pale but calm. Jackson. That zombie, she started quietly. I know, he said, nodding. I need to tell you something, but first, go get Mom and Cindy. A few minutes later, Natasha returned with the two. Cindy's eyes were red and swollen. Brother. I'm sorry, she cried as she ran to him. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. My body just froze in fear. I'm so useless. Jackson caught her in his arms, his heart softening. Jackson. Isabel's voice trembled. Guilt was written all over her face. I should have done something. I left everything to you again. Mom, Cindy, Jackson said gently, patting Cindy's back. It's okay. You don't need to blame yourselves. I told you to stay inside. But, brother, Cindy whispered through tears. Jackson said softly. I told you I'm fine. Jackson. Forgive us. Isabel murmured, stepping closer and wrapping her arms around both of them. Natasha, who had been watching silently, felt her chest tighten. She joined the hug too, holding them close. For a moment, the four of them stayed that way, quiet and tired, holding on to the warmth that still remained between them amidst the horror outside. Jackson, why did you bring us in here? Isabel asked softly as they walked into his room, her eyes looking around in confusion. Jackson stood in front of them, looking calm but feeling tense inside. He took a deep breath before speaking. There's something I need to tell you guys. What do you need, brother? We're here. Cindy asked right away, her face serious. Jackson met their eyes one by one. I was the one sniping those zombies yesterday. Silence filled the room. The three of them stared at him, speechless. What do you mean? Natasha asked, frowning. Don't joke like that, Jackson. You don't even have a goo. Before she could finish, something shimmered in the air beside him. A rifle appeared in Jackson's hands. Cindy and Isabel gasped, their hands covering their mouths. Natasha's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her face. How did you do that? Natasha stammered, pointing at the rifle in Jackson's hands, her fingers shaking. Jackson let out a small laugh at their reactions. Now you believe me, right? That I'm the sniper? Jackson, what did you do? Is this some kind of magic trick? Where did you even get that thing? Isabel asked, her voice full of worry. That's what I'm about to tell you, Jackson said calmly. 2 days ago. He started explaining everything, from randomly getting the sniper system to killing zombies and earning coins. So you're saying you got a system that lets you buy rifles and stuff with coins, and you have to kill zombies to get those coins? Natasha repeated, trying to wrap her head around it all. That's right, Jackson confirmed, explaining the basics of the system. Brother, that's amazing, Cindy exclaimed, practically jumping into his arms for a hug. Does this mean you're like a real-life main character? I'm not. I'm your brother, Jackson said, shrugging with a small smile. Sniper system. I still don't get any of this, Isabel said quietly, her voice full of disbelief and confusion. Don't worry too much about it, Mom, Jackson said gently. Just know that this is something that's going to help us survive all this chaos. Isabel nodded slowly, relief in her eyes. Thank you for telling us, Jackson. You're welcome. This system. It's strange, but it's the reason we're still alive. Then he opened his system store. 25 coins spent. Binoculars successfully purchased. The binoculars appeared in his hands. Natasha, Cindy, I can't watch the house by myself. I need you to help me keep an eye on the zombies, he said, handing the binoculars to Cindy. You just want me to keep watch? Cindy asked, tilting her head. Yeah, it's important, Jackson said, his voice serious. The zombies are changing. That weird big one yesterday. And now this one that could open gates. Plus, it attacked here out of nowhere, which means it probably has some way of sensing us. I get it, brother. So you want me to watch for the weird ones? Exactly, we can't let them get close again. I'll help her. We can take turns, Natasha added. Thanks, sis, Jackson said, giving her a grateful smile. While the streets were clear, showing no infected around, Jackson decided to train first. Cindy and Natasha watched from their windows with binoculars, ready to alert him if any infected appeared so he could snipe them. Meanwhile, Isabel went downstairs to clean the bloodstains left by that strange zombie. 46. 47. Jackson grunted, sweat dripping off his chin as his arms shook. He was breathing hard and heavy, the sounds echoing in the room. His muscles were burning, but he pushed through the last few reps. He let out a sharp breath and collapsed onto the mat, his chest heaving. Damn, that's 50, he muttered, wiping the sweat off his forehead. After resting for a bit, he stood up. All right, squats next. He crossed his arms over his chest and started counting again. His thighs started to burn pretty quickly, but he didn't stop. 90. 91. His legs were shaking like crazy, his muscles screaming, but he kept going, feeling the deep ache in his thighs. Suddenly, the door swung open. Jackson, have you seen Natasha? Froze mid-sentence, her eyes widening when she saw him. What are you doing? Jackson froze, a little embarrassed. Squats, he mumbled. It always felt weird being caught working out at home. Natasha blinked, her cheeks flushing as she took in the sight of him. He was half naked, wearing only his shorts. You could have at least put on a shirt, she mumbled, quickly averting her gaze. Jackson rubbed the back of his neck, feeling just as embarrassed. Didn't think anyone would walk in. For a second, the room was awkwardly quiet. She tried to act normal, but her eyes kept glancing at him. Jackson chuckled softly, shaking his head. Why don't you join me? Working out together makes it less awkward. She blinked, caught off guard. Me? I don't really work out. You should. It'll help if we ever need to run from zombies. Fine. Then I'll join you tomorrow, she said, her face still a little red, before hurrying out of the room. As he turned back to his exercises, Natasha glanced at him one more time, a small smile tugging at her lips. Somehow, seeing him focused and inviting her along made her chest feel warm. Strength plus 0.10. Just as Jackson finished his workout, Cindy came rushing in. "Brother, I spotted an infected. But this one, it's acting really weird." Jackson's expression turned serious. "Good job, Cindy. Show me." He followed her to her room, and through her window he raised his rifle and looked through the scope. About 250 meters away, near the gate of another house, he saw a zombie that looked different. It was wearing a business suit, still clutching a suit bag in one hand. Kept knocking on the gate, over and over, while holding a phone up to its ear with the other hand. If it weren't for the blood dripping down its face, Jackson might have mistaken it for a living person. "Did you see it, brother?" "It's been doing that for more than 5 minutes now," Cindy said, still staring through the binoculars. "Doesn't seem like that smartest zombie I fought this morning," Jackson replied, studying the zombie's movements. "If it was, it would have already opened the gate. This one's more like a trace of its old habits, something it used to do when it was still alive. So it's like their bodies still remember things they used to do?" "That's creepy," Cindy muttered. Jackson didn't answer. He adjusted his scope, took a steady breath, and aimed for the head. Thup. The bullet hit clean, and the infected dropped dead instantly. 2 EXP, 2 coins, and 0.02 strength obtained from the zombie. Twice the usual reward? Jackson thought, surprised. "That was amazing, brother. You got it in one shot," Cindy said, her voice full of excitement as she peeked through the scope again. Jackson chuckled softly, but his expression soon turned thoughtful. "It's weird, though. There aren't as many zombies around here anymore. Where'd they all go?" He scanned the streets, but everything was quiet, eerily quiet. Not even a single growl echoed through the area, which was totally different from the last couple of days when it was all noise and chaos. "I have no idea," Cindy said, forcing a little laugh. "Maybe you scared them all away, brother." Jackson gave her a small smile. "I hope it's as simple as that." The afternoon passed quietly, and for a while, things almost felt normal again. When it was time for dinner, they all gathered around the small table. The smell of warm canned soup filled the room, a simple comfort after the long and stressful morning. As they ate, the mood was calm, until Natasha suddenly spoke. "Jackson," she began, her voice serious, "about those strange zombies you told me about. I did some digging online earlier. I found some posts and videos from people saying they've seen the same thing. Zombies acting weird, like they were remembering habits from their old lives." Jackson paused mid-bite, his eyes narrowing slightly. "So it's not just us," he muttered. "We saw the same thing earlier. That means these strange ones are starting to appear more often." Natasha nodded slowly. "Yeah. And that violent one from yesterday, the one that wouldn't stop punching things, I found something about it too. People online call it the brute variant. They say it likes to smash or torture its prey before eating them." Jackson frowned, deep in thought. "That sounds exactly like the one I fought." Natasha looked down, scrolling through her phone. "But about that smart zombie, the one that opened our gate, I couldn't find anything. No videos, no reports, not even on the news." Jackson leaned back in his chair, letting out a quiet sigh. "That's a relief, at least. It means they're not that common. Sis, what about the area around here? Did you find anything about that?" "It's been quiet since this morning. No zombies around except for the 2 brother took out," Cindy said, glancing toward the window. I don't know," Natasha replied, shaking her head. "Does that mean it's safe to go outside now?" Isabel asked cautiously. "Maybe we could go out for a little while?" "Mom, no," Jackson said firmly. "No matter how it looks, it's not normal. We're not going out for now." "I'm with Jackson on this one," Natasha added. "I was thinking the same thing. It feels like a good chance to check out the nearby houses or grab those guns from the military vehicle, but I got a bad feeling about it. Something just doesn't feel right." Isabel looked between them and slowly nodded. "All right, we'll stay inside if you both think that's best." The rest of the meal was quiet. No one had much to say, just the sound of their spoons scraping against the bowls and the faint hum of the wind outside. After eating, Jackson went back to his room. His body felt heavy, the fatigue from his workout catching up to him. He lay down on his bed, closing his eyes with a deep breath. Maybe I'll continue my training later. If the streets stay quiet. He thought as his mind slowly drifted off. Before he knew it, sleep had taken over. Brother, brother. Jackson stirred as someone gently tugged at his blanket. His eyes blinked open, still heavy from sleep. The room was dark. The lights were off, only the faint glow from the streetlight outside slipping through the window. Cindy? He mumbled, his voice rough with sleep. What's up? And why are the lights off? There's something outside, she whispered, barely audible, her tone trembling as if she was afraid something might hear her. Jackson pushed himself up slowly, the sleepiness starting to fade. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he noticed Natasha and their mom were inside his room. Both stood quietly, faces tense and pale, staring out the window. He felt his chest tighten. Something was definitely wrong. What's going on? He asked in a low voice, almost matching their whispers. Natasha glanced at him, her voice just as quiet but firm. The infected. They've come. Jackson frowned, still confused. That's good, right? I can take them out from here again. But no one answered him. Their silence said more than words ever could. Jackson slowly stood and walked toward the window, each step heavy with growing sense of dread. The others didn't move, only watching him. He reached out and pulled the curtain aside, and his breath hitched in his throat. The street below was swarming with movement. Under the flickering streetlights and the dim glow from the nearby houses, shadows were moving, hundreds of them. No, not hundreds, thousands. The infected filled the streets like a sea of death. Soldiers, workers, children, mothers, all of them walked, dragging their feet, their faces pale and torn. Some still wore bloodied uniforms. Others clutched bags or tools from their old lives, moving as if they still remembered where they used to go. A cold chill ran down Jackson's spine. What is this? Where did they all come from? His heart was pounding in his chest as he gripped the windowsill. Then a low, guttural roar echoed through the night, deep and heavy, like something calling to them. The zombies stopped in their tracks, their heads twitching toward the sound. Jackson's instincts took over. He summoned his rifle, the familiar weight grounding him, and raised the scope to his eye. Far away, maybe 500 meters or more, stood something different. On top of a car, one strange zombie towered above the rest. Its body was unnaturally muscular, every muscle bulging beneath its gray, rotting skin. Thick veins stood out on its face, pulsing like they were alive. Jackson's breath turned cold. Another variant. Below the strange zombie, inside an old SUV, a man and a woman were screaming for their lives as dozens of zombies surrounded the car, pounding on the windows with their bloodied hands. The glass rattled and cracked under the pressure. They've been found. The strange zombie on top of the car let out a deep growl. Then, with a single swipe of its arm, it punched right through the roof. Metal screeched as its claws ripped through the frame, tearing it open like it was paper. The couple inside screamed in terror, but there was nowhere for them to go. The man tried to push the door open, but the creature's massive hand grabbed his throat. It lifted him up like he weighed nothing, his legs kicking helplessly in the air. Then, with a roar that shook the ground, the zombie pulled with both hands, ripping the man's body in half. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering the woman's face and the car windows. The monster bit into the man's head, chewing for a moment before tossing the rest of his body down to the swarm below. The woman's scream tore through the night. She tried to crawl away, but the broken glass trapped her. The windows shattered completely, and the horde swarmed inside. Dozens of hands grabbed her as she thrashed and kicked, but within seconds, her voice was drowned out by the sound of tearing flesh. Jackson's stomach churned. He couldn't look away, his eyes glued to the horrific scene unfolding before him. Then, the creature on top of the car raised its head to the sky and let out another deafening roar. The sound spread across the streets, echoing off the houses. And as if they were following its orders, the horde moved. The infected began slamming themselves against every house and gate they could find, clawing at walls, breaking down doors, smashing windows. Their growls mixed into one terrible noise that filled the night. Shit. What the hell? Jackson's heart was racing. The quiet street he knew was now a total nightmare. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm and pulled him down. It was Natasha. She had yanked him to the floor, pressing him low against the ground. At the same time, the strange muscular zombie atop the distant car turned its head toward their house, but it only saw a dark, empty window. Snarling, it shifted its gaze elsewhere. Jackson blinked, staring at Natasha in surprise. They stayed pressed low, hidden from view. "Don't look too much, they might see you," she whispered. "Brother, I'm scared," Cindy whispered, her body trembling violently. She had promised herself she wouldn't be afraid, but the sight of 1,000 swarming infected clawing through the streets had undone her resolve completely. "Let's just stay like this and hide," Isabel whispered, hugging her knees. Her voice was quiet, trembling along with her body. Jackson swallowed hard, his own heart pounding in his chest. The silence was suffocating, until it was shattered by a loud, frantic thumping. Bam! 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 The sounds echoed through the house. Jackson raised his head just enough to peek through the window. His stomach dropped. The zombies had reached their gate. The heavy cabinet they'd used to block it was shaking violently with every forceful push, the metal groaning as hands clawed and battered against it. "They're at the gate. We can't just hide here," Jackson whispered, tension tightening every muscle in his body. His hands clenched around the floor. "We have to do something now," he whispered, his mind racing, every instinct screaming that hiding wouldn't work for long. Then, he moved quickly, grabbing a black hat and a black t-shirt, pulling them on along with a mask that covered the lower half of his face. Only his eyes were visible. Within seconds, he was back at his usual spot by the window, rifle in hand. With the lights off, the darkness hit him perfectly, and the dim streetlights outside cast just enough light to highlight the swarming zombies below. "Stay low, and don't make a sound," Jackson whispered to his family, his voice tight with urgency. He turned his focus back to the gate. Bam! 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 The cabinet blocking the gate rattled violently as more infected slammed against it. Thup! One zombie's head exploded, sending blood spraying everywhere. Thup! 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 Another and another. Jackson's scope made it easy. At 10 to 15 meters away, it was almost too easy to land headshots. But his heart was racing, his hands trembling slightly. "Damn it! There are too many of them. Focus, Jackson. You can't mess this up." Anxiety clawed at his mind, visions of the zombies breaking through the gate flashing through his mind. His thoughts were racing. Back door? No way out. Hide? No, it won't work. They'll find us. Thup. Reload. Thup. Another down. He reloaded quickly, the clicks of the rifle breaking through the chaos, and kept firing without stopping. Every shot mattered, every headshot a small victory. But the sheer number of zombies attacking felt like a weight pressing down on him. Every miss, every claw that scraped against the gate made his heart jump. Jackson's eyes narrowed, his mind sharpening. No more hesitation. His family's survival depended on him now. "Jackson, one infected is climbing near the right wall," Natasha's voice whispered sharply. Jackson swiveled, eyes narrowing through the darkness. He saw it, a pale, clawed hand gripping the edge of their wall, the figure wriggling upward like a grotesque spider. Thup! His rifle cracked softly, the muffled shot echoing in the night. The zombie let out a wet, choking sound before falling lifelessly to the ground. Jackson's shoulders relaxed a little as he turned slightly and saw Natasha beside him, cautiously peeking through the window. The fear from earlier was gone, replaced by a look of determination. And somehow, just seeing her there calmed his racing heart. Right? No need to overthink this, he thought. We'll get through this. A low, urgent whisper came from his left. "Brother, zombies have climbed into the neighbor's house." Cindy's voice was tight, trying to stay calm, but fear trembled underneath every word. He turned, surprised to see her also peering through her binoculars, her small frame pressed against the window. Suddenly, a scream ripped through the night. "No! Don't come here. It came from the house next door, the one that had been quiet until now. Then another scream, then another. Shouts and terrified cries echoed from house to house as the horde moved, breaking in wherever they could, dragging the unlucky and the hidden into the swarm. Jackson's stomach churned. The quiet street he'd been counting on was gone. All around them, the world had turned into a nightmare of clawing, gnawing, and screaming. He gripped his rifle tighter, scanning the chaos below. His eyes burned with focus. Thup, thup. Every shot, every breath, every heartbeat. It was all that stood between his family and the hungry horde. Jackson, the gate. Natasha's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. Jackson's eyes snapped to it. He fired his rifle again and again, each bullet finding its mark. Jackson's eyes snapped to it. He fired his rifle again and again, each bullet finding its mark. Once climbing the left side of the gate, Natasha called out again. Thup. Another zombie twisted and fell, dead before it could reach the top. Near the walls, Cindy whispered from the other window. One of them had managed to slip inside, but, thup. Another clean shot, another body hitting the ground. Natasha and Cindy had become his extra set of eyes, scanning the streets, pointing out when a zombie tried to climb, jump, or squeeze through. Every word they whispered kept him on edge, but it also kept him alive. Bam! 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 The swarm was pushing harder, their growls and guttural roars filling the night. They weren't just pushing. They were charging like a bunch of raging bulls at the gate. Some of them leapt high, limbs flailing, teeth snapping, desperate to get through. Then, the cabinet they'd stacked against the latch toppled over with a loud crash. The metal of the gate groaned and creaked under the relentless weight and force. Thup, thup. Jackson reloaded. His shoulder burned from the recoil, his fingers shaking, sweat dripping down his temple. His shots were still accurate, but there were just too many of them. The side locks couldn't hold any longer. The crowd pressed in, pushing and clawing. The gate gave way, ripped open by the relentless swarm. Fuck! Jackson cursed under his breath, his heart racing. No, they broke the gate. Cindy's voice trembled, and Natasha's wide eyes reflected the same fear that was clawing at Jackson's chest. Mom, lock the door, Jackson said, his voice sharp and urgent. He didn't wait for an answer. He turned back to the chaos outside, raising his rifle to the window. Bang! 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 The zombies were relentless. They clawed and smashed at the reinforced windows, tried to push through the door, and shoved against the furniture they'd piled up. Each shot from Jackson took one down, but more kept coming, pouring into the yard like a nightmare come to life. The air was thick with the smell of rot and the sound of snapping bones. The screams of the zombies mixed with the groans and growls of the horde, making every second feel like it weighed a ton. Is this the end? Are we going to die here? Jackson's thoughts raced as he glanced at his family. They huddled together, trembling, fear etched into their faces. At least, if we die, we're still together. Then, a new, heavy sound cut through the chaos, impossible to ignore. T-H-U-P, 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 T-H-U-P. The ground seemed to shake beneath the heavy beat of the rotors. The air vibrated, shaking the windows and rattling the door. Above the screaming horde, the roar of a helicopter split the night sky, drowning out the cries of the zombies. Jackson's heart skipped a beat. The horde froze, momentarily confused, their grotesque faces turning upward as the shadow of the helicopter passed over them. Did you hear that? Cindy whispered, clutching Natasha's arm. Yeah, Jackson said through gritted teeth, his eyes narrowed. The wind from the helicopter stirred the dust and debris, adding a ghostly swirl around the yard. The helicopter flew over their street, heading west. The zombies turned their heads, growling and raising their arms, like they were trying to grab it. Some of them even tried to jump from the rooftops, but they just tumbled helplessly to the ground, not even close to reaching it. The weird, super muscular zombie kept its eyes glued to the chopper, its gaze locked on the moving machine. The helicopter kept going west, slowly getting smaller and smaller in the distance. Then, The zombie let out a guttural roar that echoed through the zombie-filled streets, a sound so deep and terrifying it seemed to shake the air itself. Without even a second of hesitation, it started to sprint, its movements shockingly fast. Muscles rippled under its pale skin, limbs pumping with terrifying precision. Jackson did a quick calculation in his head. It was moving faster than any human athlete, easily hitting speeds of 40 kilometers per hour. The horde paused. Even the ones who'd been clawing and smashing at houses froze, their grotesque heads tilting toward the sound of the roar. Then, as if they were responding to a command, the swarm turned and started to follow the strange zombie. Every single one of them, even the ones attacking nearby homes, changed direction. They ran and stumbled, moving together toward the west, toward the chopper. Thousands of undead bodies flowing like a dark, unstoppable river. Jackson's chest tightened as he watched. For now, at least, the immediate threat to his family was gone. But seeing that speed, that control, and the mindless obedience of the swarm sent a chill crawling down his spine. Jackson watched as the sea of zombies rushed west. Thousands of bodies moved as one, stumbling over each other. Some were crushed under the stampede, their bones cracking as others stepped and pushed their way forward, desperate to follow the roar. Then, something snapped in his mind. "You bastards. I'm not letting you get away that easy." His shoulders ached, his arms burned from exhaustion, but his focus didn't waver. Fueled by a sudden urge for revenge, he aimed down his scope. "Time for some payback," he muttered under his breath. Thup, thup. Each muffled shot echoed softly in the night. Heads burst open, one after another. 1 EXP, 1 coin, and 0.01 strength obtained from the zombie. 1 EXP, 1 coin, and 0.01 speed obtained from the zombie. He kept firing, tracking the stragglers who were still within range. Every pull of the trigger made his arms tremble, but he refused to stop. After a few minutes, the horde had moved too far away for his scope to reach. The echoes of growls and roars faded into the distance. Only then did Jackson lower his rifle, his breath rough and heavy. The silence that followed felt almost unreal after the chaos that had just passed. Suddenly, Jackson felt a soft warmth press against his back. "Jackson, thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, we'd all be gone." Isabel's trembling voice broke the silence as she hugged him tightly from behind. "Mom?" Jackson blinked, surprised. Before he could even react, Cindy rushed forward too, her eyes glistening. She wrapped her arms around his side, her small hands clutching his sleeve as her body shook. "You saved us again, brother." Jackson's lips curved into a tired smile as he gently patted her head. "Thanks for helping out earlier. You were brave, Cindy." "Jackson," another soft voice called. He turned and saw Natasha standing there, her eyes red and watery. She didn't say a word. She just stepped closer and joined the hug. For a moment, the chaos outside felt like it was a million miles away. "It's okay now," Jackson whispered, his tone gentle. "They're gone." Slowly, they pulled away, wiping the tears from their eyes. The tension that had gripped them for hours finally started to fade away. "I can't believe it," Isabel murmured, her voice shaky but full of relief. We actually made it." "We got really lucky," Jackson said, his voice low as he looked out the window. "That alpha zombie started chasing the chopper, and the rest just followed it." "Alpha zombie?" Cindy asked, frowning a little. "You mean that strange, muscular one?" Jackson nodded. "Yeah. It's a fitting name," Natasha added quietly, "for something that can control a horde like that." They all turned their eyes to the street below. What they saw was a haunting sight, bodies scattered everywhere, blood staining the pavement, and parts of houses torn apart. Among the wreckage, a few zombies were still moving, crawling weakly on the ground. They were the ones who'd been trampled during the chaos when the horde rushed out. Most of them had broken bones and crushed limbs, but since their brains weren't damaged, they were still alive, dragging themselves around aimlessly. "There are still some of them left," Jackson muttered, gripping his rifle again. "I need to finish them off." But before he could even aim, his mother's voice stopped him. "Jackson, your arm," Isabel said softly, worry filling her eyes as she noticed his trembling right arm. Jackson blinked, realizing only then how heavy his rifle had become. The ache he'd been ignoring finally caught up to him, and his muscles felt numb and stiff. "Brother, does it hurt?" Cindy asked, gently touching his arm. He shook his head with a smile. "Nah, I'm just beat." Natasha stepped closer, her tone firm. "You should rest first. You can finish them off later." A few minutes later, Isabel went downstairs and whipped up some quick food for everyone. The warm smell of soup and toasted bread slowly filled the air. Cindy sat beside Jackson on the floor, her brows furrowed in concentration as she gently massaged his arms. Meanwhile, Natasha stood near the window, her eyes glued to the outside through a pair of binoculars. She scanned the streets carefully, making sure no zombies were wandering back. With nothing else to do, Jackson pulled up his status window. Name Jackson Hawk. Level 2, 8/121. Age 24. Strength 9.06. Speed 7.40. Agility 7.15. Intelligence 8.11. Stamina 8.40. Vitality 5.16. Stat points 1. Passive skill. Marksmanship, e-handling and control have improved. Aim faster and fire with greater stability. Recoil is easier to manage, and shots are more accurate even under pressure. Coins 93. He gained another stat point from leveling up, and the most noticeable change was his strength. What used to be 8 was now 9. His marksmanship had also ranked up again. Even without checking, I can already feel it, Jackson thought. My aim's steadier now. As for the strength boost, I'll test it tomorrow. Now he had a clearer understanding of how his stats worked as they slowly increased. Strength showed how much power his body could produce. Speed determined how fast he could move. Agility was different, it measured his reflexes and control over his body. Stamina showed how long he could last in battle or heavy movement. Vitality decided how tough his body was. And lastly, intelligence. It wasn't just about being smart. It affected his focus, reaction speed, battle awareness, and decision-making during tense moments. For now, he decided to save his remaining stat point for emergencies. DMR bullets, 100 rounds purchased. 20 coins spent. He restocked his ammo since he had almost run out earlier. As he skimmed through the system store, he decided to save the rest of his coins. The guns were far too expensive, the cheapest pistol alone cost around 200 coins. As for upgrading his rifle, he left it for now. It still performed well, and he had no need to change something that already worked perfectly. After resting his arms, Jackson went back to the window and quietly took out the remaining zombies outside. Thup, thup. Each shot was clean and precise, earning him another 13 coins in total. When everything was finally quiet, they ate the light meal Isabel had made. The warmth of the food filled the quiet room, easing the weight that had been on their chests. After eating, Jackson went to bed. The moment his back hit the mattress, his body felt like it was sinking into it. The window reinforcements. I'll have to fix them again, he thought, his eyes growing heavy. I'll do it tomorrow. Before he knew it, sleep had taken him. He drifted off to dreamland with a small tired smile, relieved that at least for tonight his family was safe. The next morning came quietly. Sunlight peeked through the cracks in the curtains. Jackson slowly opened his eyes and sat up, his body still sore from yesterday's fight. He looked out the window. The street outside was calm. No growls, no movement. But the sight wasn't peaceful. Bodies of the dead were scattered near their destroyed gate and along the road, lying still in awkward, broken shapes. I've got a lot of work to do, he muttered under his breath. Downstairs, the family gathered for breakfast. The table was quiet, the air heavy with fatigue and unspoken thoughts. Natasha, what's wrong? Isabel asked, noticing her daughter's pale face. She looked uneasy, like she'd seen something she didn't want to believe. Natasha hesitated for a second, then pulled out her phone. I saw something this morning, she said, her voice low. She played a video showing footage taken from a helicopter. The shaky camera revealed endless swarms of zombies flooding through streets, tearing down everything in their path. It looked almost exactly like what they'd faced last night, buildings collapsing, screams echoing, and thousands of zombies surging like a tide. This was taken from the nearest safe zone, Natasha said quietly. The city of Dunlow. West from here. The zombies broke through it. Silence fell around the table. Each of them exchanged worried looks, realizing what that meant. Nowhere was truly safe anymore. Their home was in the small city of Grenton, a quiet place that used to have around 80,000 residents. It wasn't far from Dunlow City, the nearest major city to the west. Along with 3 other cities and 2 small towns, they all made up the province known as Verdun. Dunlow was the only place in Verdun that had managed to set up a real safe zone. But now even that was gone. "Is that alpha zombie we saw last night?" Jackson said firmly, his tone full of certainty. "I'm sure of it." "Then, what do we do now?" Isabel asked softly, her voice trembling. "If even the safe zone couldn't last, then staying home doesn't guarantee anything. What if they come here again?" No one spoke. The silence stretched, heavy and uneasy. Then Natasha looked at her mother, her voice calm but strong. "Mom, don't lose hope. You can't fall apart now. As long as we're together and alive, that's what matters most." She placed her hand on Isabel's. "After all, we still have Jackson." Jackson turned to them. "I can't promise anything," he said quietly, "but I'll do my best." After breakfast, Jackson turned to Natasha. "Sorry, sis. I can't work out with you today. I need to clean up the bodies outside." Natasha shook her head lightly. "It's fine. I'll help." "You shouldn't do that by yourself." "I'll help too, brother," Cindy said quickly. "Don't leave me out. Let's do it together," Isabel added with a small smile. A few minutes later, the family started working. "Don't go too far," Jackson reminded them as he started clearing the broken wood from the windows. He grabbed his hammer and nails, adding more reinforcements to strengthen the barriers. Meanwhile, Natasha, Isabel, and Cindy dragged the corpses one by one outside the gate. The stench was unbearable, the air thick with the foul odor of rot and blood. The dark red stains on the ground had already turned brown, and the crushed bodies of the zombies were twisted into shapes no human should ever see. Cindy covered her nose and gagged. "Smells so bad." "Just hang in there," Natasha said, trying to sound calm even though her face was pale. Each of them pushed through the disgust and fear, working together in silence. It was awful work, but they all knew it had to be done. They worked for hours under the morning sun, sweat mixing with the heavy stench of death around them. After Jackson finished reinforcing the windows, he joined them outside to help move the bodies. "Wow, brother, when did you get so strong?" Cindy whispered in awe as she watched him drag 2 corpses at once, their limp arms scraping against the ground. Jackson gave a small shrug. "Guess my workouts are finally paying off. You should start doing some too when you've got nothing else to do." Cindy frowned but smiled faintly after. "Maybe, if it helps me get strong like you." In truth, Jackson was surprised too. He could feel it. His muscles moved with more power and less strain than before. If his limit before was 100 kilos, now it felt closer to 115. They kept working, dragging one body after another toward the road. Isabel paused and looked at the bent metal lying by the gate, the twisted remains of what once protected them. "The gate," she murmured. Jackson followed her gaze and sighed quietly. "I'm sorry. I can't fix that." "You don't have to," Natasha said gently, stepping beside him. "We'll figure out a way." Jackson nodded, but his eyes stayed on the broken gate. If the zombies came again, there wouldn't be a gate to stop them next time. 2 hours later, they finally finished piling the dead bodies about 50 meters away from their house. The air was thick with the smell of decay, but at least the streets near their home were clear again. "Do you think we're the only ones left alive here?" Cindy asked softly. "Most likely," Natasha replied. "I saw most of our neighbors die that night." Jackson's eyes darkened. "I'll check later." Isabel looked at him sharply. "What do you mean, you'll check later? You're going out?" Jackson nodded, and her frown deepened. I can't just stay here and wait for them to come again, he said firmly. If I want to earn more coins, I need to start hunting zombies actively. You can't, Isabel said quickly. What if that alpha zombie comes back? That's exactly why I have to do this, Jackson replied, his tone steady but serious. We need to be ready next time. I'm coming with you, Natasha said suddenly. You'll need someone to watch your back. Jackson met her eyes and gave a small nod. Thanks. I appreciate it. Brother, me too. Before Cindy could finish, Jackson cut her off gently. No, you can't. And you too, Mom, he said, turning toward Isabel. The more people who go out, the more noise we make. It's riskier. Just stay here and wait for us, all right? We'll be fine. Seeing that he had already made up his mind, Isabel could only sigh. She looked at both of them, worry filling her eyes. Be careful, both of you. Please. Jackson gave her a small smile before grabbing a bag and his fire axe. Natasha followed soon after, and together, they stepped out of the house, leaving Isabel and Cindy standing by the doorway, watching them. Meanwhile, Jackson and Natasha moved cautiously through the quiet streets. Hold on to this, sis. Only use it if it's an emergency, Jackson said, handing her the fire axe. He summoned his rifle and aimed ahead. They approached the overturned military vehicle from more than 200 meters away, moving slowly and carefully. Then, help! A weak voice cut through the silence. Both of them froze. You hear that? Natasha whispered. Jackson nodded, his sharpened senses picking up every detail. Yeah. Came from that house. Should we check it out? She asked quietly. Follow me. They crept closer, moving through the gate and carefully shutting it behind them once they stepped inside the yard. We'll stop here. Keep an eye out for any zombies that might approach. I'll make a little noise to draw them out, Jackson whispered, turning toward the house. Anyone there? He shouted, his voice echoing into the empty yard. Almost immediately, another sound answered him, footsteps coming from inside. Jackson tightened his grip on his rifle. The door creaked open, and what stepped into view made their eyes narrow. An infected, its hands and mouth dripping with fresh blood, stared at them with pure black eyes. It held scissors in one hand and pliers in the other. Without a roar and warning, it charged. Incoming, Natasha hissed, gripping the axe. Thup! The rifle cracked. The infected's head exploded before it even got close. 2 EXP, 2 coins, 0.02 agility gained from the zombie. Another one, Natasha whispered, her voice barely audible. Thup! Jackson fired again, and the second infected collapsed instantly. They paused, listening. Nothing followed. Anyone there? Jackson called out again, scanning the house. When no answer came, he gave Natasha a small nod. Carefully, they stepped inside the house. The door and windows were shattered, and the furniture lay in chaos. Blood smeared the floor and the walls in dark, sticky streaks. Hand me the axe for a moment, Jackson whispered, unsummoning his rifle. They climbed the stairs cautiously. At the top, 3 doors awaited them. One by one, they opened them, moving slowly. The first 2 rooms were empty, but the third. Their stomachs twisted. A man lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. His hands and feet were tied, his eyes gouged out, fingernails stripped away, lips peeled back. His body was full of bruises and fresh cuts, bleeding in several places. Kill me, he croaked, his voice hoarse and trembling, teeth gritted even with his lips barely closed. Beside him, a zombie just like the ones they'd seen outside was calmly slicing at his limbs with a knife, methodical and terrifying. The stench of blood and the sight was overwhelming. Natasha stumbled backward and vomited to the side, unable to stomach the horror before her. The zombie turned its head toward them, a sick grin spreading across its blood-smeared face. Its eyes were pitch black, and it licked the fresh blood from its mouth as if enjoying the taste. "This sick bastard," Jackson muttered under his breath. Instead of fear, anger flooded through him. He gripped the axe tightly, his pulse quickening. The zombie stood up, still holding the bloodied knife. Then both of them charged at each other. Speed +1. Jackson didn't hesitate to use the stat point he saved. A surge of warmth spread through his body, and his muscles tensed. His movements became faster as his legs burst forward with speed. In a blink, he reached the zombie and swung the axe down with all his strength. The creature didn't even have time to dodge before its skull split open. 2 EXP, 2 coins, and 0.02 strength obtained from the zombie. Jackson breathed heavily, forcing himself to calm down. Then he ran to the man on the bed and began untying the ropes around his arms. "Natasha, help me," he said quickly. Natasha hesitated, her face pale, but she stepped closer. The man's cracked lips moved weakly. "Kill me," he whispered, his voice raw and trembling. It sounded like someone who had been shouting for hours. Jackson froze. His hands trembled. The man's body was broken beyond saving, yet hearing him speak made it all too real. "Kill me," the man said again, his tone pleading, begging for mercy. Jackson clenched his jaw tight. He could kill hundreds of zombies without flinching, but this. Then the man spoke one last time, his voice barely more than a breath. "Kill me, I beg you." Natasha couldn't bear it, and she turned away and ran out of the room, tears in her eyes. Jackson stayed. He took a deep breath, forcing his shaking hands to steady as he summoned his rifle. He aimed it at the man's head. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Then he pulled the trigger. Jackson stared at the man's still body one last time. His hands shook harder, and before he could stop himself, he turned to the side and threw up. His stomach twisted, the aftertaste mixing with the stench already filling the room. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then slowly stepped out. His head was lowered, his eyes dull, like all the strength had been drained out of him. Natasha was waiting in the hallway. The moment she saw his face, she understood without needing to ask. "Jackson, you." Her voice broke slightly as she stepped forward and pulled him into a tight hug. Her arms wrapped around him firmly, her soft body touching his. The feeling snapped him out of his shock little by little, grounding him. "It's okay," she whispered softly. "You didn't do anything wrong. You only helped him. You saved him from worse." Jackson let out a shaky breath and hugged her back, leaning into the comfort she offered. After a short moment, he pulled away gently. "I'm okay now, sis." "Thanks," he said, forcing a small but grateful smile. Natasha nodded, giving his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "Let's go," he whispered. "We still have things to do." They walked down the hallway in silence. Neither of them mentioned what they had seen or what Jackson had been forced to do. They didn't need to. The memory sat heavy between them. Before leaving, he glanced back at the room. His chest tightened. "I can't ever let this happen to my family," he thought. The image burned into his mind, fueling a deep, fierce determination. He stepped forward with a new fire inside him, one that was stronger than fear. They walked out of the gate without looking back. Whatever fate waited behind that house was already sealed. What mattered now was what lay ahead. They didn't talk much as they moved. Both were still shaken, but they kept going. Soon, they started roaming through the neighborhood, going from one house to another. Every now and then, a zombie would appear, wandering alone between the empty streets. Fortunately, the ones they met were the usual kind. They were still fast and strong, but as long as Jackson stayed calm and shot them from a distance, they fell one by one without trouble. Each kill earned him more coins, adding up slowly. Inside one house, Natasha pointed at the shelves. "Should we grab some food?" she asked, looking at the canned goods and the stuff in the fridge. "Take what you want. We can't carry everything," Jackson said. She nodded and picked a few things: frozen meat, canned food, and some spices. Just the essentials. They continued checking house after house, careful and quiet. By the time they finished the last one in the block, they finally reached the first overturned military vehicle lying in the middle of the road. Jackson walked around it, checking every corner and every gap under the metal frame. After a long moment, he finally relaxed his grip on the rifle. "It's clear," he whispered. They stepped closer. "Natasha, start grabbing the guns. I'll keep watch." Jackson positioned himself a few steps away, his eyes scanning the street. Natasha quickly picked up the M16 lying on the ground. Dust covered the metal, but it looked usable. How do we know this thing still works? She asked, carefully turning it in her hands. Just take it for now. We'll check everything once we're home. She nodded, then leaned inside the overturned vehicle. The inside was cramped and dark, but she still reached in to grab anything she could find. Metal clattered softly as she pulled out weapons one after another. While she was busy, Jackson looked around again and noticed a soldier's body half crushed under the vehicle. There was no gun on him, but something round caught Jackson's eye. He bent down and picked it up. A grenade. If I use this, the whole city might hear it, he thought. But it might save us one day. He slipped it into his bag. Jackson, I got everything, Natasha said with a small spark of excitement. She came out carrying 2 pistols and 3 M16 rifles. Good. Let me help. Jackson took the rifles and placed them in his bag, while Natasha kept the 2 pistols. Let's go, Jackson said quietly. Together, they began to retreat from the area. But then Jackson froze. Far in the distance, tiny shapes were moving. At first, they looked like shadows, but when he lifted his rifle and checked through the scope, his eyes narrowed. Almost 700 meters away, more than 20 zombies were wandering through the streets. They weren't fast, but they were heading in their direction. He reacted at once and grabbed Natasha's arm. Jackson. She whispered, confused. Zombies, he said quietly. Dozens of them. Her expression changed immediately, and without wasting time, Jackson pulled her toward the nearest house. They slipped inside, checked every corner, and made sure no zombies were hiding inside. The place was bloody, the furniture overturned, the walls scratched, but at least it was empty. They locked the door and moved deeper into the house, keeping their breaths low. Minutes later, the sound came, slow at first, then louder, then heavier. Footsteps. Dozens of them. Jackson and Natasha peeked through a small gap in the window. More than 30 zombies were approaching, filling the street outside. Let's go upstairs, Jackson whispered, then slowly led the way up. Halfway up the steps, he raised his hand, telling Natasha to stop. He heard something, soft shuffling coming from one of the rooms. Jackson pointed at the door and then at Natasha, telling her to open it while he aimed the rifle. She grabbed the doorknob, took a small breath, then counted with her fingers. 1, 2, 3. The door creaked as she pushed it open. Inside were a young man and woman, both around their early 20s. They both froze when they saw them. The man held a small kitchen knife, his hands shaking, while the girl hid behind him, her eyes wide with fear. Seeing Jackson with a gun raised toward them, they stumbled back, clutching the knife. Who are you? Jackson asked quietly. We should be asking that, the young man said, trying to sound firm, but his trembling voice betrayed him. Jackson glanced at Natasha, and she gave a small nod. Drop your weapon. We won't hurt you, Jackson said. The two hesitated, then slowly lowered the knife. Jackson followed by lowering his rifle, keeping his movements calm to show he meant it. There are zombies moving around outside. We just need to stay here for a little while, if that's okay, Natasha said softly. At the word zombies, both of them stiffened. Their faces paled as if they were remembering a nightmare. No, you two need to leave. This is our house, the young man said. His voice shook, but his eyes stayed sharp. We'll only stay for a bit. Natasha tried to reason, but he cut her off. I said no. Leave now. His fear spiked, and he reached down to pick up the knife he had dropped earlier. Calm down, Jackson said, ready to raise his rifle again if he had to. He understood the man's reaction. If strangers with a gun suddenly entered his home, he would act the same way. How about this, Jackson said, keeping his voice calm. Just let us stay here for an hour. I'll take care of the zombies outside from here, and once it's clear, we'll leave right away. The young man didn't agree yet. His grip on the knife stayed tight. I promise, Jackson said, sincerely looking into the man's eyes. The young man's eyes shifted to the rifle in Jackson's hands. After a few seconds, he finally gave a reluctant nod. Minutes later, Jackson was already set up at the second-floor window, keeping his rifle steady as he watched the street below. Natasha stayed close behind him, a pistol in her hand. In the corner of the room, the young man and woman sat side by side. They kept their eyes on Jackson and Natasha, tense and unsure. They seemed to be aware that zombies were sensitive to noise, so they didn't dare make a sound. Natasha tried to ease the heavy silence as she started a small conversation with the two. "Are you two a couple?" she asked softly, giving them a small smile. They hesitated before the young woman finally shook her head. "We're siblings." "I see. We're siblings too," Natasha said, pointing lightly toward Jackson. "We live nearby, just a few streets away, so I guess that makes us neighbors." The young woman lowered her gaze, then whispered, "Do you?" Natasha leaned a little forward. What was that? Do you have some food?" The girl repeated, even softer this time. "Hannah, quiet," the young man murmured, but she clutched her stomach. Natasha smiled gently. "We brought some food." She reached into her backpack and took out 2 cans. Stepping closer, she placed them on the floor, then slowly backed away, giving them space to come forward. The young man hesitated, his eyes still filled with suspicion. He didn't reach for the cans. "Think of it as our payment for staying here," Natasha said, reassuring them. The siblings finally nodded, and their hands reached for the food. They opened the cans quickly, eating with a kind of desperate hunger. As they ate, the heavy atmosphere in the room seemed to lift, just a little. Natasha stayed nearby, chatting softly to keep them talking. Slowly, they began to open up. The young man said his name was Horace, and the girl was Hannah. Until yesterday, they had lived here with their parents and some cousins. But last night, when the horde came with the alpha zombie leading them, everyone was killed, except for Horace and Hannah. Hannah's voice broke as she spoke, and tears streamed down her face. Horace kept looking at her, his jaw tight as he tried to stay strong for both of them. "How did you two manage to survive?" Natasha asked softly. "We hid up there," Horace answered, pointing toward the ceiling. Natasha followed his finger and noticed a small square opening, almost invisible unless someone looked carefully. "You can hide from the infected?" Jackson said quietly from the window. "Don't zombies have a strong sense of smell?" "Yeah, they do," Horace said. He clenched his hand into a fist. "Our parents hid in the rooms downstairs. Our cousins were in the storage area. They found them all. The zombies kept searching the whole house. They almost got to us too. We could hear them scratching at the walls near the attic." Hannah lowered her head, shaking slightly. "But just before they reached us," Horace continued, "we heard a loud roar from outside. And then, the zombies just suddenly left." Just as Horace finished speaking, low growls echoed from the streets outside. Everyone froze, and the two siblings huddled back, shaking with fear. Jackson quickly raised his rifle, looking through the scope. Not too far away, maybe 100 meters, the infected were clawing at the doors and windows of a house. They seemed really agitated. Jackson frowned. Something had caught their attention. He scanned the house carefully, moving from window to window. Then, on the second floor, his eyes went wide with surprise. "Burggers, you're alive. Hang in there, Burggers. I'll help you," Jackson thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Bang. Jackson flinched and quickly moved his scope. On the second-floor window of the house, he saw Burggers holding a pistol with shaking hands. The loud shot made the infected stop for a second. But as soon as they saw Burggers at the window, all hell broke loose. The infected went wild. Their attacks on the house grew insane, like something inside them had snapped. They threw themselves at the door and windows with crazed hunger, turning the wooden frames into splinters. One of them kept slamming itself against the window until its skin started tearing, hanging off in strips as it pushed forward. It even stepped back, got some momentum, and then hurled itself forward like a beast willing to break itself just to get inside. The sight made Jackson's stomach turn, but he forced himself to take a breath. Slowly, the shaking stopped, and his mind became clear. He was a hunter again, The moment one zombie's head showed through his scope. Thup. The skull burst apart. 1 EXP, 1 coin, and 0.01 strength obtained from the zombie. Thup. 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 More fell as he continued firing. Bang, bang. From the window, Burggers fired wildly as well, emptying round after round at the infected below. Minutes went by, and Jackson kept at it, already taking down his 7th one. As Jackson and Burggers kept shooting, one of the infected suddenly stopped banging on the window, tilted its head a little, like it sensed something. Jackson moved his scope. On the other side of the house, at a different window where Burggers was, a long cloth was hanging down the wall. It reached all the way to the ground, like someone had used it to escape. That strange infected broke away from the others, ignoring all the smashing and growling. It walked around the house, like it had finally found something it was looking for. Then it grabbed the cloth. Its claws dug into the fabric, and with one quick pull, it dragged itself up with a speed that made Jackson's heart jump. The thing climbed like a spider, its limbs twisting. Inside the room, Burggers had completely lost it. He was standing at the window, yelling and firing at the zombies with wild eyes. "You motherfuckers! Come to daddy!" he screamed, a vein pulsing on his neck. Down below, a loud crack echoed. Bang, crack. The steel-barred window finally gave way. Wood snapped, metal bent, and at the same time, there was the sickening crunch of breaking bones, either the infecteds or something inside the house. Ah, no. Burggers snapped back to reality. His eyes went wide with terror as he stared at the broken window. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice quivering, as he backed away, trembling. With a way inside now open, more than 20 infected rushed in, clawing over each other to get in. Jackson turned to them and shot one of the infected trying to force its way further into the house, its head exploding right there. But 3 zombies had already made it inside. Meanwhile, Burggers froze when he heard a soft shuffle behind him. He turned his head slowly, and what he saw made his heart almost jumped out of his chest. An infected stood right behind him, so close he could smell its rotten breath. Burggers lifted his pistol with shaking hands and pulled the trigger. Click, click. It was empty. The infected lunged at him. Burggers screamed and threw his arms up, grabbing the creature by the neck. The zombie pushed hard, its jaw snapping open and closed, trying to bite him. His teeth were just inches from his throat. They stumbled near the window, almost falling out as Burggers kept pushing back with all the strength he had left. The infected leaned closer and closer, overpowering him. "Someone! Help!" Thup! The zombie's forehead burst open, spraying blood and bits of brain right into Burggers' face as the creature went limp and dropped to the ground. Burggers gasped, stumbling back and wiping the blood from his eyes, trying to catch his breath. But he didn't even have time to calm down before more roars came from downstairs. His heart was pounding so hard. His instinct to survive just kicked in and forced him to stand. He spun around, desperate, and saw the long piece of cloth hanging from the other window. His eyes lit up with hope. He rushed through the hallway and got to the other room, but the second he peeked down the stairs, he froze again. The zombies were already climbing up. Dozens of hands were reaching for him, and they were way too close. Burggers turned and ran as fast as he could, panting, but pushing himself forward until he stumbled into the next room. One zombie almost grabbed him by the back, its fingers just brushing his shirt. At the last second, he dodged it and slipped inside just in time. Bang! He slammed the door shut and locked it, his hands shaking like crazy. Bang! Bang! The door behind Burggers shook hard, the old lock groaning like it was about to break off any second. He didn't wait another moment. He grabbed the hanging cloth and slid down fast, burning his hands as he rushed to the ground. Above him, the door finally broke. Crash! The infected poured into the room. Burggers didn't even look back. He just started sprinting, gasping for air while the first zombie jumped right out of the window after him, landing with a sickening crack but immediately standing up again. "Burggers, over here," a voice yelled. He looked up and saw people, Jackson and Natasha. Natasha, Get ready at the door downstairs, Jackson said, already aiming his rifle. Burggers pushed himself harder, running as fast as he could. The zombies spotted him and switched targets right away. They abandoned the windows and started heading straight for him. One infected was insanely fast, closing the gap in seconds. Its fingers were reaching out, almost touching Burggers' back. Thup! His head exploded before he reached him. Burggers didn't even have time to feel relieved. He just kept running. Come on, Burggers. Run, Burggers. Run, Jackson thought, firing again. Thup, thup, thup. More zombies dropped behind Burggers, but even more kept rushing in from the street. Here, Natasha shouted from the doorway, waving at him in panic. With Jackson taking out the closest infected, Burggers finally made it to the house, stumbling inside. Close the door. Quick! Horace yelled from behind Natasha, gripping a knife with his hands shaking. One infected got way too close, practically diving toward the doorway. Natasha raised the pistol, her arms trembling, and fired. Bang! The zombie's head snapped back, and it dropped just inches from the door. She slammed the door shut, and Horace locked it right away. They both stepped back at the same time. Bang! The zombies reached the door, slamming their bodies against it over and over. Natasha, get back! Jackson's voice came sharply from behind. Thup! He shot an infected that was already halfway through the broken window. Bam! 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 The doors and windows downstairs were getting hammered nonstop, each slam breaking a large piece. To the second floor, now, Jackson shouted. Burggers and Horace snapped out of their shock and ran up the stairs. Thup! Thup! Jackson fired again, dropping two more infected trying to crawl through the window frame. Bang! Natasha shot one that managed to squeeze an arm through. The zombie just fell limp outside. Go, Natasha! Wait for me in the next room. Crack, crack. The downstairs windows and door finally broke. Wood, glass, and metal just shattered as the infected poured in. Jackson unsummoned his rifle for a second and saw a heavy cabinet in the hallway. He ran to it and shoved it down the stairs with all his strength. Boom! Crashed down, blocking the stairway and slowing the zombies down. But one of them climbed its way up, pulling itself onto the broken cabinet. Jackson summoned his rifle again. Thup! Thup! The infected fell, but more bodies slammed against the cabinet, trying to climb over. When three of them finally pushed through and scrambled up together, Jackson turned and sprinted into the room where Natasha was waiting. He slammed the door shut and locked it. Natasha stood ready, pistol in both hands, her arms shaking but steady. Jackson raised his rifle beside her, breathing hard. Don't shoot yet, he whispered. Cover me when the door opens. He turned a little and aimed at the door, firing through the wood as the zombies kept slamming into it from the other side. Thup! Thup! Reload! Thup! Thup! Even without seeing them, his shots landed. Each random burst hit something on the other side. Little by little, the slamming grew weak, then finally stopped. Jackson looked at Natasha. She looked back. They both nodded, holding their guns tight as they moved slowly toward the door full of holes. Jackson reached for the handle and pushed the door open. Suddenly, a growl came from below. Grah! An infected shot its arm up from the floor, trying to grab him. Bang! Natasha fired before it could reach him. The bullet tore into its neck, dropping it flat. Twitched on the ground, shaking a little. Jackson stepped forward and finished it off with one clean shot. Silence followed. No more growls and pounding. Jackson and Natasha stepped out, careful not to touch the bodies all over the floor. They moved through the corridor with their guns raised, breathing hard. Horace! Hannah, you okay? Natasha whispered, keeping her voice low. They went into the next room and found the siblings and Burggers all huddled together. Their faces were pale and their eyes were wide, but they were holding their weapons steady. You guys all right? Jackson asked softly. The three of them looked at each other before Burggers spoke. What happened to the zombies? They're all dead, Natasha answered. Jackson grabbed his bag of guns from beside the bed. If you're all okay, we need to move now. Jackson and Natasha went first. Horace helped Hannah stand, holding her arm as they followed close behind. Burggers stayed at the back, breathing hard but trying to be quiet. They peeked outside. The street was empty. No groans or movement. Jackson thought more infected would come rushing after all the noise they made. But no one came. The silence felt weird, but he took it. He didn't get lucky breaks often. They moved slowly, careful with every step as they crossed to another house. He led them inside a nearby house about 50 meters away and locked the door. Everyone let out a long breath, their shoulders dropping as the tension eased a little. It wasn't completely safe, but it was safer than outside. Natasha leaned against the wall, still trying to catch her breath. Jackson looked over at her and gave her a small smile. "Your aim was great back there. When did you learn to shoot like that?" Natasha smiled back, tired but also proud. "I just copied you." Before Jackson could say anything else, Burggers spoke up from behind. "Jackson, is that you?" He turned to the fat young man. "Hey, Burggers." Burggers' eyes widened a little. "It really is you. I didn't even recognize you earlier. I thought you were some kind of trained soldier. Thanks for saving me back there, man." "You're welcome. Glad you made it. But why were the zombies chasing you again?" Burggers rubbed the back of his neck and shook his head. "I don't know. I was hiding in my room like I always do, and then out of nowhere, they started slamming into my door." "I see," Jackson said softly. Then he turned to the siblings. "Horace, Hannah, I'm sorry, but your house might not be safe to live in anymore. But you can stay here from now on." Natasha stepped forward and added, "We checked this place out earlier. It's cleaner, and the kitchen still has a lot of food." Hannah looked unsure and took a small breath before speaking. Why don't we just come with you?" she asked. "Wouldn't it be better if we all stuck together?" Her voice trembled a little, and she tightened her grip on Horace's arm. Jackson met her eyes and slowly shook his head. "I'm sorry, but we can't travel together," he said without hesitation. "I still have my sister and my mom back home." He paused for a moment, choosing his words. It wasn't that he didn't want to help them. They seemed like good people. But he couldn't risk bringing strangers back to his family. "It's safer if we live separately," he continued. "Some of the infected are acting strange. They can track living people. If too many of us stay together, the risk of them finding us goes up." Natasha nodded beside him. "We've run into those kinds before," she added. "This is better. Don't worry too much. We're still in the same neighborhood. If something happens, you can always contact us." Hannah opened her mouth to speak again, still wanting to follow them. But Horace gently squeezed her hand and stepped forward. "Thank you for saving us back there, Jackson," he said, his voice steady. "And you too, Natasha. We really mean it. We're grateful you found this house for us." He glanced at Hannah, then back at them. "We'll stay here just like you said." Hannah nodded slowly, even if her worry had not fully faded. Jackson nodded when he saw the sincerity on Horace's face. He had been ready to stand his ground if they kept pushing, but things had worked out better than he expected. "By the way," Jackson said, turning slightly, "this is Burggers. I know him. He can be trusted. He lives in the neighborhood too." He looked back at the siblings. "Maybe the three of you can talk and decide if you want to stay together." Then he turned to Burggers. "Sorry, man. I can't take you home with us either. There's another decent house nearby. You can stay there if you want." "Yeah. Thanks," Burggers replied, scratching the back of his head. He wanted to go with Jackson. Anyone could see he knew what he was doing. But since Jackson did not invite him, Burggers did not push the issue. A few minutes later, they exchanged contact information. Jackson and Natasha shared everything they knew about the infected. They talked about the alpha zombie, the smarter ones, and the sadistic infected. After that, Burggers spoke with Horace and Hannah. The three of them talked quietly for a while, keeping their voices low. In the end, both sides agreed it would be safer to stay together. "The food here should last you for weeks," Natasha said. "If you need more, just contact us. We'll help you look for supplies nearby. And if you see any zombies around here, let us know," Jackson added. "We'll handle it." We'll still be moving through this area, so we'll see each other again soon. The three of them nodded, looking a little more at ease than before. Thanks, man, Burggers said with a small smile as he bumped his fist against Jackson's. Thanks for worrying about us. I think we'll be fine. We'll call you if we run into zombies again. Jackson bumped his fist back. You two were amazing, Hannah said as she stepped forward. You weren't afraid of them. If I didn't need them for coins and improvements, I'd probably be afraid too, Jackson thought, giving her a wry smile. It should be safer on the streets for now, he said. The zombies might not come back soon. Still, you should reinforce the windows and doors here just in case. We'll do that, Hannah replied with a nod. All right then. We'll get going. Remember to contact us if anything happens. Jackson and Natasha turned and headed out, carrying the guns they had looted. The two siblings bowed lightly as they watched them leave, and Burggers lifted a hand and waved. After they had walked some distance away, Jackson glanced back at the house. They're pretty good people, he said quietly. It's a good thing we found them. Natasha nodded. They can act as extra lookouts. That gives us more eyes in this area. Jackson smiled faintly. Hopefully they'll survive too. Before it got dark, Jackson and Natasha made it back home. Jackson, Natasha, Isabel said the moment she saw them. We heard gunshots and growls earlier. We got terrified and hid. Are you two okay? Her voice was full of worry as she looked them over. We're okay, Mom, Jackson replied with a small smile. We ran into some infected, but we took care of them. He did not say more. It had been a long day, from facing that sadistic infected to saving Burggers, and he did not want to worry her any further. Isabel let out a breath she had been holding. It had been a long, tense wait. It's good that both of you are safe, she said softly. You must be hungry. I prepared some food. Thanks, Mom, Jackson and Natasha said together, smiling. Before eating, they headed to the bathroom. The smell of blood and rotting flesh still clung to them, a reminder of the day they had just survived. At the dining table, the family of four ate together, enjoying the warm food Isabel had prepared. By the way, Natasha said after a moment, we met some other survivors in the neighborhood earlier. She glanced at Isabel and Cindy. Jackson and I fought zombies with them. That's why you heard the gunshots. Isabel and Cindy paused, their spoons stopping midair as they looked at her in surprise. There are survivors here? Cindy asked, her eyes lighting up. Natasha nodded. We were surprised too. Two of them are siblings, Hannah and Horace. The other one is Burggers from our neighborhood. Isabel and Cindy exchanged a look, both clearly shocked. Hearing a familiar name made it feel more real. So Burggers is alive, Isabel said with relief. That's good to hear. His parents were our neighbors. After the night of the horde and the zombie alpha, they had thought they were the only ones left. Knowing that others had survived eased something heavy in their hearts. It meant the situation was not completely hopeless. We exchanged contacts, Natasha continued. If anything happens, we can help each other. As they ate, Natasha and Jackson told them about Hannah and Horace, and how they had saved Burggers. They kept their voices calm and left out the part about the sadistic infected. There was no need to scare them or ruin the quiet moment they were sharing. Can I get their contacts? Cindy asked, sounding excited. I want to get to know them. Then her gaze dropped to her phone, and her excitement slowly faded. I've been trying to message my friends, she said quietly. I don't know how they're doing. The word friends made Natasha sigh softly. She had been doing the same thing, sending messages to friends and coworkers again and again. None of them replied. She did not know if they were alive or already gone. Jackson's thoughts drifted to his Discord friends. He wondered how they were holding up. Those cautious punks are probably still alive, he thought with a faint smile. They never trusted anyone anyway. I'll check on them later. Sensing the heavy mood, Isabel tried to change the subject. Did you hear? She said. I saw something online. They're saying it could be a possible cure. That caught everyone's attention. All three of them looked at her at once. Isabel pulled out her phone and scrolled through the news. Oh, here it is, she said. The video went viral. I haven't watched it yet, Let's watch it together. She placed the phone on the table and pressed play. The four of them leaned in, watching the screen in silence. Inside a hospital, blood was scattered across the floor and walls. An eerie growl echoed through the halls, mixed with strange voices that no longer sounded human. Beyond a glass wall, infected bodies slammed against it again and again, their blood-smeared hands leaving marks as they thrashed in madness. On the other side of the glass, about a dozen people huddled together, trembling in fear. Some were crying, others frozen in place, all staring as thin cracks slowly spread across the glass from the constant pounding. A shaky hand held up a phone, recording everything, the person behind it begging for help and hoping someone, anyone, would see the video and come for them. In the middle of the fear and chaos, a bald man suddenly stood up. "I won't die here," he said, his voice shaking. "I won't end up like these monsters. I'm going to survive this hell." The others turned to him, startled. A woman stepped forward, her eyes filled with hope. "Do you have a way to save us?" she asked. "Can we survive this?" The bald man hesitated. Fear flashed across his face, but he clenched his fists and nodded. "I have a plan," he said. "I saw something like this in a movie." His voice trembled, but there was a strange excitement in it. "If the infected only go after healthy people," he continued, "then maybe. If we're sick too, they won't touch us." Before anyone could stop him, he grabbed a small injector from a nearby table. A faded label on it read, "Pathogen Sample." Without hesitation, he stabbed it into his arm. His face twitched as the liquid entered his body. He gasped, breathing fast, waiting. Minutes passed in tense silence. Then, slowly, he turned and began walking toward the back door, where fewer infected were gathered. As he grabbed the door handle, the people inside shouted, "What are you doing? Are you insane? Don't open it." Frustration and fear flashed across the bald man's face. He shouted back, his voice trembling but defiant. "Idiots! You want to be saved, right? I'm doing the work, and all you do is yell. TCH. Pathetic." He snorted, squared his shoulders, and pushed the door open. "Watch me. I'm going to save humanity." The infected outside noticed him immediately. One infected staggered toward him, growling low as it approached him. The bald man froze, forcing a smile even as fear filled his eyes. The infected leaned close to his face, sniffing him like an animal checking rotten meat. Everyone in the room held their breath, silent and tense. Then, against all odds, the infected seemed to lose interest. It shuffled past him, dragging its feet across the floor. The man exhaled loudly and laughed, almost in tears from relief. "I knew it. This is it," he shouted. I saved humanity. Are you all watching this? I did it. I discovered the cure." He raised his arms in triumph, laughter ringing through the room. But before he could take another proud step, something slammed into him from the side. A fast crawler jumped out from under a broken shelf and latched onto his shoulder. He didn't even scream before it tore into his neck. The group watched in shock as he fell, his cure idea dying with him. Chaos erupted. Screams filled the room as panic took over, and then the video abruptly ended. Jackson and his family watched the video in silence. After a long pause, Jackson spoke up. "Do you think his idea could have worked? Maybe he just used the wrong disease to inject?" "Huh? There's no way." Natasha was quick to reject the idea. "That guy was an idiot. Didn't he see the patients around him all turn? If his idea actually worked, there would at least be reports of sick patients surviving, hidden among the infected." Jackson gave a wry smile. If he had been in that situation without his system, maybe he would have tried the same thing and thought it was clever. They returned to their meal, eating quietly. What the man had called a cure turned out to be nothing more than a foolish, tragic mistake. After eating, Jackson went back to his room to rest. As he closed the door, his eyes drifted to the PC sitting beside his bed. "I'll check on my Discord friends tomorrow," he muttered. "Too lazy to do it now." He paused, then added softly, "I just hope the electricity and internet last longer. If they go out, I need to be ready." He walked toward his bed, one step at a time. Then his eyes narrowed. Jackson stopped in place. Creak, creak. A faint creaking sound came from above. His breathing slowed as his senses sharpened. With his slightly enhanced hearing, the sound was clear enough to make his skin crawl. Came from the roof. That sound, Jackson thought. Only infected make noises like that. A cold chill ran down his spine. There's a zombie on the rooftop? Instinctively, he summoned his rifle into his hands. Then came another sound. Footsteps. They moved faintly across the roof, just above his head. How the hell did it get up there? He thought. Did it climb? Creak, creak. The eerie sound echoed again, louder this time. Jackson's fingers tightened around the rifle. His heartbeat thrummed in his ears as he slowly lifted his head, staring at the ceiling as if something might break through it. He moved to the window, careful not to make a sound. With 2 fingers, he pulled the curtain aside. A faint shadow landed on the roof of a neighboring house. Jackson's eyes widened in shock. Did it jump from our roof to that one? But that's at least 30 meters away, and it didn't even make much noise. His expression turned grim. A jump like that, it's a new variant. The night hid most of its shape, but he could still make out a hunched back. It looked taller than the others. Its arms were long, and the hands looked like claws. This thing can't be left alive. If something like this is roaming around, we won't be able to go outside at all. He quickly changed into his black camouflage clothes. Then he moved to his usual position, steadying himself as he raised the rifle and looked through the scope. Good. It's still there. The creature was only a dark shape, but its position was clear enough. A moment later, the faint outline of a bald head came into view. The crosshair settled on it. Got you. He pulled the trigger. The bullet skimmed past the side of the infected's head. Blood sprayed into the night, but it missed the brain by a hair. The wound barely mattered. The creature let out a furious roar, echoing through the empty streets as it searched for its attacker. I missed, Jackson thought, stunned. Did it react to the shot? From roughly 40 meters away, missing was rare for him now. His sniping skills had grown far beyond what they once were. How did it avoid that? Was that instinct? Just how strong is this thing? Before he could fire again, the creature snapped its head toward his direction. It heard it, even that faint sound of his upgraded suppressor. 2 glowing yellow eyes burned beneath the dark sky as the infected roared again, twisting its head left and right. It had not found him yet, but it was close. Jackson ducked instantly and pulled back from the window, pressing himself against the wall. He took a slow breath. Status window. Upgrade suppressor. 30 coins spent. Suppressor LV.4 LV.5 max. Jackson blinked. Level 5 is the limit? He tightened his grip on the rifle. Good. That means the sound should be completely gone now. He studied the suppressor for a moment. It looked the same as before. Time to test it. Moving without a sound, Jackson slowly returned to his sniping position. Outside, the infected was still searching. It had not found him yet, but it was clearly angry now. It leapt from one roof to another, landing with precise control, its movements unnaturally fast. When it passed under a streetlight, Jackson finally saw it clearly. A bald head hunched back. Its body crawled on all fours like a twisted animal, and its sharp claws scraped against concrete as it moved. Its muscles bulged in unnatural ways, thick and tight, as if they were barely held together by skin. Even worse, Jackson could see its veins throbbing. Something seemed to move beneath them, like a living thing crawling inside its body. Jackson swallowed. Disgusting. These things just keep getting worse. The sight alone made his skin crawl. Meeting something like that at night would freeze anyone in place. As the creature kept moving, sniffing the air and turning its head, Jackson made his choice. He shifted his aim to the right, lining up his scope with a window in a nearby house. Jackson pulled the trigger, and this time there wasn't even the slightest sound. The upgraded suppressor was completely silent. The sound of breaking glass echoed. At the same time, the creature snapped into view inside his scope. Jackson's eyes widened. In less than a heartbeat, The creature leapt forward and burst through the broken window, its body twisting unnaturally as it charged inside. Fast, terrifyingly fast. No. Focus, Jackson told himself. Kill it. He forced his breathing to steady and dragged the scope back to its head. Then he pulled the trigger. Crack. The sound of bone breaking and flesh tearing cut through the night. The infected was thrown backward, tumbling out from the third floor and crashing down below. Jackson frowned. Why didn't I get the notification? He lowered his rifle slightly and looked down. The creature was still moving. Its legs flailed wildly as it tried to stand, stumbling like a drunk person with no control over its body. A large chunk of flesh and bone was missing from its head, blood pouring down its face. And yet it twitched, crawled, tried to rise again. Still alive. Usually his bullets turned zombie heads to red mist. Even the variants fell with a single shot. But this one had not. If something like this exists, then that alpha zombie must be much tougher. A cold thought followed. Will bullets stop working one day if they keep evolving like this? That can't be, right? He shook the negative thought away and steadied himself, forcing his focus back onto the creature. Click. The next shot went clean through. Its head exploded like a smashed watermelon, flesh and bones scattering as the body finally went limp. At the same time, the familiar notification appeared. 20 EXP, 25 coins, and 0.20 agility obtained from the zombie. Jackson let out a slow breath. At least the rewards weren't bad. Still, I don't ever want to meet something like that again. As he lowered his rifle, another thought crossed his mind. I was saving coins for another sniper rifle. And other useful things too. He paused, then sighed. Oh well. 27 coins spent. Ammo LV.0 LV.1. Jackson checked the bullets, but just like before, nothing about them looked different. Hope this is good enough. I still have plans for those coins. Thinking about the 3M16S and 2 pistols they had gathered earlier, it would be a waste if they ended up unused. System shop, Jackson called in his mind as he searched for what he needed. 100 coins spent. Suppressor X2 successfully purchased. Coins remaining. 26. Jackson let out a quiet breath. Just barely enough. I'll save the rest for emergency bullets. His thoughts kept moving. Rifle upgrades. Suppressors for the M16S. Bullets. Coins. I need a lot more coins. As he was still thinking about it, the door to his room opened quietly. Natasha stepped in, moving fast. Her face was tense as she spoke in a low voice. Jackson, I heard a strange roar outside. Sounded loud. It has to be another variant. Mom and Cindy are hiding in my room. Come with us. You came at the right time, Jackson said calmly, lifting his rifle slightly. Don't worry. I took it down just now. Natasha blinked in surprise, then nodded. She sometimes forgot how capable her brother had become. Jackson then told her what happened earlier, from the sounds on the roof to the fight itself. He even pointed out the body lying down the street, where the creature had finally fallen. Natasha's brow furrowed, then relaxed, then furrowed again as she listened. An infected that survived a bullet to the head. Fast, crawling on all fours, able to jump long distances. Just hearing about it sent a chill through her. A troubled look appeared on her face. Another strange mutant has shown up, she said quietly. And there's no information from the government. Are they blocking it on purpose? This is frustrating. Calm down, it's possible no one else survived after running into it. Natasha shook her head. That's unlikely. The chances of us being the first ones to see it are low. Information is too important right now. Someone has to be hiding it. Then we won't post about it either, Jackson said. Just keep watching the internet. Maybe the information is delayed. He did not know what the government was thinking, but staying careful felt like the right choice. Natasha nodded, still bothered by the thought but unable to do anything about it. Then her eyes shifted to the table, noticing something. What's that? She asked, pointing at a black lump of metal. Suppressors. You mean? She exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Yes, Jackson said with a faint smile. Tomorrow we'll start your gun lessons, so make sure you get some rest. Morning came quickly. In their backyard, enclosed by a high wall, Jackson and his family stood together. The rifle might be too hard for you all to handle, so we'll start with pistols, Jackson said, looking at the three beautiful faces staring back at him. Natasha's eyes glimmered with hidden excitement. Though her calm expression stayed in place, experience gave her confidence. Cindy's eyes were wide with excitement, and Isabel looked nervous, her hands trembling slightly. Noticing her worried expression, Jackson smiled gently. If it's too much for you, Mom, you don't have to do it. Isabel shook her head firmly. No, I'll do it. I can't just stand by while my children are learning to fight. I need to know too. All right, just don't overdo it. He handed a pistol to Cindy and Isabel first, carefully showing how to hold it. First, your grip. Keep it firm, but don't strain your arms. Your finger stays off the trigger until I say. He demonstrated the basics, positioning the pistol safely, then removed the bullets so it was completely safe to pull the trigger. Now, line up the sights with your target. Don't rush. Take your time. Even though this was Jackson's first time using the pistol for actual teaching, he had the knowledge and basics down. He corrected their stances gently, adjusting hands and arms, guiding them step by step. Cindy grinned, pulling the trigger with a satisfying click. Like this? Exactly. Now, Mom, you give it a try, Jackson said, turning to Isabel, who looked a bit hesitant. Natasha focused intently, her experience showing. Isabel hesitated for a moment but then took a deep breath, mimicking Jackson's stance. Good. Just like that, Jackson encouraged, smiling. Keep practicing. We'll move on to firing next once you're comfortable. Half an hour later, Jackson picked up a pistol and faced the small line of cans he had set up 10 meters away. Now that you're all familiar with it, it's time to learn how to shoot targets, he said. Already? Shouldn't we practice a bit more first? I don't want to waste bullets, Natasha said, her brows slightly furrowed. You don't need to worry about that. We have plenty, Jackson said with a reassuring smile. He reloaded the gun and aimed carefully at the first can. Clang. Bullseye. Yesterday, he had already checked the system store. It had bullets for pistols. Actually, it likely had bullets for every kind of gun he could ever need. You're really good at this, brother. I won't lose. I'll hit them too, Cindy exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Good luck with that, Jackson said, smiling. Since we only have 2 pistols, let's take turns. Don't underestimate me. I'll show you, Cindy said, determined. She raised her pistol and aimed. Natasha and Isabel followed suit. One by one, they fired. Nothing hit. Clang, clatter. The cans barely wobbled. Compared to Jackson, who had the marksmanship skill, they were starting from scratch. Every shot missed, but their determination didn't falter. Jackson moved between them, offering advice. He adjusted grips, corrected stances, and patiently guided their aim. Keep your elbow steady, he said to Natasha. Lean a bit forward, he instructed Isabel. Relax your shoulders, he reminded Cindy. Slowly, they began to improve, and the clanging of cans against stray bullets filled the quiet backyard. After another 2 hours, everyone took a short break. Why is this so hard? This is absurd. How did you learn so fast, brother? Cindy complained, her cheeks flushed from frustration. Natasha stayed quiet. She hadn't expected that, in all those hours, she had only managed to hit 5 targets accurately. Cindy hit 2 and Isabel. Only 1. Don't get discouraged, Jackson said with a calm smile. This is just the beginning. You'll get the hang of it soon enough. His family busied themselves with snacks, trying to calm their frustration. Jackson, meanwhile, turned his attention to the pistols. Now then, let's see if this works. Weapon upgrades. Weapon upgrades. Glock 19. Ammo LV.0 19 coins. Magazine LV.0 15 coins. Body LV.0 20 coins. Muzzle LV.0 16 coins. Grip LV.0 17 coins. Suppressor LV.0 11 coins. It works, Jackson thought with quiet delight. So I can upgrade guns even if I didn't buy them or receive them from the system. He scanned the costs. Cheaper than my DMR, and it doesn't have a scope upgrade either. System shop. Phantom. Pistol optic type. Pistol attachment. Cost. 20 coins. Now that's useful. Jackson's mind raced. Besides suppressors, there are attachable sights too. But, damn it, I don't have enough coins for the optic yet. He sighed quietly and glanced at his family. I'll make these pistols even better. After another hour of practice, Jackson decided it was time to continue his hunt. Their shooting practice might have attracted infected nearby, and he needed to take care of them. More importantly, he needed to earn coins for scopes, which would help his family improve even faster. You two are leaving again? I want to come too, brother, Cindy said, pouting. Focus on your practice first, Jackson replied. If you can hit 10 cans accurately, then I'll take you with me. Okay. Then I'll get better first, she said, determination shining through. Don't just use the gun by yourself, he reminded her. Make sure to switch with Mom too. With that, he slung his pack over his shoulder and left the house with Natasha. Even though their practice had made some noise, they didn't spot any infected nearby. The streets were quieter than before. Fewer infected wandered the neighborhood, as if most had moved somewhere else. Jackson glanced back at Cindy and Isabel, who were now practicing together. He wouldn't let them come along today, they weren't ready, and he needed the coins. Still, he felt a quiet satisfaction seeing them learn. At least they'll have the means to protect themselves, he thought as he focused on the path ahead. Where should we go now? Should we check on Burggers and the others? Natasha asked, walking beside him. We'll head that way, Jackson replied. Burggers messaged me. He spotted some infected lurking near their new house. I see. Then let's go. Thank you, Natasha, Jackson said suddenly, his voice quiet but sincere. Natasha blinked, slightly startled, and looked up at him. You're brave and decisive. I'm grateful you're here to assist me, he added, meeting her gaze. So you're not completely dense, huh? She said with a small smile, her tone softening. Humph, I'm the older one here, so don't carry all the burden by yourself. Jackson returned her smile, and together they walked on in silence. The words were few, but the trust between them grew stronger with every step. I see the infected. It's in the right corner, about 2 blocks away, Natasha said, standing atop a car and peering through her binoculars. All right, let me handle it. Before the zombie even noticed them, its head exploded. All of their heads are almost exploding all the way down to their necks, just like the others. The bullet's damage really has gotten stronger, Jackson thought. His teamwork with Natasha was improving. Every target he might have missed was already covered by her sharp eyes. Soon, they arrived at Burggers and the siblings' new house. You guys are here. Come in, Hannah whispered, offering them snacks. By now, speaking in whispers had become the new normal to avoid attracting attention. Behind her, Horace and Burggers stood quietly, alert. Thank you, Jackson said casually, taking a biscuit and starting to eat. How's it going in here? We're doing fine. We owe you again for handling the zombies near us, Horace said, nodding slightly. Jackson nodded in return. The infected outside have decreased drastically. Last time this happened, things didn't turn out well. Burggers and the siblings shivered at the memory, recalling the dread of that night. So before that happens, we need to prepare. Has anyone been to the mall since all this chaos started? Jackson asked. I did. Burggers raised his hand. I was shopping there when everything went crazy. I ran as soon as it began. Why do you ask? Do you think I could go there? What? Everyone, including Natasha, froze, surprised by his question. Impossible. Don't ever go there. I'm telling you, even with guns, you'd be dead in seconds, Burggers said, his voice tense, like he had seen hell itself. So, there's no chance? Jackson asked again, calm but persistent. It's the last place you'd want to set foot in, Burggers replied immediately. Jackson, you didn't tell me about this, Natasha whispered sharply from his side, nudging him. Why on earth do you want to go there? I was hoping to scavenge some drones from it, but maybe it's not worth the risk. Wait, you're looking for drones? Hannah suddenly spoke up. Yes. If you have one, we could exchange it for food or whatever you need. No, Hannah answered quietly. But I saw someone from our neighborhood using one last month. If we look for it, we might be able to find it. Jackson's eyes lit up. That's great. Thank you, I owe you one. No, I'm not even sure if it's still there. But I hope this helps. It's a big help. Can you show me the exact location? Gladly, Hannah said, pulling out her phone. She began showing him the spot and even marked it on a map app. They did not stay long, mostly exchanging information. They talked about the infected they had encountered and the bits of news they had seen online. It's getting late. We still need to search for the drone, so we'll head out, Jackson said as he and Natasha said their goodbyes. Be careful out there. I hope you find it, Hannah said, waving at them. If we do find the drone, I owe you one, Jackson replied, waving back as they left. After they had walked some distance, Natasha lightly elbowed his side. What was that for? Jackson complained, turning to her. Are you interested in that girl? Her eyes never left you the whole time we were there. What nonsense. Nothing. Forget it, Natasha said, looking ahead. Am I imagining things? Or is she? Jackson raised an eyebrow, then shook his head and cleared his thoughts as they continued walking. Both of them stayed vigilant as they slowly made their way toward their destination. They moved with care, always keeping something between them and the open streets, their eyes scanning every direction. No one knew what kind of strange infected might appear next. After half an hour, they reached the place. It was a normal 3-story house, surrounded by walls. Nothing about it stood out at first glance. Do you see any infected? Jackson asked Natasha as she looked through the binoculars. I think it's clear, she replied after another careful look. Same here, but we move slow, Jackson said. Behind the curtains inside the house, a shadow watched the two approaching figures. Then it quietly slipped away. Jackson and Natasha followed their usual routine, checking each room one by one and making sure nothing was hiding inside. Clear, Natasha said quietly. I don't see any bloodstains or signs of infected. It looks abandoned. All right, Jackson replied. Let's search for the drone. They began rummaging through the rooms, opening drawers and checking corners. The house had many bedrooms, and searching every floor took time. After a brief exchange of looks, they decided to split up and search separately. While searching one of the bedrooms on the 3rd floor, Jackson was busy rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Then a figure appeared at the doorway. Raise your hands. Turn around slowly. The feminine voice behind him made his body stiffen. A person? How did she get this close? Did she come in from outside? We would have noticed. His thoughts raced. He took a slow breath and forced himself to steady. He figured that a weapon was pointing behind him, so he didn't summon his rifle as he raised his hands. Are you the owner of this house? I apologize for intruding your home. I mean no harm. Silence. Turn around slowly, and don't think of pulling anything stupid. Jackson frowned. The way she moved silently behind me and that commanding tone, she's not an ordinary person. Though he couldn't tell if the voice was hostile or not. He slowly turned around and finally saw the person. Black long hair, pure white skin, a beautiful woman in her mid-20s. But what caught his attention was that she was wearing police pants. Bow and arrow? Jackson stared at the weapon pointed at him, confused and alert at the same time. Who are you? The woman asked again. My name is Jackson. I live nearby, he answered calmly. Are you a police officer? I'm the one asking questions here, she said, her voice commanding. What are you doing in this house? Jackson ignored her harsh tone and spoke honestly. We're looking for something we need. Someone from the neighborhood told us this place was empty. Her name is Hannah, if you know her. Their eyes locked, neither willing to look away. Then a sharp voice cut in. Move that weapon away from him. Natasha appeared behind the woman, her pistol aimed straight at her back. The woman did not flinch. She did not even turn around. Lower your weapon, she said calmly, or he dies. I'm warning you, Natasha snapped, her voice tense, her eyes colder than usual. Put it down or I'll shoot. The woman scoffed. Go ahead, little girl. He'll be dead before you pull the trigger. My gun is faster than your bow, Natasha shot back, refusing to back down. Then, before the woman could finish, Jackson raised his voice. Both of you, stop. His words echoed through the quiet street, cutting through the tension. The woman frowned and glanced at the windows, carefully checking to see if any infected had been drawn in. Seeing her reaction, Jackson spoke calmly. Relax. We already checked the area. There are no infected nearby. Let's stop this and lower our weapons. Do you really think I would hesitate to shoot that pretty face of yours? The woman shot back. Do it, Jackson replied without hesitation, his gaze firm. The woman paused, surprised. Then she let out a short laugh. At least wipe the sweat off your face if you want to sound convincing. She then pulled back her bow and slowly lowered it. Seeing that, Jackson let out a quiet breath. In truth, he didn't know if she was reckless enough to shoot. If she did, he could only try his best to dodge. An arrow was slower than a bullet, so maybe he could dodge it? Maybe. Natasha, lower your gun too, Jackson said. Are you sure? Natasha asked, her grip still tight. She's dangerous. I know, that's why we shouldn't escalate this into a fight. After a moment, Natasha moved to his side, passing the woman with caution, her pistol ready to fire at any moment. This is my sister, Natasha, Jackson said, keeping his voice calm. Like I said earlier, we live nearby and are checking the area. If you are also doing the same, then we can forget what happened and go our own ways. The woman studied them for a moment, then relaxed. If you have the nerve to explore, then you must have faced those monsters outside. You are not bad. She straightened slightly. My name is Elena. I am a policewoman. A policewoman? Jackson frowned. Then why aim at me like you were going to kill me? Aren't you supposed to help law-abiding people like me? Sorry, Elena said lightly. It's a habit. You were sneaking around, so I had to be careful. My seniors always told me to sound intimidating when interrogating someone. So that was just an act? Jackson asked. Maybe, she replied with a smile. That smile sent a chill down his spine. He could not tell if she was joking or not. Anyway, Jackson continued, what are you doing here, Miss Elena? If you live here, you could have just greeted us at the door. That's dangerous. I didn't know your intentions. Makes sense, Jackson said. But how did you hide so well? We were sure no one was inside. That's a secret, Elena said, giving him a quick wink. Her attitude had completely changed. If Jackson had not seen her earlier, he would have thought she was just a friendly woman. So, she asked, did you find what you were looking for? Jackson glanced at Natasha, giving him a small nod, a sign that she had found it. Strangely, Natasha had stayed silent the whole time, her eyes never leaving Elena. Then we'll be leaving, Jackson said. It's getting dark, and we need to head home. Sorry again for intruding. I'll let it slide this time, Elena replied with a light laugh. But be careful next time. You don't want to lose your life for no reason, right? She was smiling, but the words carried a warning. Maybe, just like they did not fully trust her, she clearly did not trust them either. With that, they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Elena stayed behind, watching them until they disappeared down the street. That woman was dangerous, Jackson said as he walked beside Natasha. She's hard to deal with. I don't trust her, Natasha replied, her voice tight with anger. She's unstable. She is not like the two siblings, Jackson said thoughtfully. She is hard to read. Still, we got what we came for, so it ended well. If we should avoid her place. He smiled faintly and adjusted his backpack, feeling the solid box of the drone inside. Before long, they reached home. Cindy greeted them with her usual cheer, but she quickly noticed Natasha's tense mood. At dinner, Jackson and Natasha told them about the woman they met and what happened in the house. Natasha made it clear that everyone should stay alert around her. That night, Jackson could not hold back anymore. He took out the drone and began to operate it. Bzzzzz. The sharp buzzing broke the silence. It's too loud, he thought. Every time it takes off or comes back, it could draw attention. I'll have to be careful, or this thing might cause more trouble than help. The drone lifted into the sky. From above, Jackson saw their house and the nearby streets shrink below. The night was dark, and most details were swallowed by shadows. He guided the drone farther out, moving slowly as it explored the neighborhood. He kept it high in the air, letting it glide instead of dropping lower, until the buzzing faded into nothing. Within a 1-kilometer radius, he saw no infected. Either there were none or were hidden in the dark. He pushed farther, reaching nearly 3 kilometers away. That was when something felt wrong. Jackson frowned as he noticed small movements below. He could not see clearly in the darkness, but there were movements. From that height, they looked like ants crawling across the ground. He carefully guided the drone lower.
BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ.
The buzzing grew louder as it drew closer to the ground. Then Jackson saw them. Dozens of infected, moving together like a swarm. The sound of the drone had reached their sensitive ears. Their groans and low snarls turned into sharp, frenzied roars. One of the zombies sprinted first, leaping from the rooftop of car to car with unnatural speed. Then it launched itself upward toward the drone. Its powerful legs pumped with terrifying force. Jackson's heart skipped a beat as it shot 2 stories into the air. Jaws opened wide, its teeth blackened and caked with decay. The camera captured every detail: the ragged flesh, muscles bulging unnaturally, and black veins pulsing under its skin. Thud! Its head slammed into the asphalt, crushing a piece of the ground. Even though it had an impressive physique, surpassing high-level athletes and beyond what any human could possess, the drone was at least 30 meters from the ground. The infected rose again, as if nothing had happened, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. It jumped once more, straining for the drone, and then another and another. Soon, dozens of them were leaping like monstrous grasshoppers, each trying to reach the hovering camera. If one of these had me below, he swallowed hard. The swarm below thrashed and leapt, their guttural roars blending into a nightmarish chorus. Jackson hovered the drone, watching the new variants move with unnatural speed. The streets below were in chaos, the infected relentlessly chasing the drone. This place, it's a death zone. No living human could survive here, Jackson thought, his stomach tightening as he observed them. It was unbelievable. Not just one, but dozens of the same type of variant. Each one as fast, as strong, as monstrous as the first. They jumped from building to building, clawing at the air. Almost 100 of them now followed the drone, their glowing eyes fixed. If he had been down there, running on the asphalt, he would have been torn apart in seconds. Cars might have given him a chance, but nothing else. Just as he studied their movements, a sudden shadow flickered across his screen. Before he could react, a creature leaped from a 3-story house at terrifying speed. Whoa! Jackson jerked the controller, narrowly dodging it. The drone tilted, capturing its landing on the nearby building below. His heart sank as he recognized it. It was the same infected he had killed the night before, the one capable of leaping 30 meters with terrifying precision. Its bald head, hunched back, and clawed hands glinted in the faint light. Its black veins pulsed like some living nightmare, and its gaze followed the drone as if it knew it personally. F@CK, there's more. Shadows shifted violently, and more of the creatures leapt out, claws scraping the walls and rooftops as they tried to reach the drone. Jackson's hands moved fast, guiding it higher, narrowly avoiding the lunging monsters. You've got to be kidding me. Dozens of you? This is insane. The creatures roared, a chorus of hoarse, inhuman cries that sent chills down his spine. Each scream sounded less like a beast and more like the remnants of a forgotten humanity. I'm out. No need to provoke them any further. And the battery's running low. He carefully led the horde further away from their location. Then he let the drone fly straight up, higher and higher, until it almost lost signal, vanishing from the sight. Once he had it in position, he slowly guided it back, heart pounding with every small movement. A tense minute passed before he finally recalled the drone. He peeked around his window cautiously, scanning the streets for any sign of the chasing monsters. Relief washed over him as he realized they hadn't followed. He exhaled slowly, finally allowing himself to relax. That night, he forced himself to sleep, pushing the images of the horrors he had witnessed to the back of his mind. The next morning, Jackson told his family about the terrifying encounter he had last night. He had to because this place wasn't safe anymore. Infected that could jump super high? Cindy repeated, her face turning pale. Will they come here? I don't know, Jackson answered honestly. But that place is not far from us, so we have to prepare. He paused, then spoke again, making a decision. We have to leave this place. He had thought about it again and again through the night. This was the only answer he could find. There was no way they could fight hundreds of those monsters. Hiding was not an option either. The risk was simply too high. Natasha and Isabel stayed silent, with deep frowns on their faces. They were shaken as well. They had just started to enjoy the short peace they found here, but now fear had crept back into their hearts. Everyone, Jackson said, drawing their attention. Listen, they haven't come yet, and from what I've seen, they won't move from their area unless something draws them out. We still have time. We'll use the drone to monitor their movements. Hearing his words, the three of them felt a little more at ease, though the fear had not completely left. Still, we need an emergency escape plan, Jackson continued. Natasha, can I leave that to you? She nodded. I'll inform Burggers and the two siblings. I'm sure they'll join us after they hear what's going on. All right, contact Elena too. Natasha frowned at him. Are we including her in our plan? She asked, unhappy. That depends on her, Jackson replied calmly. We cannot fully trust her, but she is capable. Right now, we need all the fighting strength we can get. Humph. Natasha turned her face away, expressing her dissatisfaction. We did not exchange contacts. I have no way to reach her. Why do you dislike her so much? Jackson asked. It was rare for Natasha to show her feelings so openly. Most of the time, she stayed quiet even when she disliked someone. I hate that bossy attitude of hers, Natasha said, her brows tight. And I have not forgotten how she threatened to kill you. She did not say the rest out loud. When that moment happened, her mind was racing, almost losing it. The thought of losing him made her panic. If Elena had pushed even a little harder, she might have begged her to take her life instead of his. That's right, brother. She threatened to kill you. I do not like her either, Cindy said, with Isabel nodding beside her. They both understood how Natasha felt. Thanks for worrying about me. I am not defending her, but it was the situation. If someone sneaked into our house, I would react the same way. I still don't like her, Cindy said, crossing her arms. Jackson did not argue further. He understood Elena's actions, but that did not mean he took her side. As he looked at Natasha, he realized something he had overlooked before. He had never truly thought about how she felt at that moment. He gently held her hand and smiled. Natasha froze for a second, clearly surprised. That small gesture was enough to calm her, telling her without words that he understood. We will act based on the situation, Jackson said. For now, we still have many things to prepare. Jackson had Cindy and Isabel resume their shooting practice. They wanted to help, but he convinced them that learning to fight was more beneficial. Meanwhile, Jackson began loading some of their food supplies and daily needs into Natasha's car. This was only for emergencies. They still planned to look for a larger vehicle when the time came. Natasha, on the other hand, held an online meeting with Burggers and the two siblings. They discussed their escape plan, shared information, and talked about possible places to take shelter. Using the drone, she also scouted the area and marked routes that could be used if they needed to flee. 2 hours later, Jackson and Natasha headed out to clear the infected Natasha had spotted with the drone. At first, Natasha suggested using the drone to lure them out, but Jackson shook his head and rejected the idea. He had thought of the same plan, but it was too risky. The noise could draw infected near their home that they didn't want to deal with, something they couldn't possibly handle. Soon, Jackson lay flat on the balcony of a nearby house, his rifle steady in his hands. Without a sound, the head of a zombie over 100 meters away burst apart. At the same time, the familiar notification rang in his mind. 1 EXP, 1 coin, and 0.01 speed obtained from the zombie. Natasha, who was watching through her binoculars, pulled out a pen and marked an X on the map. That's the 10th target done. A few more to go, then we move to the next spot, she said softly. They moved from house to house, careful and quiet, sniping the infected that Natasha had marked earlier. They were like hunters, taking down their prey one by one. It was only possible because of their drone, and because there were only a few infected roaming this area. After killing another zombie from a rooftop, Jackson rolled his shoulders and stretched his stiff muscles, ready to move again. Then he froze. Something moved in the distance. Natasha, 30 degrees north of east. I see movement, Jackson said in a low voice as he peered through his scope. Natasha immediately raised her binoculars, her eyebrows frowning. HM? It's Elena, Jackson said quietly as he recognized the familiar black-haired woman. She's not alone, Natasha added. From the corner of the street, Elena moved sneakily, keeping low as she advanced. But she couldn't fully hide her movements because there were two unfamiliar little girls following closely behind her. Jackson frowned. This was the first time he had seen them. Both looked young, maybe around 15, and they looked almost exactly the same. Twins. As they continued watching, Natasha's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, she said urgently. The direction they're heading. There are zombies hiding on the right corner. Jackson felt his heart sink as he understood the danger. Damn it, that spot is hard to notice from their position. If they make even a small sound, before they could find a way to warn them what they feared happened. Minutes earlier, Elena led the two girls through the quiet streets, moving from house to house as they searched for food and medical supplies. She guided them to a house with thick concrete walls. Instead of using the open street, she chose to climb over it. Staying hidden was safer. Elena went first, landing softly on the other side. She looked up and raised her hands. Jana, don't be afraid, she whispered. Just jump. I will catch you. Jana stood on top of the wall, her small hands shaking. She looked down, swallowed hard, then closed her eyes and jumped. Elena caught her at once. The girl made no sound. Good job, Jana, Elena said quietly, giving her a small smile. She then looked up again. Hiromi, your turn. Come on, jump. Hiromi stepped forward preparing to jump, but then stopped. Her body stiffened. Hiromi, Elena whispered, confused. What's wrong? Jump. The girl did not answer. Hiromi's eyes were wide, locked on something beyond the wall. Her breathing grew uneven. Slowly, she raised a trembling finger and pointed. Her other hand flew to her mouth, holding back a scream. Elena's smile vanished. As she turned, a twisted head slid out from the corner at the same moment. The infected's face was broken and bloody, its jaw hanging at a wrong angle. Its mouth opened. Before a sound could escape, an arrow shot forward and buried itself deep inside its mouth. The body dropped. Elena did not hesitate. Her movement was sharp and clean, no different from firing a gun. But the body hitting the ground still made a sound. From the shadows, something moved. Another infected rushed out, eyes locked on them. It did not slow down, did not hesitate. It immediately charged at them in a burst of speed. Thud. Its head snapped back as if it had run into a wall. An arrow pierced straight through its skull, and the body slid across the ground. More movement followed. Shapes stirred in the dark corners. Jana, get behind me, Elena said quickly. Climb back up. Now. She grabbed the girl and pushed her toward the wall. Jana reached up, her fingers barely catching the edge. Her arms shook as she tried to pull herself up. In just a few seconds, more infected poured out from the same blind corner. 3 of them now. Elena's heart sank. If she focused on helping Jana climb, they would be caught. The wall was still too high, and the infected were already only a few meters away. Hiromi, help your sister up, Elena shouted as she turned and pulled her bow. The sudden movement made Jana lose her balance. Her body slipped, but Hiromi caught her hand just in time, her small fingers digging in as she held on with all her strength. Elena released an arrow. One infected dropped. She stepped back at once and pulled another arrow. "Step on my back, Jana," Elena said, her voice steady despite the chaos. The second arrow flew and pierced another infected's head. Jana stepped onto Elena's shoulders, but her arms trembled as she struggled to pull herself over the wall. Then the last infected burst forward. It leaped from behind the falling body, its jaws wide open, closing the gap in an instant. Elena had no choice. She raised her bow and shoved it straight into the creature's open mouth, stopping it just as its rotten breath washed over her face. "Get off me, bastard!" Elena shoved with all her strength, her arms shaking as she pushed the bow forward. But the infected didn't even budge. Instead, its jaws were getting closer and closer, its rotten breath spilling over her face. Up close, these creatures were monsters. Once they reached you, escape became almost impossible. "Hurry up, Jana," Elena shouted, her voice tight. She was ready to die here if she had to, but she would not let the girls die with her. But her words only made it worse. Jana froze. The shouting, the growling, the fear, and Elena's desperate voice crushed her all at once. Her mind screamed to move, but her body refused to listen. "Hiromi, pull her up," Elena shouted, realizing that the girl had frozen in fear. The infected's mouth opened wider near Elena's face. Its teeth were right there, so close she could see the black stains between them. Then, bang! A violent shock slammed into Elena, like someone had smacked her with a solid punch. At the same time, black blood sprayed across her face, followed by bits of flesh. The head in front of her exploded. The blast stunned her, like a flashbang going off right in front of her face. Her ears rang, her vision blurred, and for a brief moment, she did not know if she was alive or dead. At the same moment, the blast jolted Jana awake, feeling her strength return. Her limbs burned as adrenaline flooded her body. With a cry, she pushed with everything she had, and with her sister's help, she finally pulled herself up. More infected poured out seconds later, and the sound snapped Elena out of her daze. Before she could even breathe, more heads exploded one after another. Each shot came fast and precise, stopping the infected before they could get close. Elena turned toward where the shots came from. From a distance, she saw two familiar figures, one of them holding a rifle. She did not hesitate. Using the cover they gave her, Elena backed away from the wall, then ran and leaped. The wall was taller than her, but her hands caught the edge. With sharp, practiced movement, she pulled herself up and rolled over the top. An infected lunged after her. Its fingers almost managed to grab her ankle. Bang! His hand burst apart just inches from her foot. More infected were drawn by the noise. They poured out from houses and dark corners, ones the drone had missed. That was the danger of these creatures. If they were not dealt with quietly, they gathered fast, like ants drawn to food. Soon, more than a dozen were closing in. Elena grabbed the twins and ran. The infected followed at once. The wall only slowed them for a few seconds before they climbed and dropped over it, landing hard and rushing after them. Jackson did not allow them to close in. From afar, he kept firing, each shot bursting ahead and thinning their numbers. Elena ran with the girls, pulling them along as she searched for shelter. She tried door after door, but each one was locked. Breaking one open would take time, and time was something they did not have. "Sister Elena, they're catching up," Hiromi cried, her voice shaking. Jana was already in tears, her breath coming in short gasps. "Don't cry. We will make it," Elena said, forcing calm into her voice as she tried another door. But it did not budge. The growls were closer now. She clicked her tongue and yanked the twins toward a narrow alley, disappearing just as the infected rushed past. On the balcony, Jackson saw their situation clearly and sped up his shots. Even under the pressure, he forced himself to stay calm. If he lost focus now, someone would die. Soon, Elena and the twins turned a corner and vanished behind the buildings. The infected chasing them disappeared as well. "Shit," Jackson muttered, clicking his tongue. He lowered the rifle and turned to Natasha. How many are still after them? 5, Natasha answered. Her grip tightened around the binoculars. Let's go. Now, Jackson said. Normally, he would play it safe when it came to helping strangers, but today he absolutely didn't want to see those kids turn when he saw them again. Natasha did not argue. She moved with him at once. Minutes later. Faster. Move faster. Jackson ran hard, pushing himself, no longer checking every corner like he usually did. Speed mattered more now. Natasha even struggled to keep up as he rushed ahead. Seconds passed. None of them spoke, but both of them knew. Every second that passed was another step closer to death for Elena and the twins. Being chased by those fast-moving monsters while protecting 2 kids was nothing short of a death sentence. When Jackson and Natasha finally reached the street corner where they had vanished, they saw blood on the ground. Jackson slowed at once, slipping back into caution. His rifle was ready as they followed the trail. A corpse came into view, a zombie pinned to the ground with an arrow through its head. A few steps later, there was another, then another. Jackson glanced back at Natasha. Their eyes met, and no words were needed. There was a good chance the group had survived. They moved on and reached a backyard behind a house. When they turned the corner, they finally saw them. Elena and the 2 girls were alive. 2 zombie bodies lay nearby, while Elena sat on the ground beside them, breathing hard. The twins tensed when they noticed Jackson and Natasha, fear flashing across their faces. But it quickly faded when they realized the 2 were human. Are they your children? Jackson asked in a low voice as he approached. Do I look that old to you? Elena replied with a weak chuckle. Relatives? No. She shook her head. Jackson looked at the twins again. There was no resemblance at all. Survivors she picked up, maybe. When Jackson moved to help Elena up, his hands froze. He saw blood soaking into her right leg. Behind him, Natasha saw it too and had the urge to point her pistol at her. But she forced herself not to do it in front of the kids. Still, she had it ready to fire. Seeing their reactions, Elena smiled faintly. Despite your looks, you're both cautious. That's good. Combined with your skills, you have a good chance of surviving. We know. And don't you dare say those next words, Natasha replied, turning slightly toward the twins. Last wishes and such. Elena laughed softly, understanding what she meant. You think I'm dying? It's not a bite. I hurt myself while running. Natasha did not lower her guard. How can you be sure? She asked, glancing at the zombie bodies on the ground. The tension continued to rise. Jackson stayed silent, watching Elena closely for any sign of change. Then a small, shaky voice broke the silence. Excuse me, big brother and sister. It's not a wound from them, Jana spoke up. Sister Elena isn't infected, Hiromi added quickly. She pointed to a nearby fence. The sharp barbs were stained with fresh blood. She got hurt there. I jumped over it while running, Elena said calmly. Jackson looked again at her wound. It didn't seem to be a bite nor a scratch. With the proof in front of him, he finally relaxed a little. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Natasha muttered. I wanted to see how you'd react. Elena replied with a light tone. That's enough, Jackson said. It's not safe here. Let's find a shelter first. Good call. I like you, young man, Elena said. Jackson ignored her remarks. He helped her to her feet and let her lean on his shoulder. Natasha took the twins' hands, one on each side, as they moved out together. My bow and arrows, Elena said as she struggled to reach for them on the ground. Jackson picked them up for her, including the arrows still stuck in the zombies. The bow was quiet and light, far lighter than a rifle. It had several strings, a stabilizer, and a sight. It was a modern compound bow. Where did you get this? He asked. Interested? I'm not giving these to you, Elena said, hugging it like a child holding onto her toy. I already have my own, a lot better. TCH. I used to have lots of guns too, Elena said with a pout. But I had no choice but to give them up. Smart decision, Natasha said. Instead of protection, they attract more trouble. Elena sighed. Then her eyes shifted to the suppressors on Jackson and Natasha's weapons. But yours are different. Even our station didn't have those. I'm really curious where you got them, she said, her eyes looking at them suspiciously. And why would we tell you? Natasha shot back, not bothered by the suspicion. Elena smiled faintly. Don't you want to know where I got my bow? We can trade secrets. No thanks, Natasha said at once. Keep your bow to yourself. She turned away, clearly done with the conversation. Elena turned to Jackson and gave him puppy eyes. If you work as my lackey for 10 years, then I might consider. This time, Elena was left speechless. She still tried to persuade him, but he ignored her completely. They moved on, heading back toward the house where Jackson had been sniping earlier. Before long, they reached the gate. Thankfully, nothing attacked them along the way. Are you girls hungry? Natasha asked the twins. We found some food. I can heat it up if you want. The twins nodded shyly. Natasha went to the kitchen and began warming the canned food. Meanwhile, Jackson crouched beside Elena and started cleaning the wound on her leg. She flinched the moment the alcohol touched her skin. Be gentle, she said, suddenly sounding like a shy girl. Jackson ignored her teasing, already getting used to it. The wound's pretty big. Then stitch it. I don't know how. I'll ask Natasha. No, you do it, Elena said right away. I'll tell you what to do. Jackson raised an eyebrow. Why? She'll enjoy my pain, Elena muttered. She hates my guts. She's not like that. No. Elena cut him off. I want you to do it, please? Jackson sighed. All right, if you insist. Give me a moment. Minutes later, he began stitching the wound. Elena would occasionally moan in pain while also teasing him. Jackson shot her a weird look but quickly decided to focus. Learning to handle injuries might come in handy someday. When they were done, Natasha looked at him weirdly, her eyebrows raised. She did that on purpose, Jackson said, justifying himself. Humph. Natasha snorted, glaring at Elena. Across the room, the twins were feeding Elena. If it weren't for their different features, they could have passed for a mother and her daughters. So who are these kids? Don't tell me you kidnapped them, Natasha jabbed, crossing her arms. Sister Elena didn't kidnap us. Jana spoke up, defending her. She saved us when our parents died, Hiromi added, her voice shaking as she remembered, tears threatening to spill. Natasha suddenly felt a twinge of guilt which led to this topic. Now, you promised me no more crying, right, Hiromi? Elena said gently, putting an arm around the girl. I found them while scavenging for food, Elena continued. With the situation the way it is, I couldn't just leave them behind. She gestured to the girls. This one is Jana. She has black pupils. She smiled softly. And this is Hiromi, her twin, but with brown pupils. Jackson nodded. Nice to meet you, Jana and Hiromi. You're both strong girls to have survived this far, he said as he gave the twins a warm smile. Suddenly, the girls stepped forward and bowed. Sister Elena told us that we wouldn't have survived if it weren't for Big Brother and Sister's help. Thank you, we are very grateful for saving us, Hiromi said softly. And the food too. It was delicious, Jana added, a shy smile on her face. You're welcome. Glad you like it, Natasha replied, smiling. We did it partly for ourselves too, Jackson said, deliberately turning to Elena. It's good to help each other in times like this, right? Elena's eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me you're after my body. She covered herself, feigning shock. Really, young man these days, but if you really want. Before she could finish, Hiromi quickly covered Elena's mouth, her cheeks flaming red. I'm sorry, Sister Elena just pranks a lot, she whispered, embarrassed. Jackson chuckled, shaking his head. I don't mind. She's just a bit lively. He turned to Elena with a grin. In fact, I'd like to learn from you. What? The four girls gasped in unison. In the living room, Jackson and Elena stood facing each other. From another room, Natasha and the twins quietly watched with curiosity. So you were talking about my stealth skill. What a shame, Elena said, feigning a look of disappointment. If you're willing to teach me more, I'll gladly accept, Jackson replied, going along with her pranks. Shameless. So you really are after my body after all. Yeah, just teach me already. Tsh, you're no fun, Elena muttered, but a faint blush colored her cheeks. One he didn't notice. Jackson straightened, his expression serious now. As a sniper, the one thing he truly lacked was knowledge and skill in stealth, something Elena clearly had in abundance. If he could learn from her, paired with his soundless sniper rifle, then he would truly become a long-range assassin. Elena's eyes turned serious, and the playful look on her face vanished at once. All right, she said calmly. Pay close attention or else I won't teach you again. She gestured to the living room, now cleared of furniture. First, clothing. Dark colors, tight enough so nothing flaps or makes noise. Baggy clothes, shiny items. Throw them away. Jackson nodded, listening without missing a word. Next, blending in, she continued. Always keep yourself against shadows or corners. Walls, furniture, anything that hides your outline. Even small movements can catch attention. Your shadow alone can give you away. She paused, her hand brushing her injured leg, a brief wince flashing across her face. I can't move like I normally do, she said. So you'll do the moving and I'll watch. Her gaze sharpened. Hide from me. You can't leave this room. I'll give you 10 seconds. Start. Jackson was startled. There was no furniture he could use for cover. As the seconds ticked, he had no other choice. He crouched low and hugged the rifle close to his body, trying to make himself smaller. What are you doing? Are you trying to hide from a child? Elena scolded. Where the hell am I supposed to hide? He complained in his mind, but he kept his mouth shut. If you have nothing to use cover, then use angle, she instructed. Don't just think about hiding. Think about your enemy's line of sight and use it to your advantage. See that corner? Now position yourself there. Jackson moved toward it slowly. His foot barely made a sound on the wooden floor. Good, slower, Elena said. Watch your hands. Don't brush anything. Noise comes from everywhere. Floorboards, clothing, even your own breathing. Jackson froze mid-step. She leaned forward slightly, studying him closely. Your first instinct is always to move fast, she said sharply. Forget it. Fast draws attention, being slow is okay, as long as you stay quiet. Soundless movements aren't natural, so you have to force your body to obey. Jackson breathed out slowly and followed her words. Better. Now practice turning while staying hidden. Keep your eyes forward, move your body in parts. Don't let them see the change in your shape. Jackson nodded. Her serious, commanding presence left no room for teasing or jokes. For the first time, he felt the full depth of the skills she had developed. An hour later, the lesson finally ended. Jackson wiped the sweat from his face and took a long drink of water. Thank you for today, he said. I learned a lot. Come back tomorrow, Elena replied. We'll continue where we left off. Can I join too? Natasha asked. She had been watching the whole time and wanted to try. Elena turned to her, staring at her quietly. Do what you want, but you have to keep up with him. I won't slow down things for you. That's good enough. Jackson looked at Elena. What about you? Are you planning to keep moving? With my leg like this, we'd be dead if we ran into more of those things. We'll stay here for a while. We checked the area, Natasha added. It should be safe for you and the kids. We'll bring some food tomorrow. Thanks. After a short pause, Jackson asked, once your leg heals, where do you plan to go? Elena fell silent, then spoke. Blackridge Facility. I've never heard of that place. Natasha said, thinking. It's not public yet. Elena shrugged. It used to be a military base. I heard they're turning it into a safe zone. Natasha's eyes lit up at once. Have they started evacuating people there? What about food and medical supplies? Do they have weapons? Soldiers? Hey, slow down, Elena raised a hand. I don't know all that. I only heard about it from my old unit. Then why choose that place? Natasha frowned. There are other safe zones out there. Elena closed her eyes for a moment, as if debating whether to say it. In the end, she spoke. Because of its location. Most safe zones are in cities or near towns. Blackridge is hidden deep in the mountains. Natasha and Jackson exchanged a look. Jackson spoke first. We were planning to leave this area too. We just hadn't decided where to go. Blackridge facility. Can we come with you? Natasha followed. Can I stop you if you want to follow? Elena asked back as she chuckled. Let's go together. It's better than fighting alone. Thank you, Elena, Jackson said sincerely. He glanced at Natasha, and she nodded back, already understanding him. Their destination had been decided. From that moment on, Elena joined their huddle. Soon, they began discussing things in detail. Jackson told Elena about the evolved zombies he had seen near their area. The moment she heard it, her face stiffened, fear flashing in her eyes. It was the same look Burggers and the others had shown when they heard the news. So you haven't run into those kinds of zombies either, Jackson said quietly. Why are they evolving so fast? Elena muttered, biting her nails. Her gaze darted. The normal ones already wiped out our entire station. Now they are even stronger? Elena, Jackson called out when he noticed her drifting. He reached out and tapped her shoulder. She flinched slightly, then looked up. Sorry. What was that? Are you okay? You seemed lost for a moment. Yeah. I'm fine, she said, forcing a breath. Just recalled a bad memory. Let's continue with the escape plan. After more discussion, they finally decided on their departure date. 2 weeks from now. It would give them time to gather supplies, prepare properly, and allow Elena's leg to heal. Natasha then sent the update to the others and added Elena to their group chat. The plan was set. Don't forget to bring my rice, all right? I haven't eaten it in a long time, Elena said as they said their goodbyes. Jana, Hiromi, take care of yourselves. Send us a message if anything happens. Natasha reminded gently and pulled the twins into a light hug. The girls nodded, holding onto her for a moment before letting go. Soon, Jackson and Natasha headed back home. A week passed since their encounter with the twins. The days that followed were strangely peaceful. It was a calm they were not used to, especially after everything they had been through. Shooting practice continued every day. From their hunts, Jackson gathered enough coins to buy scopes for the 2 pistols. Took time to get used to them, but the results soon showed. Natasha fired the last shot and lowered her pistol. 8 of the 10 targets were hit. Cindy stepped up next. Her shots were slower and more careful. When she finished, 6 targets were marked. You did a good job, Cindy. You improved a lot, Jackson praised, genuinely pleased. Thank you, she replied, catching her breath. Be proud. A little more practice and you might hit them all. Without thinking, he reached out and patted her head. Cindy froze for a moment, then stayed quiet. A faint blush spread across her cheeks. I really did work hard, she whispered, smiling. Jackson then turned his attention to Isabel. She was trying to shoot the cans, but her progress was the slowest. Out of 10, she only hit 2. Let me try once more, she said quietly. She took another round. This time it was worse. Only 1 can fell. Isabel lowered the pistol and stared at the cans. Her brows deeply furrowed as she stayed silent. She wanted to try once more, but held herself back, gripping the back of her clothes tightly. Jackson watched her closely. He could see the disappointment clearly written on her face. Mom, instead of the pistol, why not try this? Jackson brought out one of the M16 rifles. It was fitted with a suppressor he had bought using his last coins. No, keep it, Jackson. No need to waste good weapons on me. Maybe a kitchen knife suits me better. Isabel replied, forcing a smile. Try it. There's no harm in trying. Isabel shook her head, feeling a bit frustrated. I'm terrible at this. There's no need to waste bullets on me. Jackson stepped forward and took the pistol from her hand. He then placed the M16 into her arms. This is how you do it, he said softly. Hold the rifle tight with both hands. He adjusted her grip, guiding her fingers into place. Jackson, stop. This won't work. He did not answer. Instead, he stepped behind her and supported her arms, his hands resting over hers as if he were holding the rifle himself. Carry it like this, he said calmly. Line up the sight. When everything feels steady, pull the trigger. Why? Isabel asked, her voice trembling. Why are you helping me? You've seen it. I'm useless at this. Jackson stayed silent as he pulled the trigger with her finger along with his. Thup, thup, thup. The cans rang as bullets struck them one after another. When the last can fell, Jackson finally spoke. You're a strong woman, Mom. You worked your way up to become a CEO with your own effort while raising us alone. Because of you, we had everything we wanted and needed. Jackson, you even let me do whatever I wanted after I graduated. I was incompetent. I stayed in my room all day playing games, and you never complained. You still supported me. Jackson chuckled, then added softly, so let me help you this time. This is nothing compared to what you've done for me. Isabel bit her lip, holding something back. Her eyes softened, then slowly filled with resolve. I want to learn, she said quietly. Please teach me, Jackson. Jackson smiled. Gladly. He set the cans back in place and stepped behind her again. Just like before, his arms supported hers as he guided her movements. Isabel felt as if he were hugging her, her soft back pressing lightly against his chest, and a faint warmth crept up to her ears. After a few more tries, Jackson slowly let go and stepped aside. Now try it on your own. Isabel took a steady breath and pulled the trigger. Clang, clang. Several cans fell to the ground. Out of 10, 5 were hit. And that was without a scope, since they did not have enough coins for one. Told you, the M16 suits you better. Isabel turned to him and let out a small smile. You're right. I should have listened to my son. After their shooting practice, Jackson headed out again with Natasha, just like usual, to continue their hunt. Did you spot anything? Jackson asked after Natasha finished scouting with the drone. But she shook her head. Nothing. No targets today either. Jackson let out a slow breath. I don't know if I should be happy or worried. We haven't seen any infected around for the past 2 days. You should be happy, Natasha replied. Aren't you tired of dealing with those crazed undead? I honestly hope our days stay this peaceful. I do like the peace too, Jackson said quietly. But we still need coins. He shook his head and forced a smile. Let's stop by Burggers' place. I haven't seen them in a while. As soon as they arrived, Burggers rushed up to Jackson. Jackson, I've been waiting for you, man, he said excitedly. How's Elena doing? Before Jackson could answer, Burggers continued on his own. I'm telling you, man, she's been flirting with me a lot lately. Yeah, don't mind her words. She's probably just teasing. Why? This is love. Burggers let out a deep sigh as he stared into the distance. She's my destined person. I'm sure she's thinking about me right now. Jackson laughed and shook his head. Ever since Elena joined their group, Burggers had become much more talkative. You're going to see her later, right? Burggers asked. Say some good words for me. I'll try, but don't get your hopes up, SH. Come on, man, be positive, Burggers cut in. You're staying with 3 beautiful women, so you wouldn't understand. But think about me. Even Hannah's been grumpy at me. So help me with Elena. All right? All right, Jackson said with a smile. I'll help you. Thanks, man. You really are a good friend. Seeing how deeply love-struck he was, Jackson chose not to crush his hopes. After catching up with Hannah and Horace and updating each other about the escape plans, they prepared to leave. This time, Horace, Hannah, and Burggers went out with them to look for food. Jackson and Natasha accompanied them part of the way toward Elena's place before they finally split up. That afternoon, they met up with Elena and the twins again and continued with the stealth lessons. You really have a knack for this, young man, Elena said with a chuckle. You could have made a fine police officer. A shame the world ended. Over the past week of training with her, Jackson had come to know her better. She could be kind at times, but most of the time she loved to tease. Yet the moment training began, she became a completely different person. She was strict, focused, and serious. A natural. Off to the side, Natasha watched quietly as she wiped the sweat from her face and took a drink of water. Elena's discipline and genuine effort to teach had softened Natasha's dislike of her a little. Still, she kept her guard up, not letting it drop completely. For days later, Jackson wiped the sweat from his face with a towel after a hard session of workouts. The routine was something he found online, mostly home exercises since he had no equipment. He glanced down at the message floating in front of him. Strength plus 0.03. The gains dropped again. That's half a day's worth of work, Jackson muttered with a sigh. Over the past few days, he had started training regularly since no infected had appeared nearby. He tried different routines focusing on stamina, strength, and agility. But as his stats increased, the gains from exercise kept shrinking. Each session took more effort than the last, while the improvement grew smaller and smaller. At this rate, I might need to work out for days just to gain 0.01 stat. Not to mention the pain and exhaustion. This method is too inefficient. With that thought, he opened his status window. Name Jackson Hawk. Level 3, 70/133. Age 24. Strength 10.24. Speed 8.58. Agility 8.23. Intelligence 8.24. Stamina 8.66. Vitality 5.96. Stat points 1. Skills. Marksmanship, e-handling and control have improved. Aim faster and fire with greater stability. Recoil is easier to manage, and shots are more accurate even under pressure. Stealth. G enables quieter movement by controlling footsteps, posture, and body motion. Coins, 21. Compared to my stats when I first awakened the system, I should already have the strength of a bodybuilder, maybe even stronger. I might even surpass those normal zombies. Jackson quickly shook his head. No, don't think of fighting them in close combat. I'm a sniper. He then turned his attention to the newest skill that appeared yesterday, his biggest gain so far. Stealth. His hard work, along with Elena's teaching, had finally paid off. Still, the rank was far lower than his marksmanship skill. He guessed this was also around the current level of his family's shooting skills, though Natasha was likely better. But this means I can learn other skills too. I should try other things as well. Night had already fallen, and with nothing else to do, Jackson turned on his PC. Feels like it's been forever, he muttered. If this were the old me, I'd be spending 10 hours a day on you. He opened Discord and checked the gaming server he once managed, a place with over 1,000 members. The server was quiet, almost lifeless. Hardly anyone was online. The last message was from a week ago, someone asking how everyone was doing, with no reply beneath it. He was not surprised. In a world like this, who would have time to check on others? Everyone was busy trying to survive. Surprisingly, he finally received a reply from Harlemlaver, his gaming friend who had once warned him about the apocalypse. Jackson opened the message and read carefully. Yo, sup man. Glad you're still alive. This will probably be my last message. Me and my family are evacuating. I heard my father talking with soldiers. They said the virus is evolving fast. If you want to survive, build a bunker or flee to the sea and stay away from populated areas. GG Jackson. It's been real. Time to uninstall Fantasy Life. Hope you find a secret cheat code for survival. See ya. The message was full of typos, clearly written in a rush. Jackson did not mind. The fact that his friend still remembered him was enough. Good luck to you too, stay safe out there, Jackson typed back. He knew his friend might never read it, but he sent it anyway. They must have encountered those strange variants too if they already know the virus is evolving, Jackson thought. Building bunkers, fleeing to the sea. Their situation doesn't seem much better than ours. His friend lived in a country known for its strong military, yet even there people were fleeing. Jackson closed the app and leaned back. No point overthinking it. I still have a lot to do. With that, he shut down the PC and went to sleep. In the dead of the night, a lone soldier ran through the dark streets with everything he had. His boots slapped against the wet ground, echoing across the area. Behind him, the infected gave chase. They were not the normal ones. Some leaped across rooftops and cars, their bodies twisting in the air. Others crawled on all fours, moving like beasts, covering long distances in seconds. Their limbs bent the wrong way, their speed unnatural. The soldier did not dare run straight. He turned into narrow alleys, cut through tight corners, and slammed into walls as he ran. He knew this was his only chance. The roars behind him grew louder, closer. Hot breath brushed the back of his neck. Huff, huff, huff. His lungs burned. His vision blurred. Just as his legs threatened to give out, he saw it. An open door. His hope. He threw himself inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it with shaking hands. Then his walkie-talkie rang. "Jerry, do you copy? Report your situation." The sound made him flinch. He pressed his back against the door, listening. "They found me," he whispered, then swallowed hard. "Sergeant." "I'm here," Jerry said, his voice trembling. "This is probably the end for me. I'm trapped." "Report your location, Jerry. We're coming for you." "Forget about me, Sergeant. I'm already dead." He laughed. "But it's fine. I planted the bombs. I did my job. Jerry, tell me your location. This is an order." Before he could reply, the door behind him exploded inward. The lock tore apart like paper. "They're here." Jerry hurled the walkie-talkie aside and raised his rifle, his hands shaking. "I'm not going down alone, you bastards." The infected roared back at him, a cacophony of guttural sounds, but they were met with bullets. Shells clattered to the floor as bullets tore through rotten flesh. Bodies dropped and blood sprayed the walls. Jerry maniacally laughed as he held the doorway. "Ha ha!" Then a massive form pushed through the swarm, forcing the entrance to burst wider. The bullets hit it, but it did not slow down. It looked like a jumper, but far larger, nearly 3 meters tall. Its limbs were long and twisted, its muscles swollen and thick. Its eyes locked onto him instantly. Roar! The sound vibrated through his bones. The creature charged, smashing through tables and cabinets like they were nothing, stopping only a step away from him. Jerry kept firing. His bullets ran out. His hands trembled as he stared up at the thing towering over him. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but his legs would not move. "What the fuck are you?" Bam! The monster swung its claws downward, and he was smashed into a meat paste, killing him in an instant. Blood and gore splattered across the room. In the corner of the room, the walkie-talkie crackled. "Jerry? What happened?" "Jerry, answer me." The creature turned, let out a roar, and smashed it into pieces. Meanwhile, deep underground in a hidden room, the other voice echoed through the silence. The sergeant, a rough-looking man, gripped the walkie-talkie tightly. "Jerry, answer me." Only static replied. He lowered the device slowly. He knew it was the end for his subordinate. "Fuck," he cursed, slamming his fist onto the table. The door suddenly opened, and a soldier staggered inside. His face was battered. He looked extremely exhausted, and his eyes were moist with tears. "Corporal Miller?" the sergeant said, standing up at once. "What happened? Weren't you guarding the bridge?" Miller's legs gave out. He dropped to the floor, shaking. "Sergeant, they attacked us." His voice broke. "Those monsters, Johnson and Peter, they're gone." He covered his face and cried, sobbing like a child who had lost everything. The sergeant froze. Johnson, Peter, Miller, these three were his best men. His chest tightened. Rage surged up his throat, but he forced it down. He turned away, his teeth grinding as his hands trembled. Suddenly, roars echoed through the underground halls. At the same time, gunshots rang out. Corporal Miller jolted awake from his crying, his blood running cold. "Why are they here? This place is supposed to be hidden," he shouted. Then his eyes widened in horror. No, they followed me." His voice began to shake. "That's not right. They let me escape on purpose?" He then laughed maniacally, his hands grabbing his hair and scratching his face, like his mind had snapped. The sergeant turned sharply. "What nonsense are you talking about, Corporal?" he barked. "Pick up your weapon and get up. We'll kill those monsters. It's useless. We can't win." Miller laughed harder, tears running down his face. "We're the best soldiers? That's bullshit. This isn't something humans can beat. The world is already doomed. TCH. The sergeant clicked his tongue. "He's lost it. He had seen it before. Soldiers who broke after seeing too much. Without another word, the sergeant grabbed a rifle and stepped out of the room. Outside, a wide underground space opened before him, once a facility. Now it was a battlefield. 10 soldiers, bruised and exhausted, fired non-stop at the incoming infected. Above them, the entrance was being torn apart. Metal bent and concrete cracked as wave after wave of infected poured in. As the opening grew wider, the real horrors arrived. Jumpers leaped down, closing the distance in seconds. One landed on a soldier, dragging him to the ground as his screams were cut short. The sergeant stood near the doorway of his room, his face twisted with fear and rage. Around him, the underground facility was in chaos. Grenton City was just a hellhole. He gripped his rifle tightly, refusing to surrender to despair. Each shot he fired found its mark, tearing through the advancing infected. A jumper lunged at him, but he skillfully sidestepped just in time, emptying his magazine into it until it collapsed with a sickening thud. Minute after minute, the fight continued. One by one, his comrades fell, until he was alone, surrounded by a horde that never seemed to tire. These monsters, why did I even come here? He muttered, bitter laughter escaping him. Memories flashed unbidden. His wife's gentle smile, his daughter's laughter. I'm sorry, Daddy can't come home this time. Soon, the infected closed in. They tore into him, biting at his arms, legs, chest, every part of his body. Pain tore through him, but through the agony, his hand closed around something beneath his uniform, a controller. Burn in hell, you monsters! He screamed and pressed the button. Boom! A few kilometers away from the place, Jackson opened his eyes. The explosion came without warning. It was so loud and deep that it felt as if the sky itself had torn apart. The shockwave rolled through the city, strong enough to be heard dozens of miles away. Then, everything went dark. All the lights died at once, plunging the entire city into blackness. Jackson shot up from his bed, his heart pounding. He grabbed his phone, turned on the flashlight, and rushed downstairs. In the dining room, Natasha and the others were already there. They held up their phones, their faces pale in the dim light. That explosion. What was that? Cindy asked, her voice trembling. Are we being bombed? If they were, they would have sent a warning. That blast must have only occurred from the center of our city. Natasha replied, her brow furrowed as she began thinking. But why? No point guessing, Jackson answered, I'll send the drone to check. But everyone needs to get ready. We might have to leave tonight. Without arguing, they nodded and began packing, their movements quick and frantic. Meanwhile, Jackson released the drone. It lifted into the air, vanishing into the night. He guided it toward the heart of the city, the same area he had marked as a death zone on his map. The night was too dark, but he managed to find his way, following a faint glow in the distance. Minutes passed as the distant light grew larger on the screen. As the drone drew closer, flames came into view. Entire buildings below were burning, the fire spreading like a living thing. Some structures had already collapsed into rubble, while others were still falling apart. But the destruction was not everywhere. It was centered on some area where he had once seen the infected gather. Someone definitely fought them and knows of this place. The military? Jackson guided the drone in a slow circle. Then his breath caught. Shapes were moving beneath the firelight. WTF? From the ruins, infected began to pour out. They crawled from shattered concrete and burst through burning doors and windows. Their skin was blackened and scorched, some still smoking, yet they moved as if nothing happened. One became dozens, then hundreds, then thousands. Jackson felt a chill crawl up his spine. The variants they had been monitoring were scattering in all directions, like a nest of wasps that had been struck. He saw jumpers leaping across broken buildings, and fast ones sprinting down alleys, and some were heading straight toward their area. Shit. He pulled the drone back at once. There was no time to watch anymore. Natasha, he called out sharply. Contact Burggers and Elena. We're starting the escape plan now. I can't. Natasha shook her head. The signal's gone. I tried earlier, but nothing went through. Then forget it. We'll meet them at the designated location. Their preparations did not take long. They had been preparing for this moment for days. Food and supplies were already packed inside the van. They only grabbed a few extra clothes and their weapons before moving out. Soon, they gathered beside the black van parked near their gate. It was a vehicle they had scavenged earlier, since Natasha's car was too small for everyone. I'll drive. Cindy, Mom, get in the back, Natasha said as she climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. Jackson paused for a moment. He turned back and looked at their house one last time. Then he sat in the front seat and closed the door. The van pulled away and headed toward the public basketball court on East Street, their agreed meeting place. The tires screeched as they navigated the dark streets. Minutes passed in silence. Where are they? Natasha said, worry creeping into her voice as her leg bounced. What's taking them so long? Should we go get them? Let's wait a bit, Jackson replied, keeping his eyes on the road ahead. There's no way they didn't move after that explosion. They're here, Cindy said softly. Another van rolled into view. Burggers was behind the wheel. Sitting beside him was Elena, her face serious as she gave a short nod in their direction. No words were needed. The tires screeched as both vehicles took off at once. Their route had already been decided long ago. While Natasha drove at the front, her brows furrowed. It's too dark. I can barely see the road, and I can't use Google Maps either. The headlights were their only guide through the dark. Abandoned cars were scattered everywhere, forcing her to slow down and weave through narrow gaps. Half an hour later, distant roars echoed from behind. Everyone turned back at once, their faces stiffening. Natasha in front. Isabel shouted as a shadow suddenly appeared on the road. Bam! The bumper slammed into something. Natasha slammed the brakes while Jackson yanked open the window and shone his flashlight behind them. The body on the road twitched. Then it stood up. It's an infected. Go, go! Jackson yelled. Natasha hit the gas. The engine roared as they sped forward. Brother, Cindy said, turning her head. There's a light in the distance. Jackson turned toward the direction she was looking. Using his rifle scope, he actually spotted another car driving off. The vehicle was barely visible in the darkness. A survivor? Maybe they're escaping this place too. Minutes later, the van jolted again. Everyone cried out as the wheels crushed over something. Then, out of nowhere, another infected appeared on the road, rushing toward them. Run it over, Jackson shouted. As they hit it, the infected was thrown aside like a rag doll. Before they could breathe, another rushed out, then another. Natasha kept running over them. The van jolted hard as bodies slammed beneath the tires. Metal rattled, and everyone was thrown around inside. Up ahead, Natasha spotted more than a dozen infected pouring into the road. Jackson, what do we do? She asked, her voice tight. Go around them. She swerved, the van turning sharply as Burggers followed close behind. This road was clear when we checked with the drone, Natasha said. Why are there so many now? It's the sound. The explosion must not only have scattered the zombies. It's likely that it also drew those outside the city coming here. Jackson replied grimly. We're attracting them. As they pushed forward, the number chasing them kept growing. Every engine roar pulled more of them out of the dark. Shadows spilled from alleys and streets, closing in. Natasha tried to weave through the roads, turning east, then west, but it felt useless. No matter where she went, more infected appeared. Natasha, get ready to pull over, Jackson suddenly said. He stuck his hand out the window and gave a sharp signal to the van behind them. What? Natasha's grip tightened on the wheel. Stopping now felt like suicide. Then something smashed into the side mirror. An infected clung to the door, its fingers scraping against the glass. Hold tight, Natasha said, jerking the wheel. But the infected clung stubbornly, so Jackson slid the window down just enough, raised his rifle and fired. The infected's grip loosened, and it fell away, leaving a smear of blood on the window. Does anyone know where we are now? Jackson asked, his eyes scanning the dark streets. Cindy leaned forward, peering through the windshield. Brother, we just passed by a popular Chinese store. This should be the Chinatown district. Jackson searched his memory. Then it clicked. The pagoda. Can you guide us there? I know this area well. Leave it to me, Cindy said confidently. Even with limited visibility, she pointed out turns without hesitation, as if she had fully memorized the area. There, Jackson said as he spotted the pagoda. Pull over there. Everyone get ready. The moment we stop, run to the top as fast as you can. He said as he clipped his flashlight onto his rifle, preparing for battle. The two vans pulled into the underground parking beneath the pagoda. The engines cut out as they stopped. Run. Doors flew open. From the other van, Hannah pulled Jana and Hiromi close to her. Burggers and Horace rushed ahead, clearing the way. Elena stayed behind them, watching their backs. Jackson followed with his family, keeping them close. Their flashlights made thin lines of light as they sprinted for the stairs. Then Jackson heard it, footsteps behind. He turned just as shapes poured into the parking lot entrance. Dozens of infected rushed in, their roars echoing off the walls. Jackson raised his rifle and started shooting. Natasha, Cindy, and Isabel then realized he had stopped. Jackson, what are you doing? Isabel turned back, panic in her voice. All three raised their guns toward the rushing infected. Natasha and Cindy fired their pistols, while Isabel braced the M16 and pulled the trigger. Muzzle flashes lit the parking lot in short bursts as bodies fell and kept coming. Run to the top, Jackson shouted. I'll hold them for a bit. We'll help you, Cindy cried. Just go, he snapped. I'll catch up before you know it. But Cindy started when Natasha grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Let's go. He's right. The two hesitated, then turned and followed Elena's group up the stairs. Below them, the roars grew louder, filling the parking lot. They were halfway up when a voice came from behind. I'm here. The three women froze and spun around. Jackson was right behind them, breathing steady. Cindy stared at him in shock. He stayed back. How did he catch up so fast? As they reached higher, Elena glanced back. Where's Jackson? Right here. Elena's eyes narrowed. Why did we come here? If we keep running outside, we'll just pull more of them in, Jackson said quickly. The streets will turn into a trap. If we can't run, then we hide first. Elena looked down the stairwell. The echoes of roars were already climbing after them. And how do you plan to hide when they're already right behind us? Just run. Jackson turned back again, pointing his rifle down below. His flashlight caught their shapes. Dark figures rushed upward, fast and crawling, closing the distance quickly. He fired, reloaded, and fired again. Bodies fell, but the swarm barely thinned. Up ahead, Natasha and the others kept running, when suddenly, a shadow dropped from above. An infected leaped down toward them without a sound. Before it could reach Cindy, an arrow flew past her and pierced its head. The body slammed to the ground and went still. The twins screamed, clinging to Hannah as fear filled their eyes. Horace and Burggers stiffened. The danger was not only behind them anymore. Watch out above, Natasha shouted. She moved to the front and started shooting with her pistol. More infected dropped from above. Cindy and Isabel forced down their fear and joined her, covering the stairs. Behind them, Elena loosed arrow after arrow, each shot clean and fast. The door, the one on the side, Elena called out. Open it. It's locked, Horace said, shaking the handle hard. Break it, Elena snapped. Burggers rushed forward and slammed his shoulder into the door. Once, twice. Bam. It's open, Hannah cried. Before she could finish, an infected burst out from inside, lunging straight at her. Burggers reacted without thinking. He grabbed the infected by the neck, stopping its teeth inches from her face. Help! Horace rushed in, grabbing the creature's arm as it thrashed and snarled. Its strength far greater than it should have been. Sister Elena, there's one here, Hiromi cried. Elena turned at once. She rushed forward and drove her arrow straight into the infected's head at close range. The body dropped without a sound. With the path clear, Natasha, Cindy, and Isabel turned back and rushed through the open door. "Jackson, here," Isabel shouted from above. Jackson was still holding the infected back on his own. He glanced up and ran, pushing his legs as hard as he could. Suddenly, something fell from above. An infected slammed into him, knocking him down. He hit the floor hard. The infected climbed over him, snapping its jaws. Jackson shoved his forearm against its neck, straining to keep its teeth away from his face. With his other hand, he tilted the rifle up. Bang! Blood sprayed across his chest and face. The sharp smell made him gag. "Jackson, are you okay?" Natasha shouted as she rushed toward him. Before he could answer, Elena released another arrow. It flew past Jackson and struck the infected creeping up behind him. The body dropped and went still. Jackson rolled to the side and sprang to his feet. Natasha grabbed his arm and pulled him upward as he ran. Fingers scraped the air behind him, missing his leg by inches. "Close it." Now, Elena shouted. Burggers and Horace slammed the door shut and threw their weight against it. The door shook. Something crashed into it from the other side, again and again. The hinges screamed as a narrow gap slowly opened. The others rushed in, pressing their bodies against the door, pushing back with everything they had. Still, the door creaked open just a little more. Jackson stepped back from the door and swung his flashlight around. The beam caught a steel bar lying on the floor. He grabbed it, jammed it through the door handle, and twisted it tight until it locked in place. "Get back," Jackson said. "Find a way up. Watch for infected. I'll hold this." The door shook again and again, and it sounded like it could burst open at any moment. The steel bar bent slightly with every slam. It was only a matter of time before they broke through. Elena and Natasha moved at once, leading the group deeper inside. They rushed through one room, then another. Darkness filled every corner. Sometimes an infected would rush out without warning, but they shot it down fast, covering each other as they moved. Behind them, Jackson fired into the door as his bullets punched holes through the metal. Then an eye poked at one of the holes, staring straight at him. He shot it instantly, hitting his mark. He reloaded and fired again as the banging continued. Then Natasha's voice cut through the chaos. "We found it. There's a way up here." "Coming," Jackson answered. He fired a few more shots into the door, then turned and ran. As he moved, he shut and locked every door he passed, leaving the noise and the infected behind. Seconds later, the door he had held finally gave way. It burst open and infected poured out and chased after Jackson. Their groans echoed in the stairwell, growing louder and louder. He ran hard and caught up with the group. Behind them, one door after another slammed open as the infected forced their way through. From landing above, Jackson turned and fired while moving. He would stop, shoot, then run again, never letting them get close enough to grab him. "Hold on a little more, we're almost there," Elena said as she glanced back at the twins. They were gasping for air, their legs shaking. Looking around, she saw it was not just them. Everyone was exhausted. They had run from underground all the way to the 9th floor. Loud roars echoed from below. No more words were needed. Fear pushed them forward even when their bodies wanted to stop. When the group reached the 10th floor, Jackson arrived right behind them. Again and again he had stayed back, firing until the last moment, then sprinting to catch up. Along the way, he shot down as many infected as he could. "Get ready," Jackson said as he took position. "We stop them here before we go through that door." "Burggers, Horace, block the door first," Elena said as she lifted her bow. "We don't want anything coming from behind." Shapes moved in their flashlight beams as the infected rushed up the stairs. Then they opened fire. Muzzle flashes lit the stairwell in sharp bursts. With Jackson thinning their numbers, only a dozen remained, and their bullets killed the last of them until everything became silent. Is it over?" Hannah asked, her voice shaking. "Shoo, lower your voice," Jackson whispered. "What we killed were only the ones drawn by the noise. There must be more of them around." He glanced at the door and tightened his grip on his weapon. "We go in quietly." They slipped through the unlocked door and found a wide floor lined with rooms. I'll check that side, Elena whispered, pointing to the right. Jana, Hiromi, stay here. Before the twins could reply, she was already moving, leaving them with Hannah. Jackson nodded to Natasha, and the two headed left. Cindy and Isabel stayed behind to guard the others. They moved carefully, sweeping each room and checking every corner. Clear, Elena whispered when she returned. I didn't see anything. No infected. Same here, Natasha said softly. Jackson let out a slow breath. Help me block all the entrances. We stay here for the night. Everyone moved at once. Burggers and Horace dragged cabinets across hallways. Jackson and the others pushed tables and shelves against doors, sealing off every way in. When they were done, they picked one room and blocked it again from the inside. Exhausted and silent, they gathered close together, finally letting themselves rest, even if only for a little while. Everyone, turn off your lights, Jackson whispered. Even if you hear something, do not make a sound. What if they come back? Hiromi asked softly, her voice shaking. Don't worry. I will keep watch tonight. You should rest, Jackson replied. I'll guard with you, Elena said, and Jackson gave a short nod. One by one, the flashlights went dark. Jackson had told them to rest, but no one could sleep. The silence felt heavy, and every small sound made their hearts jump. Fear kept their eyes open, and instinct would not let them relax. An hour later, a roar echoed outside. It was loud and eerie, nothing like a normal infected. Jackson froze. He was familiar with that sound. It was the same roar he had heard before. The jumpers, those disgusting variants. They had reached this place. Everyone tensed. Hannah and the twins covered their mouths to stop any noise. Jackson tightened his grip on his rifle and closed his eyes, hoping the night would pass without them being found. The roars came again, closer this time. Each sound scraped along the walls like claws. They all knew the creatures were moving toward the pagoda, inching nearer and nearer. One of the creatures outside jumped just beyond the pagoda and sniffed the air like a dog detecting prey. Then it leapt toward the building, climbing higher and higher along the walls. When it reached the top, it let out a deafening roar. Elena held the twins' hands tightly. Hannah pressed herself closer to Natasha and Cindy, while Isabel gripped Jackson's arm with trembling hands. Even Burggers and Horace felt their hearts hammering in their chests. Yet every one of them forced themselves to stay silent, controlling their breathing as best they could. The jumper circled for a while, but eventually, it leapt down and continued its way, searching for any sign of life. The roars and tense moments repeated again and again for hours. One passed, another came. Each time, they would sniff around the pagoda, then move on without finding them. No one spoke, and no one even dared to move, afraid of making a sound. Morning finally came, and with it, a faint light pierced through the windows. It's morning already, Hannah whispered, relief in her voice. I haven't heard those roars for a while. Looks like they've left, Burggers said in a low voice. The others let out quiet breaths of relief. They had survived a nightmare. The constant fear, the nearby roars, and the tense hours in the dark had left them drained. Now, finally, they could see clearly without flashlights. Everyone, we can't go out yet, Jackson said. I'll clear the zombies below. Can you hold on a little longer? Of course. Not like we can go out there with those monsters around, Elena replied, and the others nodded in agreement. Why don't we all just rest first? Natasha suggested quietly. I agree with her, Jackson said. I know none of you got any sleep last night. While I take care of the infected below, rest for a few hours. All right then, I'll go ahead first, Elena said, lying down and making herself comfortable. You guys rest too. No one knows if we'll get another chance. In the blink of an eye, she was fast asleep. Seeing her settle like that, the others found a spot and allowed themselves to do the same. Jackson, however, stayed awake. He crawled to the window and began positioning himself. Down below, more than 24 zombies loitered near the pagoda. Further down the road, he could see even more, scattered and wandering. At that moment, his killing began. A soundless, unseen, and long-ranged killing. The heads below started exploding one by one, and the infected grew frenzied. The sound of the blasts drew their attention. Their eyes darted around, searching, but they found nothing. This is how it should go, Jackson thought, remembering last night when he had to fight them up close. Running on dark stairs with only a flashlight, he finally understood the fear of the people in the horror movies he had watched. The only sound was his rifle reloading. Each shot dropped another infected. Then Natasha's voice broke the silence beside him. Jackson, near the black van. There are 2 infected close to it, she said, peering below with binoculars. Why aren't you sleeping? He asked, keeping his eyes on the targets. I'll help you finish faster. Then we can sleep together. Thanks, I can handle this. Go ahead and rest first, he said, turning to her. But when he saw her eyes, he knew he wouldn't be able to convince her. 3 on the right of the blue store, Natasha spoke, stubbornly staying by his side. And as always, she became another pair of eyes for him, spotting infected he might have missed. For a full hour, the killing went on without pause. While the others slept, Natasha stayed by his side the whole time. Natasha, Jackson called softly. Southeast. Down the corner, 2 blocks away from the green car, Natasha said flatly, like a machine stuck on repeat. Hey, Jackson said again, but she didn't respond. He then reached out and grabbed her shoulder, giving it a small shake. That finally woke her. You need to rest, he said quietly. No, Natasha was startled, but her words stopped when Jackson suddenly stood and lifted her into his arms. You've helped more than enough. Rest, he whispered near her ear. Wrapped in his arms, Natasha felt warm and safe. Her body relaxed, and her eyes slowly closed as sleep took her. Jackson smiled faintly. He carried her to where Cindy and Isabel were sleeping, laid her down gently, and covered her with a jacket. Then he returned to the window and took his position again. Another round of sniping began. With his strengthened stats, 1 night without sleep was still something he could endure. This place was a perfect spot for a sniper. He couldn't let this chance slip. It was high with a clear view, and there were plenty of targets below. Unlike before, he did not need to hunt for prey. They were already there. Too bad we gotta go soon. This would have been a nice grinding spot. For hours later, Jackson glanced at the level-up notification floating in front of him. In less than a day, I probably killed more than 100. He chuckled, then focused on his stats. I have 2 free stat points now. Then, stamina +1. He allocated 1 point and felt a warm energy flow through his body. Better to use it now than miss the chance. I'll save the last one for emergency. He was pondering over his upgraded stats when he heard a soft voice spoke behind him. Jackson, you didn't sleep? Isabel had woken up before the others and saw him still at the window. I'm fine. I'm not sleepy. She stood and moved closer, spreading her jacket beside him. You have to rest too, Jackson. You saved us again last night, she whispered. They stayed quiet for a moment. Her eyes lingered on him, like she was holding something back. But, Isabel murmured, I don't want you to keep putting yourself in danger like that again. Jackson turned to her, surprised, then gave her a faint smile. I don't want any of you to die. That's why someone has to do it. I don't want you to die either, Isabel said, her voice lifting before she caught herself. She then lowered her gaze, whispering, If something happens to you, I'll be sad. Jackson stared at her eyes for a long moment, then looked away, smiling lightly. I'll be careful next time, he said quietly. Soon, the others began waking up as well, stretching and rubbing their eyes. Hiromi suddenly shifted on her feet, rubbing her legs together. She leaned close to Elena and whispered, her face red. Sister, I need to pee. Elena blinked, then smiled. Don't worry. I happened to bring a bottle with me. Sister. Hiromi groaned. I'm kidding, Elena chuckled. Then she looked at Jackson. The girls need to use the restroom. Me too. Jackson nodded. It should be safe to move the furniture for now. I haven't heard any infected nearby. Together, they pushed the furniture aside, moving it one piece at a time. The top floor had restrooms, so they took turns, keeping quiet and watching the hallway. Half an hour later, Jackson looked around at the group. They were still tired, but not as worn out as they had been the night before. Everyone ready? I'll open the door now. Right on cue, Burggers' stomach growled loudly. Sorry, he said, scratching the back of his head. Last night really drained me. We still have food in the car. We'll eat once we get there. Thanks. Jackson gripped the door handle, then glanced at Elena. I'll take the front. Can you cover our back? Okay, but I'll take your sister with me. She looked at Natasha. Natasha nodded. Cindy and Isabel moved to the front as well, taking position just behind Jackson. The group steadied their breathing, weapons ready, as Jackson slowly turned the handle. They moved slowly down the stairs. What greeted them below was a scene of death. Bodies lay everywhere. Some were hanging over railings, others piled in corners. Black blood was smeared across the walls and steps, and the twisted shapes of the infected looked grotesque and broken. Burggers followed closely behind, eyes scanning the horror. Then one of the bodies twitched. He yelped loudly, the sound echoing through the room. It startled everyone, and they all turned to look at him. What are you doing? Elena whispered sharply. Its fingers moved, Burggers whispered, pale with fear. It's dead. Lower your voice next time. Sorry, Burggers muttered, trying to calm himself. They continued downward, passing body after body. The smell was almost unbearable, thick and rotten, almost enough to make them gag. And the few corpses that still stared with empty, open eyes made it worse. Still, the trip down was far calmer than the night before. They ran into only a few infected, and Jackson put them down quickly without trouble. Finally, they reached the parking lot. The group allowed themselves a short break, digging into the canned food Jackson's team had brought. Everyone ate quietly, shoveling the food into their mouths faster than usual. It was almost as if they feared the infected might return at any moment, ready to pounce. As soon as they finished, everyone rushed into their cars. Burggers was about to close the door when Jackson suddenly appeared in front of him. What? Wanna ride with us? Here, take this. Jackson tossed him an M16. Burggers fumbled but managed to catch it. Whoa, heavy. Elena glared at him from the front seat. Seriously? You're only bringing these out now? We were rushing that night. I forgot to grab them from the car, he shrugged. He couldn't really tell them that he had enough coins now, which he used to purchase suppressors and equip them. He then held another M16 toward Elena. How about you? Do you want this one? Thanks, but I prefer my bow. Jackson nodded and turned to the back. Horace, he called, making Horace step out of the car. Here, you hold this. Horace awkwardly took the weapon in his hands. I don't know how to use it. You don't need to fire unless you really have to. Just use it to protect yourself. Thank you, Jackson, Horace said with a nod before getting back. As Jackson returned to the car and climbed into the back seat with his family, Natasha glanced at him through the mirror. Are you sure they can be trusted? She asked quietly, giving them guns and even spending those coins. I'm only lending them, Jackson said as he settled in. It's better to use the weapons than just let them sit in the car. He paused, then added, we can't keep fighting alone. It won't be enough. Last night had taught him a hard lesson. No matter how strong he became, he could not cover everything by himself. He needed people who could hold the front while he fought from behind. That was how his DMR was meant to be used. It was heavy and not made for constant movement. His strength let him carry it, but it did not change its limits. More than that, he could never let his family stand at the front. If someone had to take that role, it had to be others. Natasha watched the road for a moment, then nodded. All right, I trust you. She started the engine, and the car rolled forward. Behind them, Burggers' vehicle followed closely. Jackson leaned forward and pointed through the windshield, guiding them along the path he had already cleared, leading them away from danger and deeper into the silent streets. They drove for a quarter of an hour straight without encountering any infected. But then, the roars came again. The engines of their vans were far too loud for such a quiet place, and attracting attention was unavoidable. They're here, Cindy whispered, eyes wide as figures burst from the corners of buildings and alleys. Jackson lowered his window and raised his rifle. This is different from last night. Letting yourselves out in the open, you're dead. The infected roared and charged. The chase had begun. Jackson squeezed the trigger. His bullets tore through the nearest two, punching clean holes in their heads. They crumpled to the ground. One infected paused, staring down at the bodies of the fallen. Its eyes glowed with rage, and it let out a blood-curdling roar before sprinting toward Jackson. Bang! The bullet struck its skull before it could reach him. The force carried on, hitting the ones behind it double, triple, quadra kill. Pent. No, only quadra. But more kept coming, emerging from every side. Soon, the van was almost surrounded as the infected charged with relentless fury. Thud, thud, crunch, crack. The wheels of the vans rolled over bodies with wet, sickening sounds. Their van plowed through the horde, spraying black blood across the windshield. A sudden thump shook the car. Jackson's shot went sideways. The impact rattled his arms and shoulders, making it almost impossible to aim. Don't run over them, just keep your distance, Jackson said to Natasha. I'll try, she answered, gripping the wheel tight. But the infected kept pouring out from every direction, charging straight at the vans. There was hardly any room to maneuver. Suddenly, 3 infected leapt and clung to the side of their van, smashing their heads repeatedly against the windshield. Bang, bang, bang. Cracks spiderwebbed across the glass, but Natasha jerked the wheel, skidding to the side. The tires ran over one body, crushing it under the tires. From the right, Isabel shouted, crack, crack. For more infected slammed into the van at once. The impact rocked the vehicle so hard it almost tilted. The car swayed left, then right, but Natasha fought to keep control and managed to keep it balanced. More kept coming. They charged with rabid fury from the front, sides, and rear. The windshields, Cindy gasped, panic in her voice. Shatter, shatter. A final crash broke through. A jagged hole appeared in the glass, and a hand shot inside, grabbing Cindy's hair. Cindy screamed as she was yanked backward, but she twisted and clutched the hand, refusing to let go. Its jaws snapped from outside, trying to force its way in. Cindy, Isabel dove to help, striking the hand again and again. But the creature held tight, its grip almost unbreakable. The van rocked violently as Natasha fought to keep it moving, trying to shake the creatures off while keeping everyone alive inside. Let go, Isabel shouted. She swung her M16 and fired into the gap. Black blood splattered across the inside of the van. Finally free, Cindy pulled back from the windows. She drew her pistol and started firing at every gap where claws or heads tried to force their way inside. At the front, Jackson stayed focused, shifting his rifle from one angle to another. He fired right, left, forward, and behind, as black blood sprayed everywhere, coating the windshield and the tires as bodies fell away. Jackson. Natasha's voice trembled. She wanted to fight too, and help him. Just focus on driving. In the other van, things were even worse. Burggers yelled as a hand gripped his arm from outside, pulling him toward the shattered window. Help! Help! He cried. Elena reacted immediately. She swung her knife and sliced through the infected's arm. The creature howled in rage. A second hand grabbed her hair from behind, but she twisted, drawing an arrow from her quiver and thrust it backward. The infected screeched as the arrow pierced it. Use the guns, Elena yelled, grabbing the M16 Jackson had given to Burggers. She fired at the broken windows, shooting down the infected trying to force their way in. Horace joined in, blasting the creatures that had almost entered through the shattered glass. Inside the van, Hannah, Jana, and Hiromi grabbed anything they could find, using them to push back against claws and snarling heads pressing in. Every second was chaos. Hannah's eyes widened in terror as she looked up. From the top, she screamed. The infected were no longer just charging from the streets. They climbed walls and houses, crawling up like insects, then leaped down onto the vans, their fall making their attacks even more violent. The roof of Burggers' car dented under the heavy impacts. Metal groaned as one of the infected smashed down, and a face-shaped dent formed above his seat. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" Burggers yelled. Another infected suddenly jumped straight in front of the windshield, blocking his view completely. Its mouth opened wide as it smashed its head against the glass. The car swerved left and right, tires screeching against the road. Bang! The infected's head exploded, its body dropping away. The road ahead came back into view just in time. Burggers yanked the wheel, barely missing another car in front of them. The shot came from the front van. Jackson lowered his rifle, jaw tight. He forced himself to stay calm. This was bad. No matter how many he killed, more kept coming. From the streets, from the sides, now from above. Felt endless. If this continued, none of them would make it out. Then a thought struck him. "Cindy," Jackson called out sharply. "Use the drone. Find us a path now." Cindy sprang into action, stretching for the drone. Suddenly, a massive infected slammed against the window, its upper body halfway inside. It snapped its jaws at her arms. Cindy froze for a heartbeat. Bang! Bullets shredded the creature's skull. Cindy twisted her head and saw Isabel, breathing hard, her rifle still raised. "Thank you, Mom," Cindy gasped, ducking as the body thudded to the side. Finally, she grabbed the drone and passed it to Jackson. He tossed it out the window, letting it soar above the chaos. From above, Cindy's eyes scanned the scene. The van was almost completely surrounded. Hundreds of snarling, crawling figures pressed in from all sides. But through the drone's camera, she spotted tiny gaps, places with fewer infected. "Turn right after the corner," she shouted into the comms. Natasha steered sharply, following her directions. The vans dodged through narrow alleys and abandoned streets. "Keep following the drone," Jackson said. "Stay on its path and don't slow down." Bodies flew past as tires crushed some unlucky creatures. Glass shattered and metal groaned, but each turn brought them closer to open streets. The horde tried to catch up, but the vans stayed just ahead, slicing through the chaos. Behind them, Burggers' car followed, Horace and Elena holding their windows, firing at anything that got too close. Finally, the infected thinned, unable to follow them fast enough, and the two vans sped into quieter streets. Minutes passed. Cindy guided them around the worst of the horde, weaving through gaps, zigzagging through narrow streets, and finally, the number of infected pressing in began to thin. Jackson's chest was still thumping hard, but the worst had passed. For the first time since the chase began, he had a moment to breathe. He looked back and saw Isabel and Cindy slumped in their seats. Blood stained their clothes, and their faces looked worn and pale. "You guys all right?" Isabel forced a small smile and nodded. "We're okay." "Natasha?" Jackson asked, turning his head to the driver's seat. "I'm fine," Natasha replied, eyes fixed on the road. Even after escaping, she stayed alert, her hands tight on the wheel. Only then did Jackson feel some of the weight lift from his chest. Still, worry lingered. They had been inches away from death. "We should have used the drone earlier," he muttered, cursing himself for not thinking ahead. He leaned out the window and looked toward the other van. The vehicle was battered, its body dented and windows shattered. Elena met his gaze and raised her hand, signaling that everyone was alive. Jackson nodded back, relieved. Neither van slowed down. If anything, they sped up, desperate to put as much distance as possible between them and the horde. For a while, the road stayed clear. Then a sharp sound broke the silence. "Beep, beep." "Oh no," Cindy said, her voice tight. "The battery's running low." Jackson stayed calm. "Find us a safe spot first. We'll stop and charge for a bit." "Okay." Cindy scanned through the drone's feed and soon pointed ahead. Jackson picked off the scattered infected along the way. Soon, the vans pulled up beside a quiet house, far from the main road. The group moved into the house one by one, closing the door behind them. A short while later, Elena and the others came over from their van. They looked worn out and unsteady, as if their bodies were still trying to understand that they had survived. "You all good?" Jackson asked. I think so," Elena said, checking herself. "I'm not bitten." The twins stayed close behind her, gripping her clothes. Horace swallowed hard. "My hands won't stop shaking." Hannah stood beside him, gently holding his arm to calm him. "I really thought we were going to die back there," Burggers muttered. No one argued, they all felt the same. Isabel, Cindy, and Natasha looked just as shaken. "We'll rest for a while," Jackson said. "We'll leave this place soon enough." One by one, they slumped down, letting their bodies rest. They were on the second floor of the house, surrounded by tightly packed buildings that blocked most of the outside view. After a moment, Burgers broke the silence. "You know, the fact that we all escaped alive feels like it was meant to be, like we're destined or something." He stole a quick glance at Elena, then looked away. "What are you on about?" Elena shot back. "You survived because I saved you. You were screaming like a girl back there." Burgers scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. "He's just happy we're alive," Horace said with a small smile. "He means surviving together means we must have some kind of bond." Burgers grinned and quietly clasped Horace's hand in a bro grip. Cindy and Isabel walked over to where Hannah and the twins were resting. Hannah sat against the wall, with Jana and Hiromi lying close beside her. "So, this is the first time we're talking face to face," Cindy said with a small smile. "Feels strange." Hannah let out a soft laugh. "Yeah, we talk so much online, but this feels different." Jana peeked out from behind her sister, eyes tired but curious. "You two look prettier in real life, just like big sister Natasha does." Isabel smiled and sat down near them. "You do too. I'm glad we finally met like this, even if it had to be now." Hiromi hugged her knees. "I was scared earlier," she admitted quietly. "We were scared too," Cindy said gently. "But we made it out together, we're still alive." Nearby, Jackson stayed by the window, his rifle resting against his shoulder. His eyes scanned the streets below, watching for any movement. After what happened earlier, he was not about to let them get surrounded again. As Jackson scanned the area, his gaze suddenly stopped. On the road in the distance, a familiar shape caught his attention. He frowned and raised his binoculars, zooming in. A gray car lay overturned on its side, and blood smeared the road around it. "Cindy, come here," Jackson said quietly. "Take a look at this." He handed her the binoculars. Cindy followed his line of sight, and her face tightened as soon as she saw the wreck. "What is it?" Elena asked as she stood and walked over, sensing that something was wrong. "That car up ahead," Cindy said in a low voice. "It's the same one we saw last night." Jackson nodded. He leaned in closer, adjusting the focus. Then his eyes widened. A deep, jagged scratch ran along the car door, as if something had torn it open with raw force. His instincts screamed danger. "Get in the cars, now," Jackson said, his voice sharp. "We're leaving." Everyone moved at once. Seeing the tension on his face, no one asked questions. They rushed downstairs and toward the vehicles. There would be time to talk later. Right now, stopping or hesitating could get them killed. They had just reached the bottom floor and stepped outside when Jackson suddenly stopped. He raised a hand, signaling the others to halt. Then he turned and pressed a finger to his lips. The group froze. Thud, thud. A heavy banging echoed from a nearby building, growing louder with each strike. Then, something emerged from the windows as if it had been hiding, waiting for them. It moved on all fours, bald head, long sharp nails scraped the walls, and twisted limbs carrying it forward with unnatural speed. "Jumpers! Go! Go! Get out of here, now!" Jackson urgently said. Everyone bolted for their cars. From the windows and ledges of the surrounding buildings, more jumpers appeared. 2, 3, 5. They leapt from ledge to ledge, their bodies moving with impossible agility. The vans roared to life and sped off, but the jumpers kept pace, springing from building to building, keeping up with the vehicles. "Brother, the drone's not even halfway charged yet," Cindy said, panic in her voice. "We won't need it," Jackson said, gripping his rifle and leaning out the window. We can't outrun these things with cars. From the other van, Burggers trembled, his voice shaking. What are those things? The group watched in horror as the jumpers vaulted across rooftops with ease, and letting out eerie, piercing cries that echoed through the streets. Watch out from the side, Hannah screamed. One of the jumpers leapt from the side of a building, aiming straight for their van. Its grotesque body slammed against the side, rattling the metal. Jana and Hiromi shrank together, eyes wide with terror. This creature was just on another level of grotesqueness. Crush it into the side, Elena yelled. Burggers slammed the van against a street post. The jumper hit the metal with a sickening crunch, screeching as it tumbled away, left behind in a crumpled heap. In the front van, Jackson leaned out the window. Bullets flew, but the car bounced over uneven roads, throwing off his aim. The creatures moved faster than he expected, leaping and twisting as if they could anticipate his shots. I need to make my shots faster. He focused on his status window. 71 coins spent. Ammo LV.1 LV.3. Intelligence +1. Suddenly, something clicked. He could see their movements more clearly, almost like he could predict where they would leap next. Bang. One jumper's head exploded, tumbling from the building to the street below. 20 EXP, 25 coins, 0.20 speed obtained. The other jumpers roared in rage, charging even more fiercely. But Jackson remained calm, finger on the trigger, and eyes locked on his targets. Bang. Another fell, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. A slightly larger jumper screeched, faster and more aggressive than the rest, bounding down the street with terrifying speed. It's coming, Cindy shouted, her voice tight with fear. Bang, bang, bang. Concrete and metal splintered as Jackson fired relentlessly. The slightly larger jumper in front moved faster than any of the others, dodging most of his bullets with inhuman speed. Hold on tight, Natasha yelled, pressing the accelerator as she maneuvered the van through the narrow street. The creature's reflection grew larger in her side mirror. Even with her skillful driving, the creature was relentless. It leapt from one building to the next, until it landed on the roof of their van, its sharp claws piercing downward. The roof bent under the pressure. Inside, Cindy and Isabel fired upward, their bullets striking the creature, but barely slowing it. The jumper roared, louder and more furious, then swung its claws again, tearing a massive hole in the van's top. Get down, Jackson shouted, already aiming his rifle upward. Bang. The bullet tore through its shoulder, but the creature didn't falter. Clawed harder, forcing the metal inward. Bang, bang, bang. Jackson fired again and again, each shot finding its mark. Finally, the jumper's head exploded, sending a spray of black blood across the roof. Its body hung for a moment before crashing onto the road below. 25 EXP, 30 coins, 0.25 vitality obtained from the jumper. Cindy and Isabel slumped back, breathing hard. Natasha's hands trembled slightly on the wheel. Jackson exhaled slowly, rifle still raised, scanning the rooftops. When Jackson turned back to continue shooting the remaining jumpers, he noticed something strange. The creatures had frozen in place as they let out low, guttural roars toward them. Then, without warning, they turned and fled in the opposite direction, disappearing into the shadows. They're retreating? Jackson muttered to himself, frowning. This went against everything he knew about infected. The only time he had seen something like this was during his encounter with the zombie alpha. But back then, they were hidden, not exposed like now. He had always believed that infected would charge the living, no matter what. Cindy and the others were equally stunned. What just happened? From the other van, the same questions and confusion echoed. No one knows for sure, Natasha said, her tone grim. But one thing's clear. They're not completely mindless. Everyone stared at her, shocked. Natasha, however, let her gaze drift slightly to the side, flicking toward Jackson. They weren't retreating at random. They backed off because of you. The two battered vans continued moving forward. Cindy resumed piloting the drone, guiding them carefully. There might be hidden infected she might miss, like the jumpers they had just faced, but at least they wouldn't lead themselves straight to the horde. Natasha scanned the car, worry etched on her face. The roofs burst open now, the windshields are shattered. And the doors. They're almost coming off. Jackson and the others exchanged tense looks. The thought of encountering another horde like before made everyone uneasy. They were nearly defenseless if something struck them now. "Oh, the signal's back," Isabel said suddenly, holding up her phone. "Can you see where we are now?" Jackson asked, leaning closer. "We're out. We made it out of Dunlow City," Isabel replied, a smile spreading across her face. "We just entered Hudson City." "How much farther to the Blackridge facility?" Jackson pressed. "Based on the route, we still have to pass Milton City, then one small town after that." Jackson let out a slow sigh. "Still a long way, huh?" For a moment, silence fell over the group. The city around them was eerily quiet. No movement, no sound, just an unnatural stillness that made every small noise in the car feel loud. "Stop the car," Jackson whispered. Natasha nodded immediately and pulled over near an abandoned house. Burggers followed suit, stopping just behind them. Jackson climbed out slowly, scanning the area. "Mom, please message the others. We'll rest here for a while after I check the house." "I'll come with you," Natasha said, drawing her pistol and walking beside him. They moved cautiously, checking the building for any signs of danger. Once satisfied it was clear, they returned to the car, signaling the others. One by one, the group slipped inside the house, keeping quiet as they settled in. The tension slowly easing as they settled in for a brief rest. "I think we shouldn't use the car going forward," Jackson said suddenly. He looked around the group. "Driving is like announcing where we are calling the infected to us. What do you all think?" Everyone exchanged a glance. They understood his point, they had lived through it. Still, their destination was far. Walking the rest of the way would take days. "I don't know," Burggers said, scratching his head. "Using a car still feels safer. If we run into trouble, at least we can escape faster, right?" "And what if the jumpers show up again?" Cindy asked quietly. "We couldn't outrun those." Horace hesitated, then spoke. "But we would still have protection. We could find a sturdier car or reinforce one. On foot, we don't even have that." The room fell silent. No one rushed to answer. Both choices carried danger. Walking meant they could stay hidden if they planned well and moved carefully, but if discovered, there would be little chance of outrunning the infected. Using a car meant noise, but also speed and some protection. In the end, having a vehicle still felt like the more realistic option. If they could find a better one, reinforce it, and use the drone to guide them, then even facing another horde might be manageable. The silence lingered until Natasha finally spoke. "The original population here was 5 times larger than our city." Elena looked at her. "What are you trying to say?" Isabel answered instead. "She means we'll be passing through dense parts of the city. The buildings are packed close together, there will be more infected, and surely a lot of blocked roads." "What if we take other roads?" Hannah asked. "It won't change much," Natasha replied. "This place was built too tight. If we use a car, we won't have enough space to maneuver. Once a horde blocks the road, there won't be a way out." Elena fell silent, thinking it over. After a moment, she nodded. "Then we scout first with the drone. If the roads really are that bad, I agree with Jackson, we move on foot." The group finally reached an agreement. For now, though, they needed rest. Their short break earlier had been cut short by the jumpers, and everyone was worn down to the bone. In the end, they decided to stay the night here, gathering their strength before moving on again. As night fell, the group split up to rest in what little privacy the house could offer. Hannah stayed in one room with Elena and the twins. Burggers and Horace took another. Jackson was supposed to join them, but his family had dragged him away, insisting they share the same room. Burggers lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling. "TCH, that Jackson bastard," he muttered. "I bet he's enjoying himself right now, sleeping in a room full of beautiful women." Horace let out a short laugh. Why are you thinking about weird stuff? They're his family. They're not related, Burggers whispered back. Horace turned his head. Huh? What do you mean? Nothing, Burggers said quickly. He rolled over and shut his eyes. He knew the truth, that Jackson had been taken in by Isabel. Natasha's family had been his neighbors back then. But that was not his story to tell. In another room, Jackson lay on the sofa, his hands resting on his chest. His mind replayed the day again and again, the chase, the jumpers, how close they had come to dying. Cindy stood quietly by the window, her eyes on the moonlit street. After a moment, she spoke softly. This house seems nice. The view isn't bad either. Jackson watched her for a moment, noticing her distant expression. Something on your mind, Cindy? She stayed silent, her gaze fixed on the moon for a long moment. Finally, she spoke. I have a question, brother. I'm listening. What if we stay? Do we really need to go? Jackson was about to answer, telling her it was their plan from the start. But the words stopped in his throat when he noticed her hands shaking. I thought I had grown stronger, Cindy said, lowering her head. But I'm still terrified of facing them again, of losing anyone in our family. Before she could say more, Jackson reached out and took her hand. I feel the same, he whispered. I'm scared too. You always seem to know what to do when facing them, brother. You lead everyone. I'm nothing like that. Jackson let out a quiet chuckle. Is that how you see me? He shook his head. I'm very scared of dying, and I'm even more scared of losing you. Huh? Cindy froze. Her fingers tightened around his hand without her noticing, her heart beating faster at his words. The same goes for Mom and Natasha, he added. Cindy puffed her cheeks slightly. So that's what you meant. The room fell silent again. After a moment, she whispered, but if someone has to die first, I think it would be me. Suddenly, Cindy felt arms wrap around her from behind. No one's going to die, Isabel whispered, holding her tight. Natasha stood close as well, just behind them. They had been awake all along, listening. I'm more afraid than anyone here, Isabel admitted, her hug tightening. But as long as we're together, we'll be okay. Cindy felt their warmth and nodded. You're actually stronger than you think, Cindy, Natasha added. Compared to that Elena, you can fight better, a lot better. You're exaggerating, Natasha. Cindy let out a small laugh. But, thank you. I feel better now. Jackson watched the three of them and smiled quietly. Actually, I thought the same thing you did, Cindy. Maybe we could just find a place and hide. But we wouldn't survive that way for long. The three women turned, listening. What I want is for the four of us to live together forever. Jackson? Isabel asked, startled. Natasha and Cindy shared the same look. I'm saying we can't keep fighting alone. To survive, we need help, people we can trust. And we'll find them in the safe zone. He glanced toward their destination. Maybe, with my system, we could even build our own safe zone someday. Exhausted, Jackson finally leaned back, closing his eyes. Sleep came easily, carrying him into a quiet, fleeting rest. Morning came quietly. Hup, huff, huff. Hannah's eyes snapped open, her chest heaving as sweat rolled down her face. She had been running in her nightmare. In it, none of them had made it out of Dunlow City. Her gaze drifted to the twins, sleeping peacefully beside her, and then to Elena in the corner, lying soundly, her face calm despite the blood stains from yesterday. Relief washed over Hannah as she realized they were all safe. I need a shower, she muttered, pushing herself up. Luckily, the bathroom still had running water and electricity. I'll use it first, she thought, shaking off the lingering fear from her nightmare. As she stepped inside, her eyes landed on a small window near the shower, set low at chest level, as if it had been made that way on purpose. What kind of creep built this? She frowned. There was no choice, though. She turned on the water, letting the droplets cascade over her. As she bathed, an uneasy feeling crept in. She felt like she was being watched. Hannah froze. Her heart skipped as her eyes slowly moved to the window. There it was. A pale, wide open, I stared straight at her from the gate outside. A small yelp escaped her lips. She stumbled backward, covering herself, and quickly stepped out of the bathroom. There's someone at the gate, she whispered, voice trembling. She glanced back at Elena, still asleep, and decided to wait, quietly dressing herself. Then, a soft knocking echoed from the gate. Her heart skipped a beat. She froze for a moment, listening, then cautiously crept downstairs, careful not to make a sound. From the other room, Jackson's eyes snapped open. The knocking snapped him awake. Downstairs, Hannah's hand wrapped around a kitchen knife. She moved slowly, pressing herself against the wall, and peeked through the window. A girl. At the gate, a girl stood perfectly still. She looked to be around 17 or 18, wearing a school uniform. Her pale skin made her look almost fragile. Her features were above average, but her eyes remained fixed on the house without blinking. Hannah blinked, trying to make sense of her. A survivor? Why is she just standing there? Is something wrong with her head? The girl made no sound or movement and just stood still. Suspicious, Hannah scanned the room. Her eyes landed on a notebook and pen. Quickly, she scribbled a few sentences, tore the page, and clutched it tightly. She watched the girl for a while, then slid the window open just enough to create a small gap. Crumpling the paper into a loose ball, she tossed it toward the gate. The paper tumbled across the ground, stopping at the girl's feet. The girl slowly bent down, picked it up, and unfolded it, her eyes scanning the words. Then, without a sound, she crumpled the paper again and threw it back. Hannah's brow furrowed in confusion. She opened the window a little wider and leaned her head out cautiously. "Hey, what are you doing out there? It's dangerous outside," she whispered, keeping herself mostly hidden behind the window frame. The girl's head snapped toward her. Their eyes met, and Hannah froze. The girl's pupils were a deep, unnatural red, staring straight into her. Then, a sick, twisted smile spread across her face. Bang! Black blood sprayed everywhere as a bullet struck the girl's head, exploding it in a grotesque shower of gore. Hannah's heart hammered in her chest. She pressed herself against the wall, unable to move, staring in shock and disbelief. WH, what was that? She whispered, her voice barely audible as her mind struggled to process the scene. The sound jolted the others awake. One by one, they stumbled downstairs, only to find Hannah frozen near the window. "What's wrong, Hannah?" Elena asked, rushing over. Just then, Jackson came down, his family close behind him. Jackson, how did you know she was an infected?" Hannah finally whispered. "An infected? Where?" Elena asked, her brows knitting together. Questions bubbled up from the others. Hannah took a shaky breath and began to recount everything that had just happened. "I'm telling you, she really looked like a normal girl. No grotesque features. She even knocked on the gate and threw the paper back. The only difference was her behavior. It was strange." The group listened quietly, frowning. There was no reason for her to lie, but her description didn't match anything they knew about the infected. "Was she pretty?" Burggers suddenly asked, breaking the tense silence. "Why are you asking that?" Elena snapped, smacking the back of his head. "If she is, are you planning to let her eat you?" "No, I just want to know," Burggers mumbled, rubbing his head. "You have to be careful," Hannah said seriously. "Even if she wasn't infected, don't approach strangers. You have to tell us first." "Sorry," Hannah muttered. "She didn't approach it," Jackson interjected, stepping closer. "I had been watching the girl too when she started knocking." You knew she was infected?" Hannah whispered. "I didn't," Jackson replied honestly. "My gut just told me." Hannah's eyes widened, and she muttered under her breath, "What if she wasn't?" Jackson stayed silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. "I can't risk it. I've seen much worse of them." The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on him, but Elena's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing that, Natasha stepped forward and spoke. "There are infected out there far worse than you can imagine. The burden of others' lives forces difficult decisions, and the morality of those choices doesn't lessen their impact on everyone. Hiromi tilted her head, whispering to Cindy, "What is big sister Natasha saying? I don't understand." "She means, if someone's life depends on you, you have to make the hard choices," Cindy replied softly. Breaking the tension, Isabel spoke with a small laugh. "Why don't we eat first? I'm sure everyone's hungry." Slowly, the group nodded, their stomachs reminding them of the need to refuel. After eating, Natasha sent the drone out as planned. It rose into the air, and everyone gathered around the phone, watching the live feed in silence. "Oh, there's a convenience store nearby," Burggers said, pointing at the screen. The others turned to him. "What? We should stock up on food too, right?" "You're right," Jackson said after a brief thought. "We'll check it and refill our supplies." The drone moved forward, giving them a clear view of the area. The streets were narrow, packed tightly with shops and houses pressed close together. Broken cars littered the road, some piled on top of each other, almost sealing the path completely. It was exactly as Natasha and Isabel had warned. This place was cramped, with barely any space to move. Minutes passed as the drone kept flying. Slowly, a strange feeling crept into the room. Cindy frowned at the screen and spoke what everyone was thinking. "Why haven't we seen any infected? Shouldn't there be more of them here?" "Maybe they moved somewhere else," Burggers said, forcing a grin. "That's good for us, right? We can go out without trouble." Natasha shook her head, her eyes fixed on the screen. "This city doesn't make sense. There are too many things we don't understand." She paused, then added, "I think we should go around it." Jackson thought for a moment, then made his decision. "All right, we'll go around it. Can you find us a new route?" "Leave it to me," Natasha replied. "But surveying with the drone will take some time." "We'll stay nearby until then," Jackson said. "First, we restock our food." "Who's coming with me?" To his surprise, every hand went up. "There's no need for all of us to go." "The scary staying here," Hiromi whispered. "I don't feel comfortable." "I feel the same," Cindy added. "This place feels weird. I don't want to be left behind either." Jackson nodded. "All right, pack your things. We'll find another temporary shelter along the way." Everyone quickly prepared, stuffing what they could into backpacks before moving out together. Jackson led in front with Elena and Natasha. Cindy and Isabel guarded the sides, keeping their eyes on every alley and window. Hannah stayed in the middle with the twins, while Burggers and Horace watched the rear. They moved slowly, careful with every step. Elena signaled when to stop and when to move, guiding them through cover. The streets were filled with broken windows, smashed doors, overturned cars, and dark, dried blood smeared across the ground. Yet the buildings still stood. The city was so quiet, it felt as if they were the only ones left alive. Jackson scanned the empty streets with furrowed brows. "I don't like this. Feels like we're prey, walking in the open." He turned back to the group and lowered his voice. "We won't move any farther. Natasha, come with me. We'll secure that building." Natasha nodded. The two of them moved slowly toward the nearby apartment, leaving the others behind. Then, bang. A loud gunshot tore through the silence, followed by Horace's painful groan. "Get down," Elena said sharply. Jackson and Natasha reacted at once, diving behind a wrecked car for cover. The rest of the group dropped to the ground at once. Cindy and Isabel stayed low, their eyes darting around in panic. Horace. Burggers clutched his friend, his hands shaking as blood poured from Horace's upper chest, soaking his clothes. "What do we do? He's bleeding so much." Jackson leaned out slightly, his eyes locked on the building where the shot had come from. "Who's there?" he shouted. No answer came. Instead, footsteps echoed from inside the building. Glass crunched under slow, steady steps as the sound drew closer. Then the shooter stepped into the light. It was a man in a police uniform, a pistol raised and pointed straight at them. But something was wrong. His eyes were completely black, and a sick smile stretched across his face. An arrow suddenly flew out and pierced straight through the man's mouth. "You piece of shit! Why are you shooting at us?" Elena shouted. The man's head snapped back from the impact. But a second later, he slowly lifted his head again. The arrow was still lodged in his mouth, black blood dripping down, yet his pistol remained aimed at them. "Elena, get down," Jackson yelled. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out wildly. Jackson seized the opening. He raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. The gunfire stopped. The man's head burst apart, and the body dropped to the ground with a dull thud. "Natasha, watch if there are more," Jackson said, already rushing up back to the others. "Horace, Horace." Hannah knelt beside her brother, crying as he writhed in pain. Nearby, Elena had taken cover just in time, untouched by the shots. The others were frozen in shock, fear written on their faces. "Burggers, help me carry him. We need to move now," Jackson said as he lifted Horace. "Hold on. Stay awake." Before they could take more than a step, deep roars echoed from inside the surrounding buildings. Jackson's fear came true. "Move!" He and Burggers hauled Horace up. Elena grabbed Horace's bag and rifle, then took Hannah's hand and pulled her along. Cindy and Isabel stayed close, shielding the twins as they moved. Behind them, Natasha snatched the fallen man's pistol from the ground and hurried to catch up. From the nearby buildings, glass shattered and shutters rattled as two infected emerged. Their heads were completely bald, and their faces were almost horrifyingly alike. The two locked onto the group, letting out inhuman roars as they sprinted forward. "Where do we go? Where do we go?" Jackson's mind raced as he scanned the surroundings, his eyes darting in every direction. The sound of footsteps and snarls growing louder. "Brother, there," Cindy shouted, pointing to a small, open store up ahead. Jackson glanced at it and frowned. The little structure wouldn't offer much protection. But there was no time to hesitate. "Go, go," he urged, and the group surged toward it. As they reached the doorway, Jackson carefully lowered Horace to the ground and turned to the others. "Elena, Natasha, make sure everyone stays completely silent and hidden," he said sharply, tossing his bag inside. "Jackson, what are you?" Isabel began. "I'll be back soon," he said, cutting her off as he pulled the roller shutter door down with all his strength. "Brother, no," Cindy cried, reaching out, but it was too late. The door slammed shut just as the two bald-headed infected drew closer, running with terrifying speed. Behind them, glass and shutters rattled violently as more of the same bald-head creatures emerged from the surrounding buildings. Jackson fired at the first two infected, dropping them instantly. At the same time, he unequipped his rifle, sending it into his system. "Come on, follow me, freaks," he shouted, sprinting toward another direction. The bald-headed zombies followed, passing right through the store, their eyes only locked on him. Jackson glanced back. Good. It seems the others didn't notice the group. As he ran with all his strength, notifications pinged in his mind from the kills he'd made earlier. You have leveled up to 5. Storage space, 3 cubic meter, unlocked. A brief spark of surprise hit him, but there was no time to dwell on it. He quickly allocated his new stat point. Speed +1. The roars behind him grew louder and closer, but the extra speed surged through his legs. Now he wasn't just keeping up with them, he had a slight edge. Still, the city itself seemed to turn against him. More infected erupted from buildings, crawling through broken windows, leaping from balconies, and landing in his path. Jackson barely dodged a claw that scraped the wall beside him, then another that whistled past his head. He weaved through alleys and corners, zigzagging like a hunted animal. Inside the store, the roars had finally faded into the distance, but no one dared to breathe too loudly. Everyone huddled together, mouths covered tightly, trying to make themselves invisible. Hiromi and Jana trembled as they pressed Hannah's mouth shut, her small sobs muffled beside her brother. Isabel clutched Cindy tightly, holding her close. Both of them were on the verge of tears, shivering as they whispered to each other. Jackson. Cindy's voice broke, barely audible. Isabel pressed her hand gently to Cindy's back. Shoo. It's okay. He'll be okay. Natasha's eyes were wide and distant, her mind frozen as if she couldn't process what had just happened. Her hand gripped her pistol tightly, and she was about to stand when Elena gently grabbed her arm. Natasha turned to her. Elena closed her eyes and shook her head, silently urging her to stay calm. From the corner, Burggers whispered, his voice trembling, "Horace, he's unconscious. Please, please help him. Help him." Hannah begged in a low, desperate voice. Elena moved quickly, motioning to Burggers. "Bring him over the table. I'll check his wound." There's a medical kit in our bag," Natasha said, her voice shaking. "Good, bring it too," Elena replied. Elena moved quickly toward Horace, but noticed Natasha lagging behind. Her hands clutched the bag, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. "Natasha," Elena whispered sharply. "Time is running. Horace is going to die." Natasha blinked but remained frozen, her mind still elsewhere. Just then, Isabel hurried to Natasha's side, grabbing the medical kit and handing it to Elena. "Here," she said, placing it down. Elena nodded at her. "Help me press his wound. Hold him steady." Burggers stood on the other side, his hands trembling as he gripped Horace's shoulders. Elena took a deep breath and carefully began removing the bullet from Horace's wound. Blood dripped from the torn skin, but she worked with steady hands, cleaning the wound with antiseptic and preparing the bandage. Isabel pressed down gently on the wound, helping stop the bleeding. Burggers held Horace's head and shoulders still, whispering calming words to him. The three of them worked together silently. Elena wrapped the bandage tightly, checking to make sure the bleeding had slowed. Moments later, Isabel glanced at the unconscious Horace lying on the table. Hannah clutched his hand tightly, tears streaking her face, while the twins comforted her quietly from the side. "Will he be okay?" Isabel asked softly. Elena shook her head slightly. "I hope so, but we did everything we could." Isabel glanced toward Natasha, who sat silently, lost in thought. "I'm sorry for her actions earlier. She's worried about Jackson." Elena nodded. Then she turned back to Isabel. "And you? Are you okay?" Isabel bit her lip, her arms tightening across her chest. After a long pause, she forced a small, shaky smile. "I'm their mother. I'll follow his words, until he comes back to us." Elena just nodded. Logically, Jackson's chances of surviving right now were very slim, let alone returning safely. Her mind knew it, but still, she hoped. She wanted him to make it back. The room fell silent. The situation was grim, and everyone was caught between fear and helplessness, waiting, unsure what to do next. Meanwhile, in the twisting streets of Hudson City, Jackson ran with every ounce of strength he had. He rounded one corner, then another, summoning his rifle as he moved. Bang! 2 heads exploded, black blood spraying as he barely had time to process the kill. 2 EXP, 2 coins, 0.02 agility obtained from the zombie. 2 EXP, 2 coins, 0.02 stamina obtained from the zombie. Jackson unsummoned the rifle, letting it vanish into his hand, and continued forward. He vaulted over overturned cars, twisting through narrow alleys as bald-headed infected rained down from rooftops. Come on, faster, run. The thought screamed inside his mind, eyes scanning every corner for a way out. Rounding another corner, he froze. A flipped bus blocked the street, surrounded by more wrecked vehicles. Turning back wasn't an option. The infected were right behind him, closing in fast. Shit. His gaze swept upward. The creatures from the buildings climbed easily over the walls and ledges. The thought hit him. Maybe I could do that too. There was no time to hesitate. It was climb or die. With a deep breath, Jackson launched himself onto the side of the bus, scaling it like the creatures. He vaulted from car to car, landing with precision, his upgraded stats giving him balance and speed he hadn't had before. He finally landed inside a mall, panting and tense, but then froze. More of those bald-headed infected were inside, lurking in the darkness, moving with terrifying speed. Jackson's stomach dropped. There was no room to hide, only to fight or run.